Well, you just missed the most incredible Bane impression. I'm not going to repeat it for at least a couple minutes. But welcome, everybody. Hey, reviewers. Welcome to the birthday extravaganza. This is number 20. Kind of a round number. Good. I'm glad I can be heard and I can hear you through your text. So Kirby does not do this until I'm streaming. And I think he just doesn't like Dad streaming. Maybe he just needs a whole other room for him to be in. And just kind of chill out. He'll chill out eventually. We run out of meows. Today's going to be chill. We're going to chill today. We're going to hang out this afternoon. We're going to play some games. We're going to do some fun stuff. I don't know why I feel so warm. You know why? Hang on. I got to explain. I got to remove a thing from a thing real quick because I want to show this off to you. Meow. I got to stop responding to him. I've heard that that's not the best thing is to respond to him when he's in distress. Hi, Kirby. This is the time when you want attention is when you're not meowing. Maybe we'll do cat training. I don't know. Let me show you guys. Well, I'm glad we got the meows in the way. I've got my Guinness. You can't see it. It's my extra stout mudga. But it's original draft. Good for chilling. And then got my Diet Mountain Dew when I need to switch it up. And what I'll do is I'll just mix them together and be a monster. I'm just kidding. I don't need. Please don't unsubscribe for that. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so good. How are you guys doing? It's Saturday. I've been looking forward to this for a bit. Obviously got a lot of things going on. Last night, I went out with some friends. We went down to Widener Field downtown, and which is our football stadium. Is that where energy drinks come from? They take the Mountain Dew and they put it in the Guinness. That sounds really awful. Sounds like the just absolute worst. So, what was it? Widener Field. Yeah, so that's our football. Not soccer, not football, not foosball. I think that's a whole other thing too. But fizzball. You had to get the dialect just right. So it was Switchbacks playing New Mexico United. They had played each other a little while ago, and I guess the Switchbacks lost. Thank you, Kaz. I appreciate that. Today is my birthday. It's this very moment, this very day is my birthday. So you have not missed a thing. I would not let you miss my birthday. I assure you. So anyway, went out down to Widener Field, watched the game. It was incredible. We got rained on a whole bunch because, like in Colorado, it's right around 5 o'clock or so. We get our torrential rain showers during the summer. And it's on for, I don't know, like half an hour tops, and then usually disappears entirely. But then it was kind of like sprinkling on and off the rest of the evening. So that was a fun trip there. Got some photos of that. It was really cool. And then afterward, we went down to the local restaurant and down on Tejon. They just remodeled, renewed that kind of street of town there, and that was really great. So, and a friend of mine made Minnie. I said, she asked, what kind of cake do you want? And I'm like, vanilla, or what flavors? And I'm like, I like vanilla, I like cheese. And she's like, so like cheesecake? And I'm like, I don't know. You're the magician, and she's a baker, incredible baker. So she made mini vanilla cheesecakes, and they were amazing. She made quite a few of them, and there was what looked like chocolate striping on the top, but it was actually just black colored vanilla. So it was like vanilla all the way through. It was pretty great. So so had a great night out. I was up till midnight or so winding down, and I got my scarf on. So while we were being rained out, I got to shop at the merch store, and this was the last scarf they had. My friends had scarves, and they're like, "That scarf is yours," and I'm like, "It sure is." So I got me a scarf, and now I'm like a permanent fan of the team. I was actually getting notifications on Google. I was getting push notifications on Google about the score of the game as it was happening before my eyes, and it was like delayed by 60 seconds or so, something like that. But hi, Kirby. I'm trying not to bribe him with snacks and treats and stuff like that. We got to do this the hard way. You're gonna hear some cat for a little bit. Are you done over there for now, Kirby? You gonna keep talking? You gonna keep meowing? We'll see. I gotta show you guys the wheel. Let's show you the wheel. Yes, I was going to do like Wheel of Morality, turn, tell us a lesson that we must learn. But I realized that these graphics, the text in the below, are tied to the window pane that I play the games on. I didn't want to make a new one, and I did this like really quick, like 20 minutes ago. So it's just an alteration of what basically happened in there. It was a great night, yeah, we had a lot of fun. So here we have we have 12 activities plus one, because I'm going to do this thing first, or this particular thing first. But we have Hard Space Shipbreaker, we have the Watch Dogs Nth Review commentary, and what that is, we're going to watch my very first video review on this channel. I'm going to have commentary and be able to talk about it. And I think that could be fun. Could be very bloviating, but it doesn't matter because I haven't talked about that review. It's kind of underrated. Kind of not the biggest amount of views for how long it's been out. And it was the first one up, and that kind of, steered the direction of the channel. More Dyson Sphere program. We're going to do these in 45 to 60 minute chunks. So every so often we'll come back to the wheel, we'll spin something else, remove it, and then move on to the next thing. So Dyson Sphere program, some Enter the Gungeon. Actually, I got to get Hades in here. I am terrible at Hades. I'm terrible at all games. So if you're planning on watching any kind of hardcore playing, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Watch Dogs 2, thanks to Fat Murdoch for that. We can boot that up and try that out. I have not done that yet, but we'll play that. Dead Cells, it's been a while, so that's cool. Antichamber is one hell of a thing. It's a first-person, non-Euclidean puzzle game, and it is nuts. FTL, of course. The legendary roguelite. I guess it's more of a roguelike, I guess. And then we've got a couple demos. The Immortal Mayor demo. This is from Next Fest, because Next Fest just started, so everyone's submitting their demos for everyone to try stuff out because they're in early access or what have you. The Last Cube. It's I guess it's a puzzle game. Another I've got a bunch of roguelikes in here. Nuclear Throne. I gotta take the scarf off. I love you, Switchbacks, but Oh, that feels. Oh my god. You know, when you're out in the cold, this is pretty great. I understand like the Scandinavians like to have this thing. I wonder if Kirby will like sitting on it. And it's by Sports Scarf. Noticed that last night. It's like Sports Scarf. Kirby, do you want a bed? You want to hang out here for a bit? You want to come up and not hide on the fridge? Where are you hiding anyway? Where are you at, Kirby? You hanging out by the door? I let him out in the hallway. That's pretty great. Nuclear Throwing, and then finally the Terra Nil demo, which is from the guys who made Broforce. I guess they're Irish. The Irish developer. They are. It's a like anti-city builder. I think it's kind of puzzle-like from what I've seen. But you implement man-made structures to turn basically a desolate kind of wasteland into this glowing paradise that looks like something Captain Planet would be proud of. So I'm actually pretty thrilled to try that out too. So before we get into this first game, which will be Severed Steel, this is the new Severed Steel demo that released for Next Fest. And this is obviously you saw the video last year that I did of it was called Impact. I think I call it Impact in the review, but obviously he didn't have a final name yet. But Severed Steel is the game now. We're gonna play that first because I have not completed that tutorial. It's kind of a lengthy thing, and you die. I die. That's the emphasis here. I die in it. So we're going to get to that first, and then we'll just kind of randomly go through all of the stuff and see what we're going to just have a random freaking day. And I'm so giddy. I am so excited. So let me bring it back to me, and I want to talk about format changes because obviously we've already discussed this in the Discord, and we're going to make this true on. Maybe I talked about it on Patreon as well. So what I'm going to do with the green room, I came to kind of a realization about a week ago that the more energy I put into this channel, while I'm not working on it full time, the harder it is to then switch back to my day job, emotionally, energetically, stuff like that, because I'm working on the review, and I'm going to do the second draft of the script this week, and then probably record all that and record and edit over the weekend and into the following week, and then start editing the week after that, which is the week I'm on vacation. So it's not really a vacation, it's going to be more me just working on the review. So that's coming. And then I had the green room, and then just started the forum. And the forum is kind of where I want to put my focus. And I was like, well, I'm throwing so much of my energy at the channel, something's got to give. And so what's going to happen is that the green room is going to change from 4 hours on Saturday afternoon to a shorter 2-hour show without the break in the middle on Tuesday afternoons. And so then maybe we'll have more chat. Maybe we'll have more people who want to hop in the chatter box. We can just talk on there. Maybe we can just have like more light discussions, like not quite forum, but people who just want to hop on and we can just talk about things. And I'll just have a game playing, something just more chill because. Hang on. Oh, good. Oh, Guinness on my birthday. That's the realest right there. Because even with the green room, it was still like an hour or two to prep. I really wanted it to be like the most chill. I wanted the green room to be the most chill. So all I had to do was kind of just turn it on and go and like, hey, let's boot up a thing. And as we talked about in the forum, this past Thursday, and if you haven't seen the forum, you should go check it out. Streaming is hard. Streaming is difficult. It's kind of, you can't really do anything else unless you've got some help. Because even when you're, I don't know, like maybe if you're streaming straight from a console or something, you know, that's easier than that. But the way that, you know, got OBS up and chat's over here and all that fun stuff, it adds up pretty easily. Kirby, are you on the trash can? Sounds like it. So, gonna reduce that. So not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday, we'll switch formats. So it's gonna be like a week and a half essentially before the next green room, which I know you guys are gonna be crying a whole bunch, but it'll be a good outlet. It'll be good something to do on Tuesday, and then the weekends are mine. They're just mine. I don't have to, you know, anticipate this 4-hour block at the end of a day that I have off, and then it kind of breaks up my productivity if I want to work on the review, stuff like that. So it's going to be really good for the channel. I really think so, and I think you guys will like the condensed format. Not that the 4-hour format was bad. It was really cool to actually get through entire games. You know, like the Dig, like Tacoma, and maybe occasionally we'll do something special like that. Thanks, Kaz. Yeah, that's I mean, that's the feedback I keep getting from you guys, and sometimes it's hard to, you know, murder your darlings, as Stephen King said, which is something that someone else said that he said that they said. But I love the green room. And, you know, I just want the best for it. And I know you guys do too. So, with all that said, let us boot up into our first game. I have so many windows. Why do I have so many windows? Oh, it's because of the wheel. I got the script up. I got the end forum thing. Yeah, that makes sense. All that makes sense. Let me see here. I'm gonna make sure this is all good. Hey, we got a guest. Who's here? Who's here to see me? Who's here to see the audience? Who's here to see everybody? It's the green room. Who's here? It's King Kirby. It's King Kirby. Are you going to come over here? I really should switch where this laptop is so he can be closer. Can I? Nope. I don't think I can. Oh, I might. Hang on. No, I don't want him directly in front of the camera. Anyway, he's got a nest over here, essentially. So he can just chill out. He can just chill out. Alright, let's he will probably step over the Chromebook. You saw it before. It's pretty great. We're not spinning the wheel yet, but we will as soon as we're done playing some Severed Steel. So let's boot that thing up. Here we go. I swear I tested this beforehand. It should stream just fine. Got it? Here we go. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. So let's go into the campaign. We're going to do... This is where I ended up, but we're going to start something new. And Tempered Steel sounds about right. So let's get into it, guys. Hi, Kirby. He really likes this setup I'm building for him. Alright, we gotta escape. We gotta... Can I... Wazda. It looks really choppy in OBS. Let me know if that's... Oh, I guess I gotta... Oh, the walls aren't coming in. Oh, wait. Okay, so I need to do it. Let's see. OBS does not like that too much. 1920 by 1080. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Which is hilarious because it's running just fine over here. That looks awful. That's terrible. Hang on, give me just a second. That's just slow. Am I going forward and back? Hang on. Do we need to... I don't want VSync. What if we turn off motion blur? No, it still looks awful. Nice. Well, you know, we're just chilling today. Let's, hang on. We'll come back to one here. And we'll see what is going on. It's weird because, yeah, it's, going to studio mode here. It's displaying just fine in the thingy. Rain, if you have a thought, or if that's something you've encountered before, that is so strange. Windows 10. Let me move this around. That looks better. Let me see. Nope, that looks awful still. I want you guys to have a silky smooth experience here. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I imagine some of these games are going to be like that too. And running it in 1080p on one monitor is one thing, but then, yeah, as soon as OBS is having trouble, it's like, nope, ain't doing that. Let's see. Can we do... Yeah, that's what I was trying to do on here. The 5. It's great music, though. I don't think you can hear it. Maybe you can? No, I don't think you can. But maybe. I don't know. Max frame rate is 120. I think we're getting like 12. Yeah, and I know that Twitch does 720, and then it's, I think, YouTube that does 1080. Everything's weird. I wonder if something like this will do. Don't mind me, guys. Oh my god, he's kept the same name. Oh, that's great. Wonder if even the different modes here change anything. Hang on. It's a live show, guys. Live show. And it's my birthday, so who gives a shit? Man, wouldn't it suck if, like, FTL was like, yo, this is too intense. You can't be freaking doing this. There are options for what the broadcast resolution is, no matter. Yeah, exactly. There is. So if we have to bump it down, I will do that. Because if it's happening with this one, it's probably going to happen with other ones too. And I can't be having that. I'll blow this up a little bit. Alright, let's see how that looks. Alright, well that didn't do anything. Great. Get rid of that. Get there. Boop-a-doo. Let's see here. Some games just suck to stream. Apex is a real beast, and I can get smooth rates without dropping Apex to 720 and low settings, despite my computer being perfectly capable of running and streaming it. Yeah, man. What the heck? That's not cool at all. Let's rescale. Is that rescaling? No, we're not doing that. That is giving me trouble there. That's recording. That's fine. I know this is a great stream so far. Thank you for your patience. We're gonna get right on through this. Is there a replay buffer performance? That's fine. Video. Well, looks like we're not changing that in here. Not while it's running, anyway. I wonder if it's like even engine based too, like something with Unity. But then Apex is Unreal, if I remember right. I wonder if the developer's watching right now. Probably not. I don't think I've advertised on his channel in a while. Which is what I do. That's all I do, is I just advertise. Alright, let's come back to this. Because I think this might just be a fluke, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. We're going to go to the wheel. Let's go to the wheel. Let's see what we got. Well, let's get out of studio mode here. Blah. Alright. Alright, here we go. Let's click to spin. I know it's going to look weird when the result comes. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Nuclear Throne. Nuclear Throne. Alright. Alright, it has been a while since I have played this. Alright. Let's see, make sure that everything can run. See, in a perfect timeline, I would have tested every single one of these games before I came on, but that, who cares? Well, let's see how that looks. Oh, yeah, I forgot that this was made in Game Maker. I actually really do need to set a hotkey for studio mode. All right. Perfect. That's not the one I want. I want this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Kaz. I guess you were right. I actually played this originally when it was in early access. I'm not good at it. I've never beaten it. Rain will tell you. I usually play Crystal. I just love the character of this game so much. It took them so long to put this together. Alright. Alright. I hate running out of ammo in this game. Which I almost did there. Yes! And as soon as you get to the... Oh, yep, here's a dude. Sometimes it's hard to gauge with the second stick. I don't want to go yet. I want this thing. So you get those experience vials. Oh, good thing, yeah, I didn't get sucked in. Ooh, do I want the grenade launcher? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Alright, down we go. Down we go. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. That was so dumb. Oh my god. Alright. Oh my god. These things are the worst. For that reason. Oh, stupid. Ah. I have a power, I can use it. Yes, bullets. Shit. Sometimes I did. You are absolutely correct. I did not reach the nuclear throne that time. In fact, I would say I barely made it off the main menu. Come on, you little squib. Come on. Alright. What is it? Oh, I don't like melee. Or maybe I do. Remember seeing the ads for this game? I do not. I do not. It's interesting that it's pillar boxed and letterboxed. Mutate later. No, I don't want patience. I do want XP because I need the XP. Yeah, that's pretty good. I guess there's unlimited ammo for it too. None of this nonsense. Oh, I get some. I get some. I get some stuff. Oh, I get the Jedi like bounce. I can send projectiles back. I have friends with this game, but this is the first time I've actually watched it. It is so cool. It is extremely difficult though. But everything's extremely difficult for me. But I love it just as much, so... Burst fire. I'm in a corner, I don't appreciate that. Oh shit, I already got the boss. I walked into a slug, I better throw up my shield. That's what I do. There you are. Yeah, I totally cheesed that. Heck yeah. Kinda. It goes places, though. It does things. Low bullets. What do you think I've been doing? Spraying them everywhere? That's ridiculous. Why would you accuse me of that? I don't know. It's definitely got, you know, your wasteland energy on here. Not specifically the game Wasteland, but, you know, obviously you can see it. It's a freaking wasteland. Prevents death once. Alright, so that's my recovery. Kirby is back on the bed I made him. I think he just, yeah, that's what he wants. He wants a bed. Right next to the router where it's warm. Kills lower your reload time. Yeah, that sounds cool. That's a perk. Oh god, I hate the sewers. I really like that though. That's cool. And I love being able to swing through walls. Yeah, health isn't great. Alright, that's cool. That's cool. Alright. Ooh. The music is amazing in this game. My god. Okay. Didn't reach the nuclear throne. Didn't do it. Kirby really loves this scarf bed. Oh, I guess I haven't done it yet. I'm not melee. Oh yeah, bullets. Oh, apparently you can. There's a car you can fix up if you have the screwdriver. But I don't want to carry a screwdriver through the entire game. I got to the level, I think it's 3, stage 3, where the vultures are. Or maybe I got the one after that. You have to really get into a groove with games like this. You know, have all of its routines in the front of your brain so that you can advance. Good. Oh no! That was too soon. I don't understand more. Yes. Already. I want my point doubler. I don't know what that is. I'm using my shield after the threat is passed. I just want to make sure that it works. Make sure, you know, while I'm still in warranty. These scorpions, my goodness. Oh my. My goodness, that's a big beefy scorpion over there. I don't know if he's getting all this fiber. But I will take your bullets. That is seriously like a super... Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh. Okay. Did I get everything? No, I don't want an assault rifle. I'm good with my pea shooter for now. Famous last words. Alright, alright. Yeah, and you can run out of ammo in this game pretty easily. So then you're like completely useless against enemies. And you're like, well, I guess I'll die. Fighting the boss with my pea shooter. Ooh, laser pistol. I don't know why I didn't dodge that. It's like, what do I do? What do I do? Someone had a very interesting look at, maybe it was Eddie Burback or something, had a very interesting look at Troll 2. he like went through the movie so that it added context to the scene that is infamously memed, and doesn't look like a good movie at all. Nothing good about that movie. Nothing about that Troll 2 that makes me want to be like, yeah, I want to watch that. So I'm with Kaz. Why did you torture yourself? I know, Romega, you like to watch movies too. And I know you have a huge bank of movies that you have documented and rated and organized by year. And I think that is cool. I could never do that. I have to spend hours making games analysis videos about video games. That's my nerdery. Ugh. You're a fan of MST3K, yeah. I have found, unfortunately, that I cannot rock the humor of MST3K anymore. I obviously loved it when watched it as a kid, but yeah, what the hell. But growing up, I can't get it. I don't laugh at riff tracks. I don't laugh at. No, I want. Really got to keep the last enemy alive. But yeah, like riff tracks, latter day MST3K, just Jesus, what the hell is that? That is a thing I have never seen before. I don't know what the hell that thing is. Oh my god. Gets more ammo, can roll. Maybe I like that. Maybe I like that. Let's expand my horizon. But yeah, MST3K, unfortunately, I wish I just enjoyed it more because I remember. Well, that went. That was terrifying. Let's like, nope. No, let's stick with this stuff for now. You pretty much don't laugh at anything. Well, you should laugh at more than nothing. That's my opinion. Can we get that in a quote? You should laugh at more than nothing. Oh, yeah. Zap, zap, zap. Game audio? Alright. Don't do that. Hang on. Let's, No. It's good to have those notes, because I can't tell. I'm glad that this game allows you to exit the monitor. Is it output capture? That is not what I was trying to do. But whatever. You're seeing it now. How the stuff is made. The sausage. Oh, I want to do something else. Yeah, there we go. There we go. We got this. Back into it. Okay. Shotgun against one enemy. Boom. No. Okay. Well, whatever. Why aren't you on my schedule? Oh, I gotta kill these guys while it's... Shit. Where is my can of guns? It's around here somewhere. Okay. Now there's no game audio. Or it should be very slight. Okay. Hang on. I didn't need to do that. I just need to go into... What a fun thing. Let's bring this up. Let's get hotkey this too. Alright. Is that better? Is that better? Can we hear anything? I see green streaking across the thing. Maybe I just need to talk into the microphone more directly. You can tell I'm really good at this. Omega, you get it? Did you get it? Do we have audio? We're good? I'm just being reckless. Good. And you should be able to hear my wonderful voice as well. Oh, I got 20 energy. That's convenient. Yeah, you stupid scorpion. Okay. As long as we're good. Also, I moved my microphone, so that's another thing. Alright, if I kill something with a laser, it should sear all the little nasties inside. Like, come on. If I could just be more precise. That's so terrible. Oh. Alright. Take this stupid slug thing and bandit dude. Alright. Alright. Yes. Got you. Yes. Yes. Okay. That was a lot of stuff I killed over here. Higher ammo max, some kills we did. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This game is relentless. It's tough. I'm actually a little surprised I didn't do one of these for my Nth Brieflies years and years ago. Kind of surprised. That's dumb. But I think maybe that was because I hadn't made it that far, so I didn't have a whole lot to say. Even though my videos were only those videos were only 4 minutes long, so you know. Gotcha. I like the screwdriver. Oh god, no. We're doing great. Yeah, lots of enemies in a tight space, very little space to maneuver, and then you run out of ammo. This is Vlambeer, by the way. They are known for their very visually distinct and kinetic games. They did Ridiculous Fishing, which is an amazing game, one of my favorite games for mobile. They also did Luftrausers. They did a couple other ones. They had like they're no longer in operation. They kind of went on the sabbatical, like the band broke up. But they just had a really prolific set of games, and then they were done. It's like, that's cool. That is cool. And if you have a phone, you need to own Ridiculous Fishing, because that game is so good. I bought it twice. I had it for the iPad, and then I bought it again and beat it for Android. Because yes, I did own an iPad for 2 or 3 months. Oh, you fucking scorpions. Fuck you, scorpions. At least I got you on the run. Yeah, they made Luftrausers. Luftrausers. Ooh, SMG. That's pretty cool. Getting that game, I didn't quite grab me, but solid game, solid game. All right, now we're off to the boss again. Shells bounce further, teleportation shielding. Let's do that. SMGs are wasted on the... There was a point where I wanted to do more DOS games, like Dark Forces and that, for my birthday, but then I was like, God, I gotta set up the DOS box, everything to do with DOS box and all the individual windows and stuff. And I didn't heckin' want to, so I didn't. Come on, dude. Yes. But I've got 1 health left. And look at this space here. I just gotta kill all of these dudes. Okay. Alright. We'll do another couple runs of this, because this is going so well. You really have to get into a groove with this game and have its rules all just memorized, and then make better decisions. Yeah. Is there no scorpions in here? You know, using a front end with DOSBox like Defend Reloaded helps quite a bit. Yeah? I wonder how that would interface with OBS, because OBS's big thing is, and I'm sure you've messed with it too, is just setting up the window capture and then making sure that it works. Because I've wanted to... One of the first games I tried out was the original Master of Orion in DOSBox, and that game will not cooperate, which is why I played the remake. I don't want a machine gun. Instead, even though that's more like the second one. The first game is still the best Master of Orion, so that's my hot take of the minute. That's my hot take of the day. Yeah, I think we got it. Alright, off to the boss again. Alright. I really kind of cherish this stream because it allows me to play all these games. It gives me an excuse to. Ooh. Well, if I've got a screwdriver, who cares? But at the same time, I got the boss. Damage taken. Ooh. More HP from medkits. God, there's so many good options here. I like this. I'm glad we agree with our hot takes here. Keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving. This gun might be better against the bandit dude here. Oh yeah. Oh, you fucking goddamn it! I forgot that's something that could happen. I forgot that was something you could kill. You can kill yourself in here on top of all the tight hallways and ammo and I don't know why I did that. You can definitely kill yourself a lot with your own weaponry. So you need some discipline. Need some discipline, need some help. Machine gun, no. No, we're not gonna do that. Boop, boop, boop. Nope. God. Is it wiping my eye? Don't wipe your eye. Don't get teary-eyed in the middle of a game. And then, oh god, no. Maybe. No. Ooh, screwdriver. Oh, that's... I have not appreciated the screwdriver until now. Alright, can we use the grenade launcher without murdering ourselves? That is an excellent question. Oh, so convenient. Oh, I got everything. Great. Great. A higher rate of fire, more HP from medkits, most hit bullets come with plus. Yeah, let's go right now. Slugger. I'm glad we got some weapons right here. Oh yeah, and you can blow up the environment a little bit if you provided you have the. Oh, is that where we're at? One more run. I'm sure there's some meta around those. There's some meta around everything. Of course there freaking is. Shotgun. I'll come back to that, I guess, if I can. Oh, you stupid slug. Fish in a barrel, fish in a barrel. Too late, too late, too late. Too late. Well, this has been great so far. Great run. Great run. Alright, there's the tunnel thing. Let's get our machine gun. Let's wander off into the madness. More speed. Shells. Some kills regenerate ammo. Why not? That's a big freaking... Hey dude, like, die. That's a freaking vicious scorpion in there. All right, one more. One more. I did really good that one run, and I just have not been able to get that, reach that high ever again. That's that. Look at that, like a champ. Like a champ, like a boss. But we got something up here. What do we got? We got a wrench. Ooh, I'm already a fan. Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. Alright, maybe I like melee in here pretty well. Okay, good. Alright. Got all those. Got all those. Alright, one more. Hang on. That's what this game does to you. Just one more time. Hang on. Like, I think I got it now. But then we gotta move on. I mean, alright. We don't have to move on, but I want to move on. There's so many other things on here. Do. Shotgun. How dare I be out of bullets? Oh, I can't get the shotgun, can I? Nope. Nope, that ain't happening. Yes. That's what I want. I feel the cat by my leg. Crinkle, crinkle, crinkle. Let's get into the T-Mobile bag. If I could just stop getting hit or running into the bullets, that'd be really good. What is... Okay, that was bad. That was bad. That's what happened last time. Except I wasn't ready for it. But I was ready for it now. Ooh, crossbow. And a disc gun. Maybe I can use it right this time. It's like CDs flying everywhere. Alright, what else we got? Crossbow, yeah, sure. I think that'd be helpful. I like the intentional, the retro low resolution render look. I think that's rad. Oh shit. No, dude. Let me just back myself out of the corner. Alright, let's go find another gun. I don't have... so that was ammo. Alright. So I don't have any way to get a new gun. Alright, cool. Alright. The soundtrack sounds like something out of Diablo 1. I could not tell you. Let's get out of here. Okay. Well, that was good. That was a good refresh. Oh, yeah. How are we doing? Boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo. Yeah. Very good, very good. Kelly wishing me happy birthday. Thank you, dude. All right. We got a wheel. Did you know that we had this? We have a wheel. We installed a wheel. I actually have to go into not this. Well, maybe this. We'll come back to this. Hang on. I'm gonna adjust something. That's locked. How did that happen? How did that happen? There was like a missing pixel I noticed on the doodly bobber. Okay, so we've already done that. Did I remove it from the thing? Looks like I did. Okay, let's click the button. Here we go. Here we go. What do we got? Oh, we're up for Enter the Gungeon. All right. Let's remove that. All right. We know what we're doing. And this should be fresh in memory because we were just playing this not that long ago. I even got a fancy wheel. Exactly. This is actually the same wheel and website that my trainer used at USAA 5 years ago while we were in training. And Robin, welcome. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. It's still evening there. Good to see you drop in. Okay, so let's boot up. Let's boot up. Why did I close? No, Steam is. I hate. What the fuck? Why is Steam? Do. I don't even know if Fat's in the stream. Is Fat in the stream? Who even knows? And if you want to hang out in the chatter box, I'm in the chatter box, so we can chat on the Discord. And if you go to twitter.com or twitch.tv, you can find out exactly when I'm streaming because I will be streaming. All right, here we go. Enter the Gungeon. Boom. Boom. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, the quick play. I have put so much time to this game just because of the quick play. So you get to... I've already partially forgotten everything. With the quick play, you can just be like, hey, I want to play Enter the Gungeon, and I want to hop in immediately. And then you can do it. You can just be playing inside of 30 seconds. It's so cool. And I think this has a better... I don't know if it's real or imagined, but it seems to have a better, like, first run. Like, the first run seems easier, but maybe that's just me coming off Nuclear Throne, which is a lot more brutal. So, Robin, we've got a random wheel. We spin it around. We're gonna play some stuff. I might commentate on some stuff. Who knows? It's a random day. I tried playing Severed Steel and that did not perform well for the stream, so that's a bummer. But we've got a bunch of other things to look at today that we're playing in 45 to 60-minute chunks. And this should carry us on to our first break. Oh my god, I get it. Dinosaur. Fossilized gun. Didn't we have so much fun? Shit. That's the wrong part of the controller. Like, just barely. Didn't we have a lot of fun when we played this for 4 hours the other day? I had a lot of fun. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, that was so good. Oh, that was so good. There's got to be some, like, dying going on. My god. Wow. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's so beautiful. I really burned up this library. Look at it. I can't even remember what this first zone is. Gotcha, sucker. Oh, these... I hate these guys, the geometry ones. Did you miss anything good? Not just me dying a whole bunch. I did explain the format change, but you already know all about that. And otherwise, it's been kind of chill, really. I mean, that's the whole freaking point of today. Is just play a bunch of... This is an excuse for me to play a whole bunch of games I haven't played in a while. And so I just threw them in the wheel. I don't like mages either. The geometry boys. This is like Geometry Wars. There's two of my least favorite enemies right next to each other, and I get to liquidate them. I think that's putting it charitably, Kaz. I was schwacked by that game. Empty. Is that a thing I can do? How did... I didn't really intend it like that, but I guess so. Because I got Hades in the list. I've got not Into the Breach, although that would be a pretty good option too. Maybe not for stream, I don't know. But Into the Breach, FTL is in here, Dead Cells is in here. Am I? Well, look at me dying right now because of the stupid freaking dinosaur head. And I know I can switch guns. I know I can. How many hours have I put into this game? Like 60 almost? Hades is amazing. And I have not completed one cycle of it yet. So there's gonna be a lot of like commentary on the stop smashing buttons. It's like I can't help myself. I can't help myself. I have to keep mashing buttons. It is Into the Breach is definitely a little. It's too much. It's too much for me when I'm not streaming. And that game is, you know, that game forecasts what every single enemy is going to do, and it's still difficult. I've at least gone through and beaten that once, but I haven't done anything beyond that because you're supposed to beat it like a couple times so you can get through the whole island, the whole landmass, and so you can beat it on easy, relatively easy, but tactics games might be good though if you involve chat in your decisions. Yeah. I think there's like a critical threshold when it comes to that though, when it's like, you know, when it's the couple of us in here, there's not a critical mass where it's like, yeah, you should do this, and then you have to get really involved, and that's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask. Like I remember the first green room, I'm sitting there playing XCOM, and just kind of got tiring of asking people for names after a while. All right, we got 10 new soldiers. What names are we doing? What do we got? All right, I guess I'll just make them all up because that just gets tiring. Oh, and Robin, you missed my scarf. I got it. Or maybe you didn't. When I switch back, I'll show you the switchbacks scarf, because we have a local football team, and they're the Switchbacks, and they won against their opponent last night, because my friends took me out for a football game. Where's the last guy? I guess that was And I got a scarf. They had one last one. Well, let's not pick the chest yet. So Kirby's been using that as his bed, essentially, as he's been kind of wandering back and forth, doing whatever. I'm just kind of gradually building a bigger and bigger bed for him on my desk here. I think this is his desk and I'm borrowing it. No, I'm doing the proper football, not hand egg. The football you're familiar with. I need to scoot a little closer. That's better. Oh, that's better. Also, sports. Sports is great. Let's reload the gun. That's a good idea. Yeah, so we're going to have breaks up here in a little bit. We are going to have a lunch break. That's a little bit longer so I can take care of the critters. Make sure they're good. So, I'm going to take care of myself. And then the next green room after this will be not this Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. Soon this is just going to be Kirby being Kirby. This is the Kirby Zone. Kirby TV. Yeah, and look how much space you have in here versus Nuclear Throne. Do you have to walk the dog? I don't have to walk the dog. I mean, I kind of just end up walking the dog inevitably. Yeah, that's true. I was going to put his bed in front of the camera. It's like, man, that would get annoying. I mean, I know you guys, Kirby is so much more fun to look at. Oh, the alphabet gun. Oh my god. Yep. We're doing it. So cool. This gun is so cool. Alright, where are we at? Oh, we gotta come down here. Yes, exactly. Yep. Taking care of the critters, making sure they're all good and set up and content. While Dad talks to no one. Oh god. Do I have a key? I have a key. Vulcan cannon. Heck yeah. I still got my armor. Maybe it's because I'm not thinking of it. Did I get everywhere? I sure did. Let's go to the boss. You walked your dog thrice? Wow, that is a commitment. That was so quick. I'm sure our pets are used to us humans just talking to no one by now. Yeah, it's the future. You know? There's no dog school training or cat school training about how to handle your handler. How to handle your handler. And them talking to what may be a wall. And not offering you treats and stuff like that. And I didn't use Zoom as much as like some other people who are working, you know, full-time jobs in an office that got sent home to do all that. But with streaming in that, and some of the calls I did end up getting on, yeah, they had to adapt pretty quick. Yes, and ammo. Oh yeah, that was replenishing. Heck yeah. Eyeball guns. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh god. I kind of like the idea of just having a smattering of games to choose from, and then just having, you know, RNG. I should really switch guns. Really? Oh yeah, yeah. Let's use the bullets. Randomly selecting stuff versus coming in with just one game. I think that's a pretty cool thing. Oh no. Can't you just talk to the bullets? I know. Microsoft Teams. There was I can't remember who was talking about it, but with the Windows 11 reveal this past week, they're integrating Teams, as I understand it, and there were people who were like, so what about Skype? You know, that company you spent $8 billion on. And I use Skype for the forum to bring in everyone, and everyone's like, Skype? I haven't used Skype in years. And it's so weird that they developed Teams rather than like augmenting Skype. I don't know. Yeah, it might be a good format for the green room. I'm thinking so. I really am. Just like have a persistent list of stuff to play, and then maybe not like the whole stream. Well, we're going to the shorter format anyway. We'll have to operate. Just stand over. It did work. Take that, Medical Academy. Yes, it would be a pain to test all of the games, so it would have to be from an approved list, essentially. And that was the bummer, because I really wanted to play Severed Steel right off the bat. But as soon as I got into the game, the frame, even though the game ran fine on my primary monitor, going into OBS and then streaming out was awful, like single-digit frame rates, and you'll see that in the VOD. It was really bad, and that was a bummer because I really wanted to play that live. But that said, we did work around it. I was mentioning earlier how I wanted to. There was an iteration of this a while ago where I was going to do more DOS games, like Star Wars, like Dark Forces, stuff like that, and but DOS box games are even tougher to set up. You have, like, setting up DOS box games, you have to kind of set up your own scene for each game for convenience. And I didn't want to do all that. So you have to change the window, and if you're playing more than one DOS box game, yeah, it's just a pain in the butt. So I have a lot of stuff. I do want a key, because who knows? Oh, that's the gun muncher. I don't like that. I don't like the gun muncher. Setting up stuff for OBS sometimes is really... You just never know. Streaming is fun. That said, Yeah, don't want to spend your days troubleshooting just to prepare for your birthday stream. I know, that was exactly my thought. It's like, well, and I spent, I don't know, like 5-10 minutes trying to figure it out here before I was like, you know what, let's just move on. My dream, actually, is to do the 2 computer stream setup, so I can just audio video the game out of one computer into the other computer, so that the stream machine, all it has to do is just take the raw video feed and do it that way. Like, you could even do that with a lighter machine. You know, you can have your fire-breathing dragon be the game machine, and then just have a lesser machine, like the one I'm playing on now, serve as the streaming machine, because it's not going to require that much juice to push stuff out. And even at its worst, I think OBS is only taking up like 15-16% CPU, so hardly any horsepower out. But that's the dream of the 2 computer solution, is that the game is not then, the computer's not having to then do all the hard work of pushing the game and then OBS as well. So that's the don't get, why am I oh, I'm stuck on an enemy. I don't like how the camera sometimes hangs on a corner or a wall or whatever. That was really cool. That was really cool. I know I've seen that enemy before. And of course I put, you know, like 12 games into the wheel, so, you know, testing 12 different games is, I mean, granted, I have played a number of these games already, so I know that they'll be good. But, you know, yeah, don't expose yourself to weakness if you don't have to. That's already been here. Where are we at? What have we not done? Oh, we're gonna come up here. And we will buy a heart, I think. I call those guys the torpedoes. I don't know why. What is this? Infuriating no. Oh, that's from the guy who steals your stuff. Oh my god. Yesterday at the game, after the game, I brought cough drops to handle the cough as I was going through, and it got me through. I wasn't dying, but I was also doing the stupid thing of like yelling and screaming and cheering, especially as our game in the first half we were down 1-0, and then in the second half we picked up 3 points, and so that was a lot of cheering and light shows and stuff like that, and that was great, except I couldn't barely talk afterward. So I woke up this morning even, and I was like, am I gonna even be able to do? Am I even gonna be able to do the show? Have I worn myself out? Have I bitten off more than I can chew? And the answer is no, because you know, I'm a professional here. So I'm a professional YouTuber now. Oh, don't fall into the pit. Don't fall into the pit. Yes, yes. We got it. We got it. We got it. Ugh. Yeah, I kind of just sounded like this afterward. It just sound really gravelly. Yeah, I am super professional. I got my degree at YouTube University. I've never quite figured out what this room is. I know you can make, you know, sacrifices or donations. And alright, now we're back to this room. That was a detour. Alright, we got the Vulcan cannon, Marine sidearm. Alright, chat. I need your help. Do we throw the lowercase r and the Vulcan cannon into the gun muncher? I don't know if... I don't think it's YouTube University. I think it's YouTube Academy, and they give you like pointers and stuff through the YouTube Studio. So, I mean, that they help you understand SEO and keyword searches and stuff. I'm hearing a yes from Robin. Kaz, do you have any thoughts? I don't know if Romega's still hanging out. Send some guns into the gun muncher. Because my luck, it's gonna give me like garbage. Alright, we're just gonna do it. Feed current gun. Yep. Here we go. I love the animation. Love the animation in this game. Hot new gun. Wow, what is this? Zilla shotgun. Quadruple the fun. My god, that looks delicious. And now... I temporarily lost control of my controller for a second there. Alright, let's see. Where are we going? Not into this menu. Sounds good. Alright, here we go. Let's take down the next boss with this thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is the game bugging out a little? Door Lord. Okay. Okay, that's intense. That went well. That went really well. Alright, let's give it another run. Alright, let's do the thing. I'm glad these guys kind of just push you around. They're not total jerks. Yeah, that gun sucked. I don't like the gun launcher at all. That was really good for, you know, crowd control, but against a single overwhelming boss, no dice. I thought it would be something a lot cooler. Alright, let's get up here. That's alright. You guys want to show up. Alright. Take all you guys down. Oh, of course you would spawn one of these guys. Perfect. And hey, I got some health. Wonder if that actually does. Okay. I wonder if that actually does pop in when I need it later on. Automatically. I remember seeing those a bunch in the Enter the Gungeon stream, but I wasn't paying attention to how any of that worked. Okay, where are we going? Alright, so that's there. Here we go. I just love the trash and books and graffiti and stuff like that. The nonsense, essentially. Do. I'm just breaking up all this stuff. Apparently, as you move along, there's like a better chance of finding stuff in here. But, I don't know. I never do. Got you. I got you. Take that, you stupid grenade. Robin, have you bought this yet? This seems like it's very cute and interesting to you. Because it's cute and interesting to everyone. Your arm hurts from the vaccine shot? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much? I remember when the first one was like a, I don't know, like a 2 or a 3. The night I got it, I didn't even feel the syringe. I didn't feel it go in at all. I thought like maybe I'd been duped or something like. But then the next day I felt that pain in the arm. I'm like, nope, he got me. He got me. Well, you should get this game. And I know you can play with keyboard mouse, but I think controller is better. Seven out of 10. Wow, that's hardcore. That's hardcore. Well, I hate to say it, but it's usually the second shot where that's when you go down for the count. And thankfully, and hopefully, your arm feels better by tomorrow at least. I mean, it shouldn't put you out of commission, but I'm no doctor, and obviously everyone's different. So I can only speak anecdotally. Didn't feel the syringe either. It hurts like a sprained muscle or bruise when I move. Yeah. Yep. It reminds me a lot of like a running injury or something, but for my arm. Angry bullets. I don't know what that is. Doesn't matter because I don't have enough stuff for it anyway. And I've got a key. Well, that's dandy. Where are we going? Here. Okay, maybe not 7 out of 10, 3 out of 10 if I'm going to compare my pain to pain my girlfriend's got. Yeah. It's hard to make that comparison. I understand, yes. It's like, oh no, my arm. Yeah, well, guess what I have to go through every month? Like, fair point. Ooh, green chest. Tempting to come back to that, but chances are there'll be some really cool one. Okay, take care of you. I love the Rambo bullets with the head bandana scarf things. The other thing about it's probably not a negative, but in switching the formats to randomized games, obviously you can't really well, even just playing it for a shorter period of time, is not being able to really do strategy games, like we were talking about earlier with Into the Breach and stuff like that. And that's probably okay. This game is on my list of things I'd like to play, but the list is long and the backlog longer. Yeah, that's why this was a really cool excuse to both be a stream, be a birthday fun thing, and force me to play games I haven't played in a while. Did I not get... I didn't get a single gun. Alright, we gotta go back to the chest and get that chest, because I'm not going in there with my pea shooter. I mean, I can, but... Wait. That wasn't even a gun. Well, looks like we're going in there with our pea shooter. That's fine. No big deal. Who do we got? The twins. Oh, this will be great. This sucks. I hate it when you don't get a gun. Anything to switch to. Just gotta whittle away at you with my pea shooter while ads start to fill the space. At least the pea shooter's got range and accuracy, so that's pretty cool. And I got that too. I'm doing a pretty good job whittling at these things. Alright, so you're good. I'm being forced to use my blanks. Shit. Hitting the wrong buttons. Yes! But it's fun to have days like this where you just play a bunch of different things for an hour or two with no intention or pressure to finish. Yeah! Exactly. Exactly. Get some health. I got, what is it, AK-47 here? JK-47? Well, I'm glad I'm doing a good job. Alright, let's sneak in here. Let's do this thing. Shit. I don't even know how you're... Oh, I don't appreciate that at all. Okay. Alright. That's cool. That's cool. Let's look at the, I know I've got some stuff. Let's go to the breach. Let's see if we can buy some things. Wait, this is a tutorial. Don't need that. Welcome, welcome. Devolver. I don't know what a devolver is. Bye. Nice. Nice. I agree. I'm totally out of, stuff here. Amusement is a prime currency when thee liveth eternally in a gun-filled dungeon. Nice. Nice. Here's the shop. A little holographic projection. That's pretty rad. Okay. And I haven't unlocked this yet, so whatever. No big deal. What do you got? Looks like you're finished. You finished. Couldn't have done a better job myself. Mighty hunting friend. I don't know. But the hunt goes on. A challenge fit for a gallant knight. A duel to the death with the dreaded gun nut. Best 25 in righteous combat and return with the favor of your peers. I guess I finished a quest for this dude and didn't realize it. Looks like you still got some work to do in case you forgot. 25 gun nuts. I can't remember what those look like. Let's look at the Ammonomicon. Devolver. Mimic tooth necklace. Alright, so there's our enemies. Where's our gun nuts? Get him! That's great. No. Big bat bullet. Which one's the gun nut? Wait, was that Fearful Cemetery? Yep. Mages. No accident. Trouble vision. Dark Knight. Weak link. Set spiders to gun. I guess all of them are? I know, aren't they? They're really cool. Well, let's see what those like. We're obviously not going to get to the gun there, but do we have? This is where all the dinky guns are. I wonder if some of these are ones that I've unlocked but haven't actually gotten. Which makes sense. It does. Yeah, fuck you. Quadruple the fun. The Zilla shotgun. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. Names are on the top. The one in the middle is flavor text. Shotgun. Derp. Sniper shell. Alright, well, we're not gonna go through all these again unless we do. Okay. Alright, let's come back to main screen. Hey, how you doing? It's still afternoon here. It's only 2 o'clock. My goodness. Well, it's 2 o'clock here. Go figure. Do what, you gotta do. Let's get out of this menu. We're gonna go to break. In like 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, whatever. Don't leave. Hang around. Be one with us here in the green room on our last huge big ones. They should have given the names the big bright background, not the flavor text. You are absolutely 100% correct. 100% correct. So, we're gonna spend. Oh, good stretch. Oh, that feels good. Yeah. Stretch yourselves out. Refresh yourself. I need another Guinness. Yeah, just let's go to break. We'll come back. And get in the stream if you're not in the stream. Which obviously you wouldn't hear if you're not in the stream anyway. Alright, buzzy time. All right, we are back. Welcome everybody. All right. We just passed the 100 messages. It's pretty great. I dumped a picture from yesterday's festivities into the Discord. So you can see me with my new switchback scarves. Actually, I can even show you it here since Kirby's not taking advantage of it. I was wearing it at the top of the hour when I started, but obviously it got warm. So I got an end here. Shows more of the logo. Whatever. You understand. Switchbacks. So I got my scarf. I'm gonna do boo. I look very European. Yeah. I'm sure there's procedure on that. Thank you. Yeah. My friends had some, and this was they had one left at the gift shop. So it was like, it was meant to be. It's meant to be. And temporarily, it will be Kirby's bed when he comes up on the desk, which is his desk. This is his desk now. I just use it. I borrow it from him. We're about to get to the wheel again. You have missed the entire wheel conceit. We've got everything loaded up in a wheel. And I did replenish my Guinness, although I'm... Whew. Good stuff. Good stuff. No, Switchback's the Colorado Springs soccer team. I went to Widener Field yesterday with some friends, watched my first football game, and that was a blast. And we won. We won 3-1. So soccer matches are not that long. Or maybe it's a league thing. I don't know. Let us bring up the wheel. And let's get into our next activity. What do we got? Let's switch over to the wheel mode. You have dishonored the chat. I'm sure they missed my confusion and non-ability to read social cues. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Let's see what we're doing next. Good sound, good sound. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, we're going for another. I really loaded this up with some I really did load this up with some roguelikes. Alright, let's bring the thing up. Let's see. I don't think I've ever... no, I haven't played this one. Yeah, a friend of mine got me Hades when I was in a really tough time, and I remember I was one of the couple people that went to Rain, and I'm like, Rain, you gotta play this game, and then he started playing it, and he's so much better at just video games than I am, so I got really discouraged about playing it. But let's bring up Steam. It truly is roguelike bullet hell day. You are correct. And then we've got FTL still in there, and FTL, Dead Cells. I think we're gonna get through it all. I think we are. It's your birthday. Blame the game. Yeah, whatever. I've got Hades up here. Yeah, DirectX. That's the game I want to play. Let's make sure that this works. Yep, just fine. 8 or 9 months. Worth going just for the story with easy mode on. Yeah, that's I don't remember what I have this set for. I really don't. That is loud. Let me know if that's loud for you. I'm actually gonna have to turn this thing down. Master volume. What? God mode? Huh. Instantly makes you tougher, more so whenever you die. We'll skip on that for now, but that's worth going through. Because I do want to, you know, like, get through the story. 39 attempts, over 3,000 darkness, and the last time I played was 3 months ago. All right, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. 3/14 is actually your birthday. A friend of mine is on the 22nd of March. So you get like Pie Day and Cake Day. This is the Lance is my favorite. Gauntlets. I'm so glad it has this tutorial like introduction thing. Yeah, take that. Yeah, what the heck? Why not? I love the art in this game so much.
Is inescapable. If you think otherwise, why then don't let me stop you.
He's such a jerk, dude. Thank you, Joseph. This game is so good. I'm a big fan of the Zeus ones. Attack is stronger. I just love that this game is so easy to get back into because it tells you what stuff is. It's amazing. But I use my attack because I'm a button masher. Well, I'm glad that's going. And apparently they did not ever crunch on this game either. You know, people got to take vacations. They were treated humanely and really worked out. And it's like, that's cool as hell. Let's gain some more of that. Alright. Let's get some more of these. Shit. Why did I wait till now? Why didn't I hit the pause button? Okay. So good. Boom. Special becomes a charge shot. Nice. Special dash strike. I like that. I don't think I've seen. I think I've only seen the first episode of this. I've seen I think I was trying to avoid the spoilers for this game, but I did watch when Giant Bomb gave them a camera to film them creating Bastion. I thought that was really cool. And it makes me really kind of miss the edited content of Giant Bomb, because all the people who were doing all that stuff at Giant Bomb wound up leaving to do all their own side projects, Kickstarter, stuff like that. Like Drew. And then now Nextlander. I don't like that one. But I love no-clip documentaries. I've definitely sourced them for information. It would be my dream at some point to have like that kind of access to be able to talk to developers. You know, fly around the country or do Zoom calls or what have you. Because it's really cool to chat with Matt Larrabee of Greylock when he was working on Impact, which is now Severed Steel. But, you know, it's just a different kind of content. Oh, yes! Yes! I like this one. He sure is. I want some of that. Get my palm. My tax is a 42. Let's go for more of the death. Got you. Got you too, sucker. What do we got? What do we got? Thanks, Zag. Yeah, let's do that. I could sell it later if I don't like it. The action just feels so solid. It's so good. And the camera following you around is amazing as well. Just get a real sense of what's going on and where you're at. Stupid crystals. Get an extra key. What do we got? What do we got? Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I like that too. There's more of these. I'll get out of the way of those things. Those guys suck. Just excellent showmanship. Communicating everything as needed. And the music. I could sing praises of this game forever. Yes. Yes. Dash damages foes. Cool. Does that replace it? I guess I just get both of them. Give me all your money. Zelda style. Oh, this is for some nectar here. If you just listen to the sounds that he's making, it kind of sounds like a new metal band from 20 years ago. Yay! Learn more by collecting more of this stuff. Undiscovered. So much undiscovered. I've only played Bastion. So I haven't played Transistor or Pyre. And Bastion, not like that game was hard for me to really come to terms with the perspective stuff. I really felt disoriented in its space, and I can't quite figure out why. But I was really, really impressed with it. Uh-huh. Gotcha. You gave your first nectar to Achilles? Achilles is such a dork. I mean, so many of these gods are such a dork. Such dorks here. It's interesting going back to Bastion now after playing the game. It comes from such a different era. That game was really a highlight of like Xbox 360 Summer of Arcade. I think they were actually in the first one. But back when most games were still sold at retail, they were really pushing, online games. Downloadable games, stuff like that. Yeah, Hades is a jerk. And I was honestly, some of my favorite games on the 360 were Xbox Live Arcade games. Geometry Wars 2. Geometry Wars 2, Marble Blast Ultra. I think between those two games, I have the most amount of time with. There were definitely Fez, E4, Every Extend Extra Extreme. There's so many good games, and they've carried on now, and I just love it. I love how they changed arcade on the 360 to the new consoles, and it's just kind of a default. It says health. That's a boon. Let's take the palm. Yes. Love that. Health is fine. That's good. We can break around some urns. So I was actually watching it's Innuendo Studios, and it's an older video, but what is it called? But Innuendo Studios did a video about Phil Fish. It's like, this is Phil Fish, and they talk about him being a dick, and he really puts it in perspective, and it is amazing. It's kind of a back and forth. Like, Phil Fish is a dick, but then the internet responds to him poorly, and then it just creates this cycle. And I had kind of totally forgotten that it's been almost 10 years since he canceled Fez 2, and we never saw it, and I don't even know what he's been doing since. I wanna, not for review per se, but I really want to get Game Pass so I can play Psychonauts, because that's out here in the next month. 2 months, I guess. Ads. This is where my game fighting, game playing strength and weakness. Oh, that was easy enough. Don't be a dick, yeah. Yeah, I felt bad for his devs, definitely. You know, the people who really didn't need that kind of feedback, but I mean, that's kind of goes with the territory. What's up, Smirky? How you doing, buddy? I'm having a grand old time. How you doing? We got a fun little game you can see here where we're spinning a wheel and playing random games every hour or so. First try, I know. I'm so happy. Sometimes I have to do the whatever it's called, the getting my health back thing. I always use this one. No, I always actually use this one to get the better Zeus drops, but I've been getting pretty good drops, so no big deal. Did you send me a present? I'm gonna have to check my email then. Let me double check. But yeah, don't be a dick. I am certainly a dick. Trust me. From time to time, but I try not to. Phil Fish is just another level. Oh, Smirky, thank you. You got me starbound. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Thank you. I really want to dive into that. That and, yeah, I just... Yes! Oh. Cool, we're going to play that on a future Green Room. And again, we're changing the Green Room format. And we're going to be doing shorter periods of time on Tuesdays. And we're going to play just, just play for a long chat with more. And if you guys want to hop in the chatterbox on Discord, I am in the chatterbox. You can hop on the stream here and we'll chat too while I play some games. So thanks again, Smirking. Absolutely. I don't know what your schedule's like. If you want to hang around. And I love seeing you in the chat. But otherwise, I am streaming 9 hours today. So, you do you, and thank you. What do we got? What am I getting rid of? No, I don't want to get rid of any of that. I can dash into a wall, though. This next section with the lava really fucks me up. I like that. And I like that. Bump-a-dum-bump. Closer to the... Here we go. Going up the ramp. It's like going to a theme park, except you're in hell. Gosh, it's not technically hell. I guess it's the underworld. I don't want that. I like my health. Yeah, I love being like just slightly off and getting... I'm not changing the names on Twitch because I'm switching the game every hour. So... I think it's just set for general gaming or something like that. Alright, let's get over here. Yeah, so we've already played... It's just been a whirlwind. Enter the Gungeon. And before that, we were playing that other game. Nuclear Throne. They just kind of blended together there. See, look at him just. Yeah, I remember I was telling you about Nuclear Throne. It's like, hey, Nuclear Throne. It's this early access thingy, and you should check it out. And that game beat me up today. That game kicked my ass. But also, I haven't played in an age. These guys suck. Enter the nuclear Hades. That's a poster that needs to be made. I didn't get into Binding of Isaac. I know that's your jam, but I just didn't. And I love Super Meat Boy. I don't know if I can. I don't know if maybe it's just the was it 4-way directional stuff. Like I guess I don't have a nostalgia for NES era games because I didn't have an NES. So that like sliding screen to screen thing, I don't know, it just doesn't really. And then the subject matter being so grim, I don't know. Yeah, eat shit. Get out of the lava. There we go. Same here, loved Meat Boy. Isaac never clicked for me. Yeah, but I know as I understand it, it's an incredible game. Yes, I want that. And I've got some. I don't really need moves. Yes, I do. Famous last words. Yeah, let's go with Speedier. Your daughters love Binding of Isaac? Well, that's cool. I just gotta get out of the way. And yes, I am totally, like, not much better than button mashing my way through this, so, you know. Yeah, get out of here, Gorgon Head. Let's see. After you dash, just before getting hit, a bolt strikes. That's kind of like Zeus's thing, right? Oh, it is a Zeus thing. These are Zeus things. I like that. I like that. Let's get more darkness. Give me that darkness. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Play the baby game. Yeah. I have some pretty decent button mashing. That's why I kind of rely on dash and attack versus cast and special, is that I just mash A and X and it just works. And the game lets me to some extent. Alright, where is... Ah, you're up here. The Hydra's a pain in the butt to do it that way, though. I'm gonna watch while you play Final Fantasy 14. All right, man. All right, man. I don't want to sell anything. What I'm gonna do is you're gonna be like right in the middle of something very important. I'm gonna be like, Smarky, come on, man, come on, get over here right now. I know. Yeah. I haven't had... I know the addiction of MMOs, and I think it's for the best that I haven't had it since basically Minecraft. Because when you play Minecraft, you know, on a really good server, especially with friends, it is like playing an MMO. And I have put thousands of hours into Minecraft. You gotta get that Final Fantasy 14 Nightfall, bro. Let's go to the shop. Why not? Man, don't you remember when 14 came out? I remember the game trailers review, and it was freaking brutal. Yes. No Clip's documentary about how they redid Final Fantasy 14 is incredible. Like the amount of micromanagement that they did to get that game back on track is freaking nuts. They did an amazing job turning that game around, and I haven't even played it. Cast. Yes. I like that. And yeah, we can always use more keys.
Cheers, mate.
Always use more keys. I need a drink. I have read that there are definitely some roilings in World of Warcraft because that game has gotten so old that they've sailed well past the innovator's dilemma. Like, how do you innovate this game now that's 17 years old? Like, I think EverQuest is still... You can still go out and play EverQuest. Oh, Nyx. This is where my button mashing is not as ideal. Here you go. Alright, here we go. I gotta get out of the lava, that's what I gotta do. First try, holy crap. Oh, wow. Wow. They must have made the game easier. Yeah, just for reference, guys, I didn't really get into gaming until 96. So, it was, and then that was PC games. So, like, I missed all the Final Fantasy stuff. Like my first role playing game was Morrowind. That's everything. Oh yeah. This is only my third or fourth time in Elysium. Morrowind. I really want to play Morrowind again, but I don't know. I think that's too much time. Why the fuck did I do that? I'm an idiot. Oh, I didn't. It prevented me. On we go. Never owned a console until Xbox. That was kind of me. We had a Super Nintendo in '94, but we played a lot of platformers. So not like really I mean, we had Donkey Kong Country, Star Fox, some of those ones, but all the other ones that are kind of critically praised, the Chrono Trigger, Chrono stuff. A lot of the stuff that's in the NES, SNES collection, didn't play those. Yes, I do. Yes, I do know that. Palm or Zeus? Let's go with Zeus. Now I'm just mashing buttons. I got it. I do want to build my reputation, so let's give you some nectar, bro. Yeah, so SNES was great, but we played pretty much just platformers, and then a lot of franchise platformers at that. I played the Stargate game. Robin, thank you so much for hopping in. It's good to see you. It's always good to see you. So I'll see you around in the Discord, and have a good night. Have a good night. Yes, we got a lot to talk about with Zeus. All right, what do we got? Ooh, I like Jolt. Alright, we're going here. Flame wheels. Fuck those things. Fuck. Take that. But the thing is, when I was playing SNES, and I mentioned it in this upcoming review that none of you have seen yet because I haven't made it. But I mentioned a lot how in the mid '90s PC gaming was coming to a point where it was distinguishing itself in such a huge way from console games, and I fell in love with PC gaming, and then that kind of led to that essentially led to the Xbox, because there was nothing like Age of Empires or TIE Fighter on the consoles. It was just couldn't be done. SimCity 2000, Master of Orion, stuff like that couldn't be done on a console. Yeah, get out. This is my haunt. Oh shit. Let's go to the shop. Yeah. There was Wing Commander on the SNES. There was a game on the SNES that played that was called Warp Speed. That I think it was kind of the same. I remember playing a ROM for that about 20 years ago, and that game didn't make any sense. Boons of Artemis. What you got? Critical damage. Yeah, freaking Kayron. I love you, dude. Got my nephew playing Sonic Mania now. Is playing it, but for obvious reason, that space has been occupied by a 5-year-old. Sure. You remember Light Warp Speed? I remember playing it, not understanding what the heck was going on, and then moving on. More range. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Thank you, Fountain. I don't want Poseidon. I'll get this. And that's the challenge thing. Yeah, I wanted to rent Warp Speed, but the little local rental store that I saw it at was rented out of it, and never got it in, and we never went back to that place, so never did play it. I'll take your coins. Warp Speed was an updated version of Star Raiders, but more confusing and ugly. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got. I never really got into Final Fantasy. My friends loved it, I'm assuming, but I was more into Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, I can see that too. We're gonna have to do that. So do I want that? I want progress. That's what I want. Thanatos. Oh yes, the trial.
You have the butterfly I gave to you. Stay back then, and it'll make you stronger once I've finished here. I'll make this quick.
Oh, down here. Yes. Look at me bouncing off the walls here. Thanatos, you can't win. Did I get it? Perfect. Love them both. There you go. That's the spirit. Alright, let's go talk to Thanatos. Of course I did. Because I am just a chaos orb. Where did he go? There you are.
Still running from yourself. should be ashamed of yourself and learn your place.
Oh. That was mean. No, I can't die. I can't die yet. Alright, what do I need? Oh, I need this thing. Yes. Now I can go do the thing. Let's go for the palm. No dying. No dying. Yes. Alright, where's the dude? Where you at?
Delicious.
Yes. Definitely possible, and I don't envy anyone who was into the franchise or not. I just did not like turn-based combat back then, unless it was Pokemon on the Game Boy. Also, you were 10, yeah. But then I fell in love with XCOM. I used to watch my dad play a lot of games, and it's getting really dark in here. We should plug in the lights. Heck yeah. Let's get that green going on, whichever one is green. There we go. Now we're in the green room. I think it's because it's like dark out. The weather's been particularly not the greatest. Let's go to the shop. Yeah, so I'd watch my dad play XCOM and X-Wing and all that stuff. That's the palm. Must have been nice to have a dad who played a lot of video games. He didn't play a lot of video. He played a lot of PC games, so that kind of steered what I was really interested in. I remember because he really was not a fan of consoles at all. And I remember when I got my Xbox, we played the original Halo co-op. And when I came home from college over the holidays, he'd be like, "Hey, bring your Xbox with you so we can play some Halo co-op." I'm like, "Sure, yeah, we can do that." And we had original Game Boys too. Oh, this is where I usually die. I've only beaten this once. Yeah, the Angry Video Game Nerd went over the Game Boy, the Spider-Man game, the first one, the original, and I thought I was just bad at games. That game just genuinely sucks, like in a way that I could not imagine. Death defied. All right. Well, we're getting close. Alright, we're coming toward the end here. I can feel it. Yeah, Theseus in the Minotaur. I beat it once on the very first round through, and haven't beaten it since. Dick Tracy on the NES. Oh my god, there were some pretty terrible games back then.
I can't believe you took on the Minotaur. No way.
I love Hypnos.
Here, everyone knows that he's unstoppable, especially me. Hey, next you run into him, could you get his autograph for me?
No.
Like, fuck you, Hypnos.
Tell me something, boy. Did you enjoy the searing heat of Asphodel? You must have thought that you'd be more resilient to it.
I'm open to a change of climate, even if it gets a bit uncomfortable.
You know nothing of discomfort yet. Making it out of Tartarus is nothing in comparison to what lies ahead for you.
The amount of writing in this game must have been insane.
Looking forward to it. Access to the administrative chamber, huh?
I don't have enough anything. Oh yeah, you gotta diamond. You gotta get pretty far. I thought it was when you got through Asphodel, but I don't.
New piece there.
It is not music hour yet.
It is now.
You have returned.
I have
Nix, can you tell me more about my birth mother? Anything at all?
the Bionic Commando.
Like when we first met. What did you think of her?
Your birth mother left a strong impression on us, child. It was
So I didn't find out until like a long time ago that,
she brought with her
well, a long time after I'd played this, that all of these portraits are actually 3D models and not hand drawn, which I originally thought they were.
many of her finer qualities.
And because I was like super impressed, I have been super impressed with these portraits, but them being 3D models is like, that's also very impressive too.
Such as abandoning her family members? Why did she...
The rendering is amazing.
Please, you must not ask such things of me. I swore a binding oath never to say. I have already circumvented it as much as can be done. Go find her, child. Then you shall understand.
I trust you, Mix. I do.
But that was then and this is now, and we have work to do. Anyway, Thin, I think we'd best continue this discussion at some other time.
You're interrupting private conversations, Agrius. Leave us.
He's got a real Walton Simons vibe. I don't like him.
Oh, let him stay if that's what he wants. What does it matter? He's technically allowed within these halls, but he must know he isn't welcome anymore.
Oh, that's mean. You guys are mean.
Dusted the halls,
Let's talk a Dusa.
dusted the sconces, dusted the doorknobs, dusted the chairs.
Good job, Dusa. Using Twitch on both computers? Yeah. Let's put in our points so we can update. Dusa is amazing. I love Dusa. And Olympian favors all I can afford.
I need more darkness. All right,
Don't we all?
can't sleep.
Alright, and then we're back here. Awesome. Let's go go back to the wheel thing. Let's get out of this thing. We'll do one more spin on here. And then we'll be at break. So let's see what we got. We'll get out of Hades here. Yes, that is very well and good. Cool. All right. I bet it's another roguelike. That's cool. What do we got? Thank you, everyone. Thank you. You guys are great. Thanks for hanging out with me today. You could be doing anything else, like playing Final Fantasy XIV, even though you can have that in the background listening to me. But you're hanging out with me on my birthday, and I think that's just really cool. I think we can even turn this thing on. Yeah, Robin was Robin was attracting those roguelites. There we go. There we go. Now you can see me. Yes, you do both. You are a multitasker. Let's go to the wheel. We're gonna bring up the wheel. All right, are we ready? Any calling any shots? Is there anything you want? Fuck. Of course, you'd want me to do the ASMR. Yes, so you're listening to the interview ASMR. Camera cable reveal. Yeah. All right, here we go. Dyson Sphere program. Let's pull that out of here. All right. Let's stick a mic in your butt and fart. You're a microphone butt farter. And it's cool is that we can pick up exactly where we left off last time we played this game. Oh, we got to do an update. Let's do the update. See how long that takes. How are we doing? Where should we... There's only 2 likes on YouTube? What's going on? So what's going on there? Oh, yeah. That's all cool. That's all great. Cool. Alright, Dyson Sphere is up there. Yellow chicks are created with that meta shit with the hot tubs? Sure. Sure. I have no skin in the game, I guess. There's a dislike? Yeah, jerks. I think there's just one troll that comes through and just sends one dislike in there. Just what a jerk. Alright, here we go. We're gonna build a Dyson Sphere, guys. Well, thank you, Smirk. You're helping me out. Almost there. Well, that loaded pretty quick. I'm getting some choppy ass performance. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, we're not playing at 4K. I don't know why it switched that back. Uh, 59, 60 hertz. There we go. Hang on. We're probably gonna have to... Let's exit and then come back in and try this thing again. You picked up Satisfactory? That game is amazing. That game will consume your entire life if you let it. Oh my god, that game's amazing. Satisfactory and Factorio and this game, oh my god. Like, ugh. Yeah, I know, but, you know, Final Fantasy XIV is not as cool as Satisfactory. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, that automatically... Yes! That already looks a lot better. Yeah, you better carve out, like, I don't know, a weekend. Yeah, there we go. I like that. Now, what the hell was I doing? What crazy thing was I making? 35. I need to go back to... Where is my... There we go. I should have put City Skylines in the wheel, now that I'm thinking of it. I might still add that. We'll see. I might still add that. Because you can see I gotta rebuild the parts of the city that I lost when my... Oh, hush. I gotta rebuild the... I was building up a chunk of the city, and then the power went out. My UPS was dying, and then it killed the power for my computer, so I lost a bunch of stuff. Oh, Canada? Alright. And Canada is be like, alright, you need to do this, and this. It's like, alright, bro, hang on. Chill out for a minute. And I get to show you my cool city, so there. I might just take manual control after break, because I do actually want to do... No, I know you don't smirk, but... You know, other people do. Yeah, I might take manual control afterward. I really actually want to do a commentary on the Watch Dogs review. Coming back. Alright, what the fuck am I building? Yeah, I got plenty of that stuff. Highly considering starting my game from scratch and going to Unity. Fuck Python, nothing is available anymore. Turns out game development is hard. My brother's in dev hell right now. That's interesting because doesn't Google use Python for all their stuff? I know Kelly would know too. Kelly is a web developer. We need to make red things. That's where we're at. I don't know how many hydrogens I have. I can make 12. This really is a hard game to come back into. Google's have a team that can build and maintain packages. Every package I import stopped being updated after a different version. Wow. Alright. I gotta replenish my energy again. That's a lot of coal. Let me take your coal. No, I want that. There we go. You're set for a while. Imagine making a game in assembly on the NES. But things were simpler back then. You know, you didn't have all the bloat and overhead. I really need to make some more power lamps. Where's my... That's my inventory. I need to make this thing. Wireless power. And I want 10. Play Terraria. I could play Starbound as soon as that's in there as well. Okay, I need to get under the heat lamp. There we go. Back before Stack Overflow or anyone with decades of knowledge, 700-page textbooks. Ugh, yuck. Back then they got creative with their limits like Metal Gear and Stealth due to memory limits. Yeah, there's a great video. This music is freaking loud. I think they reset everything. Let's bring it down to 40. That is definitely not 40. Oh, I guess I didn't confirm or whatever I did. There we go. Yeah, there was an Ars Technica video. I can't remember his name, but he was one of the co-founders of Naughty Dog, and he was talking about how they got Crash Bandicoot working on the original PlayStation, and they basically had to have would stop having the PlayStation bits of the development kit, the PlayStation runtimes and that. They would have to cut out parts of that they didn't need because they needed every single kilobyte of memory. And then they didn't even put a texture on Crash Bandicoot because the pixels were so large and the polygons were such that they would just shade the individual polygons rather than put a texture on it. So that saved the memory there as well. Assembly is not simple, Nick. You really have to have a good grasp in software engineering to make everything peachy. Yeah, I know. I do know. I remember Chris Sawyer built the first and I think the second Roller Coaster Tycoons in assembly in 1999, which obviously makes it harder for them to upport that to newer machines. But when you're coding, like, I remember there was a time I was reading 20 years ago, opening the Xbox, and they were talking about how they were coding to the metal, essentially. Because nowadays, you don't need to code to the metal, CPU, GPU, and micromanage every single bit that goes through every single gate in your processors, because there's just so many of them. You can kind of, there's a point of diminishing returns on that. And that's why people complain about, Windows having so much processing. How many processes does Windows run now versus 20, 25 years ago when you bring up Taskmaster? It's because, well, your computer has the storage. It can handle it. It's not Windows just barely breathing, barely surviving, bit by bit. Kaz, you may even remember all the EMS budgets and stuff like that. Remember when you had to configure your memory, your XMS, your EMS, stuff like that for DOS games? There was a point in Windows 98, there were DOS games I could not play because it didn't have those very, very, very special memory settings done or configured right. So yeah, that's cool. That was just me talking for a little while there. Let's go to the heat lamp. I really should fill up all the way before I leave. Alright, research speed too slow. Well, I guess we're gonna need boot disks. Yeah, exactly. Like, let's set up a special environment. I think I need to make... more research doodly bobbers. Even public engines are super friendly now. You don't need to know a lick about C# to make something in Unity, but of course knowing how to write scripts, do anything beyond XYZ. It's awesome that it's free though. Stuff like that in Blender. Reading the README file got me making a boot disk to play X-Wing. My goodness. Yeah, the fact that so much stuff is free now is really cool. Because it used to be like you were licensing, paying a license fee to stuff like that. At the end of the 90s, you know, you had id and you had Quake and Unreal and that, and you were paying a license fee for those. But now they're free, and then you just pay a fee once your sales reach so many units. I don't think I had to make boot disks personally, but that might have helped. But then I also didn't really... I didn't really get into that either. Whew. Alright, we need some things. Do I have Matrix? What do I have? Oh, I have wireless towers. Heck yeah. Let's do that. So I can be over here. I gotta place this over and put it here. Then again, that boot disk worked in every game and demo you had. Well, that's convenient. Not having to make a custom boot disk for every single game. Don't you remember, I was talking with my friend last night because we were talking about Thief. And I told him, hey, you know, I made a 5-hour video about that game. And then, you know, the 3 others. And I was like, don't you remember when you were in Windows? And it's like in order to play a certain game, you had to restart in DOS. And then when you were done with DOS, you had to type Windows, boot up Windows again. Alright, so this is hydrogen, and then this is the sludge. And then we gotta make red stuff. Yes, we have to combine those lines. Because we are making all the carbon over here. I remember this part. Alright, so those are those. Don't I have... I swear I had a carbon line. Is it stone? I keep hitting the same stupid buttons. That's out of coal. Okay. Did I have a coal line that was dumping? Yeah, here we are. Derp. Okay. So, I can do an assembler over here. Take these to make red. Okay. And then I have an assembler in my inventory. An assembling machine. Tesla Tower. Alright, and we're making... Oh, shit. That's right. We need a lab. We need the lab is what we need. The lab is what we need. The thing is what we do. Do. Alright, research. Oh, I'm glad I have one of these available already. And we're gonna make those. Great. And then, do I have enough? You're darn right I do. That should do it. Then I gotta do the feeders. Did I not build that close enough? I guess I did. I thought I did. No connection. Well, this is the most amazing bullet hell. What a change of pace. Wait, is this the input? Well, that is definitely not what I was looking for. Move my butt out of the way. Am I gonna really? Are you really gonna hold me against that? Really? Produce. Do I need iron? Is this the output? I wonder. One littered. Sure, why not? Are you sure that's not an output? Well, whatever. Well, it's filling with fluid, so that's cool. In the meantime, what do I need to make some freaking conveyor belts? Alright, that's fine. Can't wait to upgrade my speed. And that's just sending everything. Okay. Alright, so that's okay. Oh, I guess no? I didn't create a storage chest for these. Well, I made a lab, so that's cool. Let's work on research. And then give it a bunch of freaking that. Alrighty. So that's cool, that's cool. It's kind of cool. Alright, so we got those. Can we get this thing out of here now? Oh god, I hate this part. Ugh. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, now can we load it up on here? How am I supposed to get this thing off of here? I don't understand. Isn't that what I'm looking for here? Yes, that's fine. I love the little sloshing they have on here. That's pretty cool. So it's like, but I can't. Oh, do I have to start in? I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Ah. Should play this more often. Okay, so now we have to get the stuff from here. Oh, is that as far as you're gonna let me hit? Okay. Great. Now we need more iron. More iron! We gotta build this power plant, this Dyson sphere, one thing at a time. And look, that's where the sun is. Yeah, let's just pin the thingy. Okay. We're just gonna steal a whole bunch of iron from here and a whole bunch of iron from here. So we're trying to make more red research cubes. That's where we were at last time we played this. And we needed to develop special new resources, including pulling oil out of the planet to do it. Which I think is just really destructive. They're gonna make more. I sure do. That's gonna take 3 minutes. So how you guys doing? It's Saturday. Oh, that's a good stretch. I'm gonna need a good stretch in a little bit here. Mr. Kirby's been quiet. He was under here, next to the ups. Where did he go? He is not in his usual spot. Well, now I'm confused. Oh, he's under the chair. He's like literally underneath the chair here. Just chilling out. You're drinking some regular coffee. Do you take it black? What do you throw in there? Black with sugar. I would do the sweet and low. My wife got me into this New Mexico coffee that was really good. So I would have that with like 2 sweet and low packets and like a little bit of creamer. That was legit. Alright, so we got this. And we can just haul that shit off right there. Yeah, once you get into the thrust of this, it makes a lot of sense. But not a minute before then. Kirby is a partner. He sure is. The coffee culture in the US is way more advanced than here. That's interesting because we're importing all our coffee from down there as well. That is just really fascinating. We do here in the Springs have some really like award-winning coffee shops, but I'm not like I don't need coffee. I'm not an energy drink dude. I'm not a caffeine guy. So lack of material. Oh, you don't need... I'm an idiot. You didn't need that. You needed the other thing. Gotta rebuild these pipes. I went through all that work to figure out this thing, and didn't even need to. Alright, so that's cool, and then you can come along and do that. Okay, now we should be cooking, I guess. Sure, and we export our best grains and we keep the mediocre ones. All. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. Look at that. Alright, now we're making some red cubes. Heck yeah. This works with everything Brazil exports: meat, coffee, soybeans. So you don't have like a big like refinement manufacturing capacity down there. You just kind of take your raw materials and resources and you send it out elsewhere to have other people do what they will with it. have enough cubes. The critters are already pawing me up. Yeah, we sell our commodities and buy the refined stuff back. I do believe that because you need... you really need a manufacturing base and a workforce that's able to... to do stuff with that. Produce the matrix, okay. Because otherwise, I mean, what are you going to do with it? That's the same, like, here in America, we don't make phones and computers anymore. The original Macs, you know, the Apple Macs were made in a factory in Southern California before all that stuff got shipped overseas because of price and stuff like that. The big thing here is that we still do a lot of our own craftsmanship, manufacturing, stuff like that. And then, yeah, obviously we're importing a lot of stuff from around the world. And playing a game like this, you really get the vibe of, like, hey, what is that doing? This is how things work in the real world. Are both of these guys making... How does a commodity become a more refined thing, become a more this, become a more that, etc., etc.? I want you to research. And I will... Okay, I see what's going on. Each stack will do either research. You can't do every single thing by yourselves. Keep hitting that button. Do we need green? No, we don't. Yay, we got the processor. I don't know what that did. So then I'm wondering, like in Brazil, is there a like a program or something that's going on where it's like, hey, let's educate people on how to be tradespeople or like learn to manufacture again? Not only that, Brazil and the US are rivals in commodity terms. Like, we sell meat, but you sell meat too. Yeah, so then it becomes what can Brazil do to like take it to the next level, I guess, right? Because if you're not making the advanced stuff, if you're not making, you know, microprocessors or building a chip fab or whatever, I mean, that's kind of a brain drain, right? People leave Brazil, come to places like America, like Europe, Canada, China even, with their big bright ideas because they know how to take those raw resources and do stuff with them. Deuterium fractionalization. I don't even know what that means. Let's get some upgrades in here too before we bounce out of here, essentially. Communication control. What does energy circuit do? Oh yeah, fuel power. Heck yeah. You can fly more. I want all of these things. Give me all these things. I can do all this stuff. How have I not already done this? Or maybe I have. That's what it is. I have done all these things. Drones? What the heck? Well, with the little political landscape today, Brazil's education is being dismantled little by little, and a good portion of the populace supports it or don't care. Oh god, I'm sorry, dude. We're encountering this similar kind of hell. It really feels like we're coasting as a nation. It really does. Like, you know, we set ourselves up for greatness in the 50s. We really invested in infrastructure and education and all those things. And then it's been slowly dismantled through Reagan and all that stuff, through, you know, conservatism over the past couple decades. And we're just kind of coasting on previous greatness, and that's really, it's fucking sad is what it is. You know, that's not something to be patriotic about. But speaking of which, I'm a giant flying robot. I think this is a Chinese game too. I think Factorio is Swedish or Polish, I think. And then Satisfactory is Swedish. So these are games that I love, but they're not being made here in the States. But then I think Battlefield is, and games like that are made in Sweden anyway. But I remember we had technical schools to prepare students to enter the manufacturing workforce, but it worked on a state-by-state basis. We actually had a massive for-profit technical institute. We've actually had several that have declared bankruptcy in the past couple years because they were garbage. Their graduates didn't know anything. They were basically, the American higher education system is completely screwed because all the profiteers came in and cut all the corners and all that stuff. And so DeVry, ITT, there were I think there were a couple others. It was a big group, and so you'd have people going in, racking up these tens of thousands of dollars to get these degrees or certifications that were essentially useless. So that set people back. I don't like being on this, like, tendril. Where can I raise? Are there facilities I can upgrade? Can I do that? I don't know if I can. I don't know if there even is. Oh, do you need Matrix? Alright. We'll take care of that. And I'll dump the hydrogen back in here too. Let's dump in yes. That's got a really big capacity. We need to kick the corporations in the teeth. To be honest, you are completely correct, buddy. Taking what is useful and helpful and turning it into just a money-making scheme, which helps only the people who run those particular units and entities, and it's bullshit. Just completely bullshit. When I went to college, I went to the Institute of Colorado in Denver. Yes, I know you're having fun. That dog's having fun with her blanket, like digging in. I went to school for media arts and animation, the Art Institute. Smirky knows some stuff about that too. Yeah, the Art Institute stole my money. Orzine knows that too. If Orzine gets to pop in, I'll have to remember to bring that up. But yeah, that Art Institute, there was like one Art Institute originally, one or two, and then the Art Institute of Pittsburgh like split off and they went down the for-profit route. And I went to the Art Institute of Colorado in Denver. And I learned a lot. I got a lot out of it. But obviously it was $21,000 for the 9 months I was there, which is insane. And yeah, the boomers do have to die. And I say that in a nice way. Alright, let's save the game. we're going to be Holy Crap 3, to be honest. Yay. Okay. We're coming back here for a minute. We're going to take a slightly longer break because obviously the critters are going to take care of. Stream is, of course, ongoing. Yes, very large lawsuits. Absolutely. 100%. So get your dinner in. Enjoy yourself. Get your snack in. Get in a stretch. And we're going to enjoy ourselves. But I've got to eat. I got to stretch. Streamer life it is. So you guys take care of yourselves. We'll be back here, I don't know, like 4:20ish. So another 20 minutes, 25 minutes. A little bit longer this time. And take care of yourselves, okay? We'll be back. Hang out with Buzzy. Whoa! Who moved my camera? I think it was a certain Captain Kirby. I don't want to call out any cats who might be around. You know, cats that might be being petted right now. He likes just crawling into spaces. It's great. Just like whatever venue I have established. He just kind of does what he wants. There he is. He's just hopping off. Hi. Hi. Welcome back, everybody. That was a nice, good break. Nice walk around the park. Kind of park. Not really. Let me unmute myself in the chatterbox. If you want to hop in the chatterbox, you can hop in the chatterbox. And we can chat. It's all cool. Second half of the stream is now live. All right. Let me bring up my own chat. I've got a chat. I have so many windows open. You know, Kirby does not purr. Or he purrs very, very subtly. It's very hard to get him to purr. It's very interesting. Yeah, hop in the chatterbox, dude. Absolutely. Get in there, Kaz. We're gonna for this next segment, we're gonna do commentary on my very first review for Watch Dogs. It's been almost 7 years. I figured that's worth taking a look at, talking over. And I know that Fat Murdoch has some thoughts on the first game as well. And I think it's rad. It's the video that got this channel started. So we're going to do that. And then after that, we're going to dive immediately into City Skylines. And then we'll go back to the wheel. Hello, I can barely hear you. Caller, it sounds like you're calling from a toaster. I know the struggle of technical tech stuff. In the meantime, I've got my new glass of Guinness to get me through, starting this back half of the stream. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 37 minutes. Which, interesting enough, is not the longest stream. The longest was for the dig, actually. Where was it? Live, blah, 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 blah. 414, lots of, all the standard 409. Where were we? 6 hours and 9 minutes. This PC of yours is not up to the task. I'm sorry. That's okay, duder. You did your best. And if that changes at all, hey, just let me know. The chatterbox is open. Anyone wants to hop in. I know I could hop in on my phone, too. You can hop in on your phone and do that, but I don't know what your situation is there, too. That can be a struggle all its own. Delicious Guinness. I got this glass. There's an antique store around the corner, and they just had a Guinness Extra Stout glass mug. Just chilling, and I think this was like $5, and I absolutely definitely needed to pick that up. You go around an antique store, and you kind of feel guilty when you don't pick up anything. It's like, oh, let me grab they had a book of a copy of Grey's Anatomy. You can open the chatterbox in the next green room. Yeah, I was thinking of that, honestly. Just keeping that thing open, or at least me hopping, because I would never just hop into the chatterbox. It was always open. And let me show that. How is this Guinness? Is it good? It is good. It is good. I love me some Guinness. I was when we moved to Phoenix, we kind of wanted to try some new things out. I did anyway. And my friend Kelly from the Nth Forum, and then of course everything before then. He was like, "Hey man, you want to try this out?" I'm like, "Heck yeah, I want to try this out." And so I did, and I've just been having it. So every birthday, and usually birthday and New Year's, those are like my two holidays, and they're 6 months apart, roughly. So I like the original stout. Extra stout's good too. I like their blonde. Blonde's pretty good too. I don't know what any of the ingredients are. Don't give me that notes of lavender crap. Like, whatever. I didn't care. Let's bring up this video. You know, we can watch this together. Look at the full screen. So this is a critique of Watch Dogs. It was originally an Nth review for Watch Dogs. I've changed all the titles, changed the thumbnails a little bit over the years, especially last year as I was rebooting the channel. And this has 938 views. And for reference, I have 1.5 subscribers. So I think I got like 10 subscribers out of this. Something like that. It had like 78 views the first day or first couple days. Who do I feel down here? That's a puppy. And no comments after all these years. Notes of lemon lime. Yes, exactly. I feel the Sprite. I really do. Let me tilt this down a little. Yeah. I like the mellow yellow feeling of here, the warmth. I can tell that this was prepared during a time of celebration. Anyway, no comments on this first video, and it's kind of I don't know, it's pretty cool. It's kind of weird. There's a mystique to it. Anyway, let's switch over. Let's watch this classic video.
So today I would like to show you a new project that we've been working on.
And all the animated stuff was done in Flash.
Players interact with each other.
This was actually my first video that I made in Premiere, because I was doing everything before that in Sony Vegas. But Sony Vegas stopped working on my computer after a bit. I love that. I love Jordy in this game. He's the best part. The opening song is from Graphic Napkin, who's a friend of mine. We worked together.
I'd been to E3 a few times by 2012, but that was the first year I got into.
And this is the raw footage from Hidden Levels when we went to E3 in 2012.
Didn't confirm me until nearly
So
the
that's
last
Johnny,
minute, so I sighed
Rob.
with relief that I was going at all. While I enjoyed their beer garden and their on-stage
And I had a
festivals
really
and went to the
big,
demos, it sounds like my colleagues a
Nth
few
review
miles
logo
over
in the
at the
corner there.
Ubisoft conference were getting the better
I think
show.
Kelly, Johnny,
Looking
and
at Sony,
Rob went to that
Microsoft, and Nintendo's
conference, and that
offerings,
was us there.
As predicted, an awkward stall of a year before the next generation.
I actually didn't
of consoles
convert
were
a lot of the
released.
animated
But
stuff in
Ubisoft was showing
my
something
videos
big and
until
new for consoles you already owned.
the
I've known
Thief
about Ubisoft for a while,
review,
but
actually.
they didn't catch my eye until the early aughts when they expanded their Tom Clancy brand. Of
I was really
military
proud of this
tactical combat
retrospective. Let
titles
me know if
in
this is too
every
loud.
direction. With a
Actually,
new
I'm
wave
just gonna
of
bring this down a
consoles
little
due
bit
out by mid-decade, they shifted their weight to their current strategy, building
There we
large,
go.
exotic sandbox games that build
I
on
did
the
not
genre
care
of
for Far Cry
Grand Theft
2
Auto
at all.
3, showed the world that they were possible. The first big bang came with Assassin's Creed, built on Ubisoft Montreal.
I recorded this
with the
on
platformer remake
my
Creed.
headset at the
Toured
time.
religious settlements like Jerusalem,
And there's like one or two times where I just
Wages
really,
dispatched
like, it's really
various corrupt
plosive.
officials and evildoers. Assassin's Creed was
Like at the
fun
end of this
moment
chapter.
moment to action and
Not loud at all?
feeling.
Okay.
But the skeletal narrative meant tedium set in incredibly fast. Ubisoft iterated
crank
quick
it
while launching a
on
new
OBS
series
here.
with Far Cry 2, a completely retooled action sandbox based very loosely on the franchise they purchased from Crytek. It was also rough, but like Assassin's
recorded
Creed,
that
they
off the
struck gold
Xbox
with their
360
second
version.
iteration, Far Cry 3, and are building Far Cry 4 on the same ideas. But we
Far
didn't
Cry
know
4
all
wasn't
these
even out
things
yet.
in the summer of 2012 when we saw Ubisoft's new sandbox game. With animated infographics that would make a wired art editor squeal, the company's new flagship
When the
franchise
guys
pitches
got
some
out of
future in which
Ubisoft,
Chicago's
they were
entire
raving
infrastructure is
about
looked through a
this game.
centrally managed operating system called CTOS.
And
As hacker
from that
hacktivist
video
David
there, it
Pierce,
looked
you
really
use a superphone to
like
exploit
this
everything
video
from
here, it looked
superficial
really
information
cool.
on everyone around
I thought
you
I
to the
actually
flow of
confused it for
traffic.
Sleeping
The
Dogs,
pitch was
which they were
smooth.
also
It was even incredibly relevant,
pushing
coming
at the
a
same
year before
time.
Edward Snowden's disclosures that the NSA had been spying on the phone records of
And,
U.S. citizens. We'd see an equally passionate
until
take
afterward
on the
that I
theme
realized,
when
oh, this
Sucker
is
Punch
an entirely
unveiled
different game.
infamous Second Son at Sony's PlayStation 4 reveal months later.
In 2011, the U.S. government seized the personal cell phone records of 1.3 million of its citizens. There are 1,200 of us in here today. 4 of us have been monitored.
Second Son would eventually ship before Watch Dogs, but we'll
I
get
did
to
not
that.
care for Far
While
Cry
Watch
2
Dogs
at
was
all. I
announced
thought it
for
was really
then current
dry
consoles like
and
the Xbox 360 and
I didn't think it was
PlayStation
very
3,
fun.
it was obviously too good for any console of the era to run, at least as it was shown. Early cross-generation titles like this rarely took advantage of new hardware that didn't have names or release dates yet. Yet this game looked incredible. It was
Yeah,
a
that
game
looks
that would
a
have
lot
had to be
better than
nerfed
the game
for the
that
current
came out.
systems and not fully take advantage of next-gen systems either. It was an odd position to be in, but par for the course for a first-round next-gen game. But while my colleagues were impressed with what they saw in the
They
theater
brought
that
Grey
day,
Goose. That-
I was a
that's,
little more
2012.
skeptical watching the footage roll down from the press site. There
That's
was something
the
that
Weston
didn't quite
Bonaventure
settle with me
Romega.
about the idea of hacking your way through the sprawling maps of a city-controlling digital behemoth playing an amoral protagonist. Not on
Weston
paper.
Bonaventure, they
On
shot
paper,
like
Watch Dogs
Interstellar,
sounds right on
and
every front.
it was a
The
Last Action
government is
Hero and a
always
bunch of
watching.
stuff there.
A simple hack grants
When you
you
come in from the
unlimited control
garage at the
of
Weston
everything,
Bonaventure, they have
and you're
movie
in a
posters
vast
of all
urban
the
environment
movies
with
that it's been
limitless
in.
potential to be a digital savior or anonymous malicious freak. It's great, isn't it? No, something seemed off about the idea of passively interacting with the world through a technological intermediate.
Kaz,
My
did you play
expectations
Watch
were low
Dogs?
when the game arrived 2 years later, but I'd hoped that Ubisoft would be able to dodge the bullet of Sandbox 1.0 blues that affected its sister franchises.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they did it. Let me
Hilarious.
explain. There are many things you can forgive about a game if playing it's
There was
fun.
a lot of
But as I mentioned, something didn't feel right about playing Watch Dogs from its unveil.
Hopping
Spend a few
from
minutes
camera to
playing
camera
it
got
beyond the
repetitive,
tutorial and
but
you begin to understand why. At any moment, moving around Watch Dogs takes place
This
in
felt
one
weird.
of 3 modes, which is roughly one more mode than any other sandbox game. By default, you're in what I call pedestrian mode. You can walk around, you can get into cars, but you can't interact with the world.
I don't think
As
we'll
you
get to
brush
it
by
tonight,
people,
but
vehicles float over them,
I
like
guess
passing
Watch Dogs
headlamps on a nightly
2
trip down the highway.
fixes a
You
lot
don't
of
know anything about
this
these
stuff, so
people
you're not
other than
switching
they're
between all
targets
these
for
like
your
different
eavesdropping
modes.
or manipulation. In this mode, you quickly realize you can't even jump of your own will. You lack much of the game's utility. It's actually a useless state of play because you
Yes,
can't
it's
use
ironic
any
that
of the tools
you
the
don't
game
choose
has.
when to jump
This brings us to
in
the
a
other
game.
2 primary modes of play.
And
Pressing separate buttons brings you into
I
hacking,
defended
which
it
the
in
game
Thief
refers to
2014.
as profiler mode, or the combat
It's
mode.
just
Watch
context.
Dogs places
Context,
such an
yo.
emphasis on hacking and your interaction with the digital layer of this recreated Chicago that they replaced the X button with it, which is some prime controller real estate. It's also somewhat confusing if you've ever played any other action game because you'll find yourself hacking something
I thought that
rather
was
than,
really
say,
cool.
reloading your weapon in a hairy
Combat was
situation.
really fun.
It's in
I really
hacking
thought
mode
combat
that the
was
world
fun,
opens up to you,
in
and for
there,
whatever
but, like,
reason,
all this
Ubisoft felt the need
looking
to
through
hide
shit
all this
and-
interaction under a button press, consistently
not
goading
very
you to
compelling.
switch over to hacking mode to
When
use.
this review
So why
came
not
out,
integrate hacking into the moment-to-moment gameplay?
like obviously I
I
had
can
no
think of 2 reasons.
followers or what have you, so everyone kind of overlooked it because this was a new game that had already been kind of critically ignored. And so there was like, why would I watch a video about this? Everyone says it sucks.
To get this information.
I already know about all the
Both
controversies.
of these seem like insanely easy fixes. Deus Ex and System Shock figured this out a decade ago or longer without a special tricorder mode.
Yeah, Human
Why
Revolution's
can't
the next
Ubisoft
game.
figure it out? So anyway,
Gaming
now
went to
you're
hell
in
when you
hacking
couldn't
mode
jump at
and the
will
world
anymore. You
around
know what?
is
When you
screaming
can't
for
jump
your
at
attention at
will
every turn,
anymore in
prompting you to
Mario,
press that
that's when you
darling
know
hack
we're
button to
having
do anything from downloading new
an interesting
tracks
time
from
in gaming.
in-game music library to deploying traffic barriers. In
I
other
kept doing that
sandbox
over and
games,
over again. It would prompt me to
almost literally running around
deploy the
empty environments is scary
the
and
bollards
negates the illusion of being
in the
a big
street, and I would
living,
do it
breathing
for the
world.
ones in front of
In
me,
Watch
so I would
Dogs,
just crash into
examining
them.
people with your superphone reveals randomly generated intentions. You can drop in on text conversations and phone calls. It's easy to fall
All this
for the
stuff
puppet show,
was
but I
really
was just too
interesting,
focused on the strings
and I must have been.
Americans
I
alone.
thought it was really cool
In creating a
when
population
when
with
they
a million
unveiled it,
individual
but in the
stories,
game,
they expose what amounts
it was
to an
like
elaborate amount of window
not
dressing. It's not
useful.
that these bits of
Window
information
dressing, I
are
call it.
useless. Some lead you to random crimes around the city for you to solve to help your credibility, but others are just bank accounts to pilfer or songs to download. If you only create profiles for the people who have something for you to interact with, the world feels that much emptier, right? Well, this puppet show still makes the world feel empty. This carries over to the moments you're driving as well. The game pings you at every disruptible intersection or roll-away garage door as you cut through downtown Chicago. Almost all of these prompts are useless
getting away
unless you're
from the
being
cops
pursued
was
by the police
a
or
lot
other
cooler when
foes.
you found out
And
how to
even then, the
jam
game guides you to the
drones
exact
and
moment
stuff
when you
like
should
that.
use them.
Because for a
Of
while
course,
I
that's
didn't,
only
and
if
I
you've
could not
unlocked
get
the
away from the
ability to use
cops,
most
and I
of
thought the
these
game was
distractions.
basically
Otherwise,
impossible.
they're just sitting there useless. These prompts shouldn't even exist, but the game has to remind you at all times that you are a super-powered hacktivist with the glories of God at the tip of your thumb, even if they amount to very little at any given moment. Why doesn't the game just auto-prompt you to use your powers and spare you the information overload? Is Ubisoft trying to tell us something about the dangers of multitasking by muddying its gameplay mechanic? Compounding this is that the ability to hack has given Watch Dogs designers carte blanche to mitigate useful gameplay components from other games, like the aforementioned ability to jump at any time.
Yeah.
Despite Aiden Pierce's uncanny abilities behind the wheel, the gun, or his superphone, he just can't scale a building like his assassin's cousins can.
Yeah, and that felt
He
really
needs to
weird,
solve a linear
considering
walking
you have to
puzzle
do
in
it
which
a
he finds
lot.
and activates lifts to get to the top of a
Having
high
to like
tower to
find
scout
the
out an area.
elevator or what
It
have
takes
you
the
to make
highlight
your
of
way
playing
up
other games
things
like
just
Assassin's Creed
terrible.
or Far Cry and sucks the joy just right out. Oh,
Ah, God.
Aiden can vault over things, but not freely, and sometimes not when you absolutely expect him to. While behind the wheel, Watch Dogs prohibits you from shooting at enemies.
They
Sure,
had
it's an
some really
unruly
clever.
task in other
Totally,
games,
this
but,
game
well,
was like
that
all
makes sense.
over the
The game
place. It
removes
was
this
really
component
weird.
entirely, directing you toward the hundreds of roadside obstacles to take down your foes instead. This means, especially when you're trying to take down larger armored vehicles, you'll need to follow your target until they fall into enough player-inflicted damage zones.
It's interesting that I bought this
Watch
game
Dogs, by
and I
creating
played
this
it
techie gameplay
during
veneer, places you
E3
a step
that
further
year,
from the
so it was like
action
May
than
and
its
June. It
contemporary.
came out at the end of
Playing
May,
Watch
and I
Dogs
was playing
feels
it in
very
June.
passive because for
But
the
the
vast
review didn't come
majority
out
of the
till
time you're on
October,
foot,
and looking
you're
back,
just
I
pressing a
could not
button so
understand
that
why it took
Aiden
me so
Pierce can
long
press a button on his
to
phone
make
so that you can mutually accomplish
this
something
review.
together. But it's so limiting. This is a game
because
where
I
hacking
was
a
looking at the
helicopter
art
doesn't give you
files, and I didn't
control
even
of the
start until
helicopter.
almost like
It
a
just
month
lets you spy through
before
its cameras. This is a game where melee is a
the
combat
video
option,
came out.
but only when the game
And I wonder
lets
if
you
it was
use
like I just took
This
forever
is a
to
game
write
where
the
it
script or
forces you to
something.
hop between camera views over
'Cause at a point-
and over and over again
That was a fun shot
to
to
reach
do.
distant hacking targets. Again, passive. By making a big game in which hacking is the only way to interact with the world or enjoyment, you feel more detached and less interested.
I don't know why that
As a
guy
result,
didn't just notice
hacking
me.
in Watch Dogs isn't really much fun at all. It's just a large means.
Yeah,
to
hack a
several
sign
ends.
as you're
the
passing
solution
it.
then is
That's
that
dumb.
Watch Dogs doesn't need to sacrifice the moment-to-moment action gameplay that makes other sandboxes
And then
successful
camera hop to
just
see
emphasize
you
your digital
doing stuff.
interactions. Let Aiden scale walls and shoot out of his car. Let him
Having to
put the phone
capture
down
Infamous
and slap
footage.
glass on his face.
Because
so
I
he can
had,
actually
I got,
interact with the
I got
world.
Infamous for
This doesn't
free
need
after
to be a mutually
the
exclusive
PlayStation
thing
Network
between
crash
hacking and action.
in
But
2011.
here's the thing. When Aiden has his phone tucked away and isn't just wandering the streets in the vestigial pedestrian mode, He does great. I'm talking about the third mode now, Watch Dogs Combat, and it is fantastic. Hitting a shoulder button and whipping out a firearm from underneath your trench coat is
combat in this
satisfying.
game is really fun.
If you don't have a positive reputation, people will even freak out and call 911. It's incredibly clever. The combat itself is largely derivative of Gears of War's stop and pop gameplay, but it's faster, and equipped with some key gadgets, it even incorporates the ability to approach any situation with stealth, without the game ever prompting you to the possibility. There are no binary, be stealthy, or blow up these guys tutorials in Watch Dogs. Every situation is fluid. Like Metal Gear,
I really
and
like that blue
unlike
coat.
Splinter Cell or Thief, you aren't relying on a jewel or stealth bar to evaluate
that one there.
how well your enemies can see you. The enemies serve as the detector themselves, allowing you to adapt quickly when the situation changes. It is very, very good, allowing you to get violent quick, then fade into the background
And
just as
stop
fast.
and marking enemies
Because the
and
game's
stuff.
economy is incredibly broken, and money can be stolen from passers-by without any penalty whatsoever, acquiring guns and ammo is merely a matter of want, than time or progress. Still, the starter silence pistol wound up being my favorite go-to weapon while sneaking around warehouses and bad guy compounds. My only real
That's a
issue with
fact.
Watch Dogs Combat comes with the fact that you can't blind fire at enemies from behind cover. Oh, one
What
other
the heck?
thing. That same shoulder button to retrieve your firearm. is the
Watching
same
this,
one
I'm
you use
reminded
to
of
craft
how
your gadgets, so I often
sophisticated
freaked out
they
nearby
wanted it to
civilians
be,
and started several
and then like tried
unintentional
to
police
make it,
chases just
and then it
because I
just
wanted to
became
create stuff.
muddled and
Yeah, it's
weird.
Augmenting your ability to hack, fight, and drive
all the
are
talent
aided
trees
skills.
forever.
The various talent trees either tweak your abilities, allow you to manipulate more hackable
Here,
objects
like,
in
it
the
kind of
environment,
held
or
it
add new
together,
craftable
but like
devices
everything
like
else you did in this
jam-coms or
game,
various explosives. You're
everything
also
that you
granted the
did
early
that
ability
wasn't
should you
combat
choose to
or
accept it.
driving
Add
around,
focus, which is Watch Dogs' version of slow.
was
It can be
bad.
deployed at
So
any time
like all
with a
the
funky
on-foot
dancing bar that
sections,
indicates how much focus you have available.
everything
It's
to
a
do with the
superfluous add-on
story,
that doesn't really
the
make
quests,
much sense considering
was
how
really lame.
vanilla
Even the
Agent
environment I
Force is
talk
as a
about
character.
later in a very
I never
drawn-out
used it
sequence
during
that
car
didn't need to be
chases,
as long
but I
as it
have
was.
to give it to Watch Dogs. It is a blast to use during gunplay.
Like,
These abilities
just the
all seem pretty
non-interactivity
slight,
of
but
the
you'll
environment
gain
'cause they
enough
wanted you to
progression
use your
points quick
phone.
enough to unlock the whole tree long before the end of the campaign.
That could have been better edited. Let me just go back in time and fix it.
The most fun you can have in Watch Dogs comes from the
A
gang
hacker
hideouts,
using
which
assault
take a
rifles is
page
weird
out of
too.
Far Cry.
Yeah.
While slashing down outposts in Far Cry 2 was
yeah.
rough,
This
Ubisoft hit
game
the nail on its head with the sequel.
It's all
With
over
Watch
the
Dogs,
place
you're given access to a
tonally.
huge number of these
Doesn't make
hives
any
of scum
sense.
and villainy through side quests, random crimes, and a variety of campaign missions. The premise is simple. A bunch of bad dudes are staked out in a zone, and you need to take them all down. Or you may need to melee a specific target
If Watch
instead of
Dogs
killing
1
them
was
outright.
just the
Using the
gang
hideout's cameras or your own
takedowns,
legwork, you can mark your targets,
it
much like
would've been
Far
so
Cry
much
3 or
better.
Splinter Cell, allowing you to keep tabs on combatants as you move around. Because of the game's robust combat chemistry, how you choose to move through these challenges is robust. If you fail, it's because of a decision you made, rather than the game cheating. Adding some depth is the addition of characters that can call in reinforcements if alerted, but can be disrupted through your superphone. There are also plenty of environmental
and the
hazards
superphone,
littered
that-
throughout the level for you to blow up your enemies.
Just
including
visually,
plenty of
that was very
situations that launch
strange.
prime enemy grenades while they're still hanging on their person. Fun as these moments may be, they often raise your profile a bit too much to be enjoyable, especially when all the bad guys immediately swarm on you as a result. Watch Dogs gang hideouts don't pack the full punch of Far Cry's outposts because there's no serendipitous wildlife slinking in to alter your plans mid-stride, and it's relatively static in that regard. But there's also no land grab mechanic in Watch Dogs either.
I
like Saints
love
Row,
land
which brings
grab
us to the
mechanics
next
where you
chapter
have to
of our
turn
story.
regions into your color, essentially. I
It's been
love
over
that.
3 years since implementing
And
the
the fact
first
that,
CTOS
and I
station
talk
and
about it
1 year
here,
of
but
citywide
the fact that you
operations.
can't go on top of Willis
Watch
Tower,
Dogs isn't my first go-around
really
in
lame.
interactive Chicago. As far back as
Midtown
1999,
Madness,
I was
baby.
struggling through these streets in Midtown Madness. But the game that really impressed me with its
And,
attention
oh,
to detail
Project
was
Gotham
another
Racing 2,
Microsoft
mwah.
game, Project Gotham
Love you
Racing
so
2.
much.
That game had an eye for the
I
little
miss
things,
Project
like
Gotham Racing
geography
so
or
much.
ESPN zones. Of course, it wound up being our least raced city, primarily because 90-degree turns aren't much fun in a racing game. I don't know much about Chicago itself beyond games.
I spent a lot of time
movie
capturing
entries, but
footage,
while
so I'd have
Watch
my
Dogs Chicago
Xbox
felt like a pretty good
360
reproduction,
hooked up, or
something felt off about this too.
yeah, I think I had
Especially
my
when
Xbox
compared
One
to
and my
other
360
sandboxes
hooked
in
up.
Ubisoft's
I was
stable,
capturing
or
footage
competitors
off
like
of
Saints
both.
Row, Grand Theft Auto, or Just Cause. If Watch Dogs isn't fundamentally interesting to play, surely Ubisoft went to task to make sure that the stuff you did.
That's
inside
probably
its
also
world
why
was
it took
interesting,
longer to
right?
do, as
To
I was
understand
sitting
why the
there
Chicago didn't feel right, I
grabbing
tried to
footage
compare it
left
to
and
other
right.
worlds objectively. So I created the OBI-OP system
Yeah,
and
this
rated
section
5
is not the
categories that
greatest.
all action-oriented sandboxes
Really slows
require.
it down.
First off, the game needs to have scale and opportunities. It needs to have things to do. If it's not geographically huge, at least plug it with side quests or useful distractions. Just Cause 2 nails this by having one of the largest
Just
open
Cause
worlds
2,
ever
that's a
created for a single-player
game.
with hundreds of
Oh,
outposts and
Just Cause 2
establishments
is
to
so
destroy in a
good.
variety of biomes.
I think I got up to like 37 or 38% complete, something like
Red
that.
Faction Guerrilla does this
I put a
well by
lot of
making
time into that
structures
game. I love it.
completely
And Red
destructible.
Faction, oh, I
In
wish we
Saints
had
Row, you
another
get
one of
used to
those.
the nooks and
With like
crannies of
today's
the cities
technology,
because you're scouring the
that's
city
kind of what
grid,
we were they were
conquering
trying to
it
do
bit by
with
bit for economic
Crackdown
and
3,
benefits.
where you could
Sandboxes
take down
need
buildings
roads and infrastructure to get you
via the
to
cloud,
position markers,
and then
using
it
the
wound up
game's
being
vehicles needs to be a
not
fun
nearly
experience.
that
Yeah,
interesting.
pretty much every game has them, even if you rarely use them. A game like Grand Theft Auto 4 gets a poor
Grand Theft
score
Auto
here
4.
because getting around on foot is slow, and
Looks like
using the game's
coffee.
vehicles, complete with their cruise liner handling,
This is what my
is
coffee looks
required and
like when I've
uncomfortable.
properly
Its sequel,
fixed
however,
it up.
goes the extra mile by not only fixing
You know
the
what? It's
handling,
interesting
but
because
also featuring
despite
triathlons with biking and on-foot
Mercenaries
races,
being so
which was a
popular
highlight
and
of
all
that
that fun
game.
stuff,
Seriously. Then you need
didn't
open
ever
space.
play it.
You don't need the rolling hills
Didn't
and
ever play it.
countryside of Grand Theft Auto 5, but you do need to give players room to breathe and explore from time to time. Binding the world with roads and buildings can
Like,
be
blow things
restrictive
up
and
again.
boring when the
Keep
available
blowing
missions
things
aren't very
up.
enticing. Lastly, an open world needs periphery. This is usually where the most radical and fun components live. Since most sandbox games are based on islands, maybe large ones, it can be a bore to simply drive from point to point. This is where you include flying and swimming missions that augment all the stuff you're doing on the ground.
Oh, taking
This
over a
literally
747
opens a whole
in
new
Grand
dimension
Theft
to the
Auto
game.
5,
Just Cause
and then
2,
slow-moing
in
it
particular,
across the
lets you
landscape
grapple and
was
parachute
so
all
fun.
over the world with
Grand Theft
easily
Auto 5 is
accessible
such an
air and
amazing
watercraft.
game.
So with these outlined, how do
Like,
some
no
of these
wonder
games compare?
they keep
Red Faction
re-releasing
Guerrilla
it.
does so well with building, smashing, and world traversal that the inability to fly seems okay. Infamous builds its fun into being a superhero.
Even
flying
Infamous
up and
is a
down
fun
buildings
game,
in
too.
dense urban
A little
environments,
sterile,
it's
but
a bit on the short side as far as content and scope. Just Cause 2 and Grand Theft Auto 5 know how to build epic worlds and populate them with fun things to do. They're sandbox environments that simply can't be beaten in terms of the width, depth, and height of their offerings. So let's get to Watch Dogs, starting with the stronger points. Watch Dogs Chicago is pretty big, and while there are plenty of activities,
pretty big.
not many of them are captivating.
yeah, these
Street
little
races
mini
and
games are
checkpoint
so
dashes are
strangely
perfunctory,
like
but there's
isolated
enough
from everything
gang
that was
hideouts
going
to
on.
go on for some time. The game will randomly populate new crimes for you to prevent, but they're simple affairs. Oh, and how interested are you in camera hopping to scan QR codes painted in forced perspective onto structures in the world, or play
Yeah.
reduced versions of chess? Yeah, I kind of figured. Watch Dogs
Yeah.
roads and infrastructure are solid because the driving is solid. I know some people had problems with how the vehicles handle, but I enjoy that they have some weight to them. This becomes especially true during police chases when heavy cruisers battle you off the road. The ever-present hacking prompts aren't detrimental, but they are kinda silly. Why would you ever raise traffic barriers and bridges when you're not being chased by the law?
Yeah,
Are
exactly.
those electronic traffic signs supposed to be
There's
funny?
it's like an information
Puzzle still, the
overload
game
in
never
Watch Dogs
automatically
about
drops
stuff you can
GPS
do,
routes to direct you to
but
your
for no
next
reason
mission.
whatsoever.
You'll need to set those manually with every single new directive. It's here that I should also mention that while I've never been a big fan of most licensed music in sandbox games,
Which is
Watch
still
Dogs
true.
Radio is the saddest collection of songs I've ever heard. It's as if they went to the licensing vault and randomly picked out a bunch of uninteresting music. The only song I didn't skip was Kid Cudi's 5-Year-Old Day and Night. Thankfully, the game
was
lets
5
you shut off
years
the
old
radio
back
by
then,
default.
too.
This won't, however, prevent the multitude of news broadcasts that stiffly inform you of the things you just did or remind you of
They
how
do
much
have
citizens
the
of
perspective
Chicago
drawn
love or
GPS in the corner
there
there,
are
which
plenty
is really
of decent
cool.
cars in Watch Dogs, so like many other sandbox games with cars on demand's features, I usually just jacked whatever vehicle was closest to me whenever I needed one, rather than buying one through the
And also
catalog.
Aiden
You'll
as
probably
like
avoid the
running
big, bulky
around
vans
stealing
and
people's
more affluential
cars.
downtown districts that have a
That's
higher
weird too.
concentration of exotic cars than
There's
the
like
slums
really
do.
a
But
dissonance
for the
there.
most part,
The
car
ludo
selection is pretty
dissonance.
milquetoast, for better or
Ludo
worse.
narrative
Watch Dogs
dissonance.
has little open space to speak of. There are some grassy fields and spare rail yards on the margins, but the game doesn't do anything with them.
Nope.
On one hand, any large open area that isn't chock full of CTOS hack prompts is kind of antithetical to the premise of hacking everything.
And you can't even
around
do
you.
anything out
On the
here.
other
It's
hand,
not like,
it makes
you know,
Pawnee,
useful
which
in
is
any way.
the
You don't have any
quote-unquote
battles there. It's
rural
just...
district feel incredibly constricting. Scrunched into the northwest map
I
corner,
see your
there's no
test.
farmland or open air here. Just a bunch of cramped canyons and a tight waterfront area. The game tricks you into believing it's further out from the city than it actually is by forcing you down a long winding highway to get there. To that end, it rarely ever tells you to go out there, and like the rest of the game's open areas, it only really serves as a way to ditch cops in the most inefficient way possible, or as a segment for the game's races. The game has plenty of buildings, but does absolutely nothing
The
with
technical issues on
the
your
suburbs
part?
house bars and blown out warehouses for firefights, but for the most part, you spend a lot of your time zooming around the bases of massive and non-interactive concrete monoliths. There's also very little verticality. Willis Tower is here, but you can't climb into an elevator and look down from the sky.
You can't go
deck or
anywhere
out onto
tall.
Lake Michigan to soak in the game's scope.
You can't.
It's really a missed opportunity. That, of course, brings us to the periphery. Remember that helicopter I mentioned earlier? You still can't fly it. There are no airplanes, no jetpacks. Fine. Okay. But there are boats. There are no boat races, however, and there are no ski-doos. There's really no reason to use any of the provided boats at all, actually. The map is far
I
too
think
tight to make
I
use
zoom
of
in
them
in
aside
the
from a quick
perspective
escape.
drawn,
Overall, Watch Dogs
or the
Chicago,
inside
despite
view
its size
of
and
the
content,
boat,
feels constrictive and sparse,
and it's
undercooked
awful.
even. It hangs its
It's
hopes
just,
so
like,
much on
blurry.
being hacker-friendly that it's not a very interesting or fun place to be on its own. There's no joy in just rolling down the street in your stolen ride. You can't even make much of your own fun because of how restrictive the city is. There's another small wrinkle to my criticism of Watch Dogs Chicago, and that's in the authenticity. There are a variety of sightseeing points where you can check in using a Foursquare-like app. But because of the partially fictionalized nature of this world, the factoids ranged from, accurate enough to pause the game and read the Wikipedia entry about it, to outright fabrication without giving me so much as a wink and a nod as to which ones were true or not. I also didn't realize that Chicago's
That was
history
really,
was so grim,
really
full of
weird.
murders, gang wars, and little
Going
else.
around there, I was looking
Finally,
for the
they couldn't even
bean
clear the rights to use
there.
the famous Cloudgate sculpture in Millennium
Yeah,
Park.
the bean,
I mean,
the
if you're in
Cloudgate.
charge of licensing at Ubisoft, how do you get that one wrong? So if the gameplay is competent,
The fact that they didn't have all of the real parts, real landmarks of Chicago was like, what's real and what's not. There was actually one that I did look up. It was the boat that sank in the middle of the night, or not in the middle of the night, but it was like there was a bunch of people on this boat in the harbor, and it just sank, and like hundreds of people died. It was nuts.
Cops are closing. He's on the move.
All right, get to your vehicle fast. I want everyone to track Pierce and protect him, at least for now.
Yeah, the multiplayer.
Capping the game's unveil, we got an
sucked.
epic teaser for
'Cause
what
there
could
wasn't.
have been a mighty
There was none.
multiplayer mode.
Tracking Pierce, you got it?
I copy. 30 seconds away.
Looks pretty great, huh? A kind of pseudo-MMO-ish asymmetrical co-op? I know it's a pain to describe, but as a gamer, your brain can automatically explode with the possibilities that Ubisoft pitched us. It's unfortunate, then, that nothing resembling this World of Hackers mode ever came to be.
That shit doesn't even faze me right now because I'm about to hit a fat-ass ball.
That's not to say Ubisoft wasn't clever, they just weren't nearly clever or ambitious enough when it came to the multiplayer modes that
thank you,
shipped on the
Fat.
disc. Yes, this game has races, and
I'm
they're
glad we
fun
can
and
appreciate it
competent,
now.
but unimaginative. There's
I
an
didn't have
open
anyone
world
else to
mode that isn't
appreciate it with
fun,
back
but
then.
The basket
Wah,
Watch Dogs
wah.
puts most of its eggs in is in its hide-and-seek hacker mode. As the hacker
I
in these
couldn't believe the
one-on-one matches,
conversations
you
I
need
was
to
hearing as I
evade
was
your
doing
mark
this.
while downloading all of their data. As the mark, you don't have so much time to find your hacker before they get away with your data. You need to use your hacking mode to
The
determine
multiplayers
who
would be
they
so
are.
much more
As time
interesting
advances, the
if
search bubble contracts
the maps
to
weren't
help you
so
out,
weird and
but you're
restrictive
also
and you were
running
stuck
out
at
of
ground level
time.
because you can't climb
It's probably
anything.
fun a few times,
And you can't
mainly
use
the
the
few times
elevators.
the game's main
You can't go
campaign
anywhere.
forces you into these
It's
matches.
lame.
But on top of the game's other modes, I didn't have any fun with Watch Dogs multiplayer and only came back to capture the footage you see here. Again, another missed opportunity.
Did you just call yourself a hoe? Well, if the shoe fits, wear it.
Find you, that's all I know, man! That's all I know!
Give me a name.
Watch
I'm glad I
Dogs
put
opens
in
and closes
the,
with the same choice. Here you are, the mercenary Aiden Pierce, hovering
the
over
gap
a
between
broken,
chapters.
whimpering
It
hitman
really
named
allows the
Maurice.
video to breathe
It's
a bit.
almost clever. You see, in the E3 unveil, I got the impression that Pierce was an empire-building hacker god who wanted to send a message to rival kingpins and internet-enabled miscreants that Chi-Town was his turf, haunting in a very Walter White kind of way. Instead, Pierce winds up as the victim of an overwrought and completely unrealistic soap opera that goes everywhere but interesting. It fits then
the
that
story
the first time you meet
sucks
Maurice,
so
your only
much. I
option is
hate
to
the
shoot
story.
him,
It's
to prove that you
I think you
are
even
the
say it.
big
It's
boss.
like it feels
But
like
you don't
a
kill Maurice,
cable
because that would
TV
ruin the flimsy
sci-fi
framing device and
show.
prevent you from reflecting on your hero's
It's
journey
so
at the end of
ridiculous.
Watch Dogs' long and
It's
arduous
like really,
campaign.
it's awful.
But who the hell is Maurice? Well, let's back up a bit. As the game opens, you're waltzing around the lobby of the Hotel Merlot, while your once-upon-a-time mentor and hacker pal Damien serves as your eye in the sky. You're here for money, cold hard cash in digital bits and bytes.
I really do like the
When a
visualizations.
second hacker begins to penetrate the Merlot's
I think
network,
that's
though,
amazing.
a line gets stripped and you're forced to abort. It's not long afterward that you're tracked down and our pal Maurice is dispatched to take care of
I don't know
you
if I care that
in an
much about all
incident
the
that
like
instead kills your young
decompression
niece.
or the compression.
Now, I'm not going to argue the
artifacts.
validity of chaining the emotional core of this 15 to 20 hour campaign to the murder of a young girl, because they could have really pulled it off with flying colors.
At age
Instead, it
6,
serves as a heavy anchor
'cause
to
you can't
everything
do the
else
math
that
in your
follows,
head, you
grounding any
idiots.
imperialistic ambition Aiden may have and reducing him to a mere fish in other people's ponds. It also shrouds
The villain
debate
was
of
not
Aiden's
that
morality
interesting
by not really
at
caring
all. The
either
old
way what you
man.
do, which makes the Maurice dilemma that much more confusing by the end. It doesn't take too long playing Watch Dogs to make you feel
I actually
that
got to
no one
see
had a
Aaron
grand
Douglas
vision for
at
Aiden's
Phoenix
future.
Comic Con. He plays
Instead,
Jordy.
It feels like Ubisoft purchased a season's
And,
worth of unsold scripts for a crappy
didn't get to
techno
meet
thriller
him, but
TV series,
just
then
seems like a
sanded
real
their
cool dude.
individual awful climaxes down into a confusing mess. Characters appear and disappear, motives are contrived and forgotten, and in one instance toward the end of the game, you spend 2 hours chasing down a dead mouse look-alike in a station wagon, only for him to disappear into the ether when the thrill is over.
Does he
like a
come
campy
back?
comic book villain.
Yahoo? Does he come back in the second one? Default?
Not helping things is the lazy writing that tends to forget where it is, like some sort of
No.
Tell me you got something.
That would be
It
cool.
was only a partial download, but I definitely got something.
It's encrypted.
You said it's encrypted.
Everything all right?
I didn't get much. The upload was cut off. Shit. Even if you did get inside there, we can't read it. It's encrypted.
There are a number of factions introduced in this game, but since the game lacks any
Yeah,
territorial grab aspects,
Aiden's
they serve mainly as mobs to
bad.
feed the narrative. Who are the viceroys, and why should we care about them?
Bad bug doesn't even mean anything.
Yeah, it does. A bad bug can get into any lady's bed.
That's disgusting.
Why would their boss... a
That's
war
like the
veteran,
only funny
call
line in the
himself
whole
Iraq?
game.
No, I guess that actually does make sense. In a silly kind of way.
Weasel.
Why, in a game that lives and dies on its theme of technologies entwining with our moment-to-moment
Like,
culture,
you can tell they
the
put so
anonymous
much
hacker
time
hive
and money
minds,
and effort and
DedSec serve as
manpower
little more than
into this
background
game, and it's just...
This is a secure site.
This is...
By design, it's untraceable, unhackable.
Yet here we are about to hack it.
Every time
This
the story
is- this
goes
is a
somewhere
game
interesting,
that
they
you can
toss the
tell
conclusion away as some tease to set up
they
some Watch Dogs
had,
sequel.
like, no direction.
Remember when we were kids? And I would follow you?
So then we get to the morality of the whole thing, which Watch Dogs is the most confused about. It has no idea what lesson it wants to teach you, and unlike other sandbox games that are ambivalent to your character's actions, this one is so self-serious that it quickly makes its own arguments incredibly awkward. You see, a hitman just killed Aiden's innocent niece, and he spends the entire game brooding about it. Aiden Pierce is a bummer.
I need you someplace safe. That's what makes me strong.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, he has no issue knocking off anyone who's merely in his way.
Lackluster vision,
I can't keep
no
alive.
vision,
Oh.
inconsistent
No, well, I
vision.
guess not.
My sister's
Nothing.
missing, Clara. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get her.
He mutters to himself about this over and over again, just as confused about his dualistic motivations as the player is.
What did I do? I killed every one of them. How many people have I hurt? Killed? Who deserves to die? Who decides that?
His niece's death enforces an image of you being a moral crusader, Random crimes appearing across the map enforce this notion as well, because you can only save your fellow citizens. You can't decide to divvy up the purse money or what have you. At the same time,
Yeah,
the
you
story
can't
has you
beat
doing
up
some
people
really
or
evil stuff, and knocking people off
do
just
Grand
for the
Theft
sake of
Auto,
relieving
because
some
maybe
narrative
because
tension.
that's what
In
you
other
would
games,
do
this
is you
can
would just
work.
steal people's
Ubisoft
money over
clearly
and
never
over, which you
thought
can
this
kind of
through.
do with the
For all we
ATM
know,
hacks.
this story was cobbled together in the 11th hour around set pieces and missions that already existed in another form that didn't work out. When we see Maurice again, in a break during the ending credits, you're given the option to spare or dispatch him, but after 20 to 30 hours of playing Watch Dogs, your decision becomes a meaningless and superficial exercise because you don't care, and by proxy, neither does Aiden. Complain what you will of the binary angelic good or satanic evil choices of games like Infamous, Bioshock,
You
or
can
Star
tell
Wars
who
going
I
forward,
am.
but at least they provide some consequences in making
Someone killed
consistent
my
choices.
niece.
Watch Dogs sets up the bowling pins, then locks up the alley. Maurice, the first and last decision you'll make in Watch Dogs, eventually serves as a metaphor for the terrifying shamble that is this game's story and how poorly the game treats your many, many choices, implying weighty morality but providing little to no circumstance and certainly no constructive conversation. So what of Aiden Pierce, the proposed hero of this franchise and tentpole attraction of any further
God, I
games
didn't.
to
I'm
bear
glad
the
they
Watch
didn't.
Dogs name? Well,
Chris,
what about
yeah.
it? Do we ditch him like Assassin's Creed's Altair?
I'm Aiden Pierce.
There are a variety of audio logs littered throughout the city filling in background detail on central characters, but we don't know that much about Aiden's motivations or where he comes from. We know he enjoys his baseball cap and trench coat motif, but
That's a
why
fact.
does he do the things he does?
Lame man,
Why does
more
he
like
become
it.
a hacker? How does he live this life? There are other questions like, where the hell does his phone come from, and why does no one else have the same one? Why aren't the
He's got
police
like it
seconds
looks
away
like an
from every
Android
crime
phone,
that
but the
CTOS
back
warned
button's
you
on the
about?
right.
Do
And
they
if
not
you're on
get
an
the same
Android
alerts?
phone, with the
See,
back
the
button
mystery
on the
would be
right.
fun, but these are just
What are you
bizarre and
doing?
unrealistic
Switch that.
omissions.
Back button
It
goes on
seems
the
that
left.
The only decent character in this merry-go-round is CTOS itself. The only entity that seems to evolve as you learn how to manipulate it.
I actually
Seems
actually
like no
got
one else
used
can
to
stop
the,
talking about it like it's the hottest celebrity in town. I also enjoyed the ins and outs.
I got
of
used to the
psychopathic companion
gesture-based,
Jordy, but they just didn't give
the
him enough
new
screen time.
Android
They should really
gesture-based
just give him the second game
UI,
entirely.
and I don't know, it's pretty cool.
Do that.
It's pretty cool.
Gonna pay for that, T-Bone.
Yeah, yeah.
You owe the man $100.
So you have a game that's not a lot of fun to play, an environment that's not fun to be in, bound to a story that's an absolute train wreck. The mock reviews are coming in and that Metacritic score isn't going to be great. It's October 2013, a month away from release, and you're about to tell the team to wrap up the assets because the game is about to be sent off to replication to fill millions of pre-orders
I'm
and
Layman.
console bundles.
Fear me or
Well,
don't.
if you're Ubisoft,
I don't
you have
care.
a me and slam the brakes. You delay the game for half a year and tell the team to fix
Yeah,
the
it was
problem.
it was very much a
As an observer,
surprise
it's
when
hard
they
to
delayed
quantify
Watch
what
Dogs at
exactly
the
changed
last
in those
minute
extended months
when
of
they had all the
development. But the
packaging
introduction
out
of some new
and you
modes
had
indicates that the best they could workshop were some
PS4s
bolt-on experience that cribbed from
that
the
were ready to
imagination
go,
of
or
flamboyance,
PS4
while
boxes
other more
anyway,
adventurous
that were
games.
ready to go
I'm not
with
even
Watch
mad.
Dogs.
Yeah, every game
And
should
then-
spend more time copying colorful indie
Yeah.
games and Saints Row.
I don't know
just wish
anyone who's like,
Ubisoft
man,
had
don't
looked
you
into
remember
it years
Watch
ago
Dogs?
when they were building their grim adventure, rather than at the tail end of development. The results are interesting.
These
Let's
are
knock out
very
the bad
weird.
stuff
This
first.
was
The augmented reality
That's
games
bad.
are awful.
Yeah.
Turning Watch Dogs into a boring 3D platformer or a, shooter sci-fi thing is a bad call. I understand how these fit into the universe considering how powerful your in-game phone is, but they're only theoretically clever distractions. Where the real fun begins are in the
those were
digital
lame.
trips, which are what Watch Dogs
That's
suggests
like
would have
so much
happened
of
to
Watch Dogs.
MP3s
It's like,
if
it's just
Napster had
lame.
flourished. There are a series of standalone games that, if cooked a bit more thoroughly, could be entertaining.
And your
games
drugs
on their own
are
merit.
like
Each game is
podcasts.
round-based with individual skill trees to acquire better
You
skills
listen to
to
these
achieve
weird
bigger goals.
podcasts and
My
you start
favorite,
hallucinating.
Of course, is Spider Tank.
Yes,
Control the
that was
autonomous
cool
mech
as
to
fuck.
Crush, kill, and destroy various objectives. It's honestly the most fun in the game, and it's here that you see the limitations of Watch Dogs' designs. Ubisoft had never planned for any human to ever see the top side of any of these buildings. Unfortunately, I blew through all the content in about an hour and change. Madness is a zombie-themed Carmageddon run-em-over in a burn-town environment. Here, you tackle haunting specters with a militarized front end of your vehicle to achieve specific goals, which allows you, in turn, to gain more superpowers and set zombies on fire. Psychedelic is the most on-the-nose tribute to Saints Row I've ever seen, loosely
Yeah,
guiding you in arcs
absolutely.
between large trampoline flowers. The next best idea, however, is alone. Playing entirely on the game's stealth mechanics, you need to avoid terrifying robotic torchlights as you seek out shroud generators that obscure chunks of downtown. It's a stressful game until you ramp up your offensive capabilities, allowing you to tackle patrolling sentinels with ease. Again, it's a great idea that came far too late in development.
Yep. It's true.
A project with all the money and the best talent in the world can still get lost without a competent plan in place. Watch Dogs is obviously a product of a ton of man-hours despite its critical errors. It's full of content and it cribbed some of the solid engineering of its open-world stablemates at Ubisoft. The game's
did we
look is
miss
a
the
product
inside of that boat
Ubisoft's
shot?
army of international artists, but like I mentioned earlier, it's obvious that in serving 2 generations of console hardware, sacrifices had to be made. Watch Dogs isn't quite the looker that you'd expect out of a next-generation console flagship.
Get rid of that volumetric
Like any open
fog.
world, it's got its share of bugs, the AI is unimaginative, and you should never really
Yeah,
try
there
to
we go.
use the cockpit
Look,
view of
yeah,
any
look at
vehicle you
that
enter.
blurry
Yeah,
console.
that's some pretty killer depth of field. Otherwise, the game's artistic direction is pretty incredible
Very
and
real
realized,
afterthoughts.
if not a bit stark at times. Watch Dogs, however, is a disappointment, even with lowered expectations. While Assassin's Creed could be improved by a better narrative, or Far Cry 2 could be improved by a few thick layers of polish, what twitches at this game's core isn't fundamentally entertaining. There's no 5 minutes of fun gameplay loop in Watch Dogs. There's no joy in playing this game unless you jump directly from attraction to attraction, which do their best to distract you from the game's core ideas. Left to your own devices, there's nothing fun about this game at all because of how binding the gameplay is. Hacking, the core gameplay conceit above all else, just isn't thoughtfully executed. What Watch Dogs borrows, it takes advantage of. What it formulates on its own is misspent, underutilized, or uninteresting. I know a game like this gets extensively play-tested during development,
Blood
but
Dragon.
it blows my mind that they were ready to duplicate this game millions of times over before they realized their design mistakes. It reminds me of last year's online expansion to Grand Theft Auto 5, in which Rockstar
Last year's.
demonstrated that they had never played a fun online game before, or understood how to use the legendary series to their advantage. Ubisoft has already invested too much into Watch Dogs to back down now, but frankly, it sucks we're gonna
Moments
have to
like
wait
that
2
were
or 3
so
years before they can
cool,
prove that
but
know
they
how Watch
rarely
Dogs
ever
is supposed to be
happened.
fun, or even slightly entertaining at the most fundamental level, because it didn't happen this time around.
Just keep in mind my reputation's on the line here.
Yeah, there's
Paying
Jordy.
Top dollar for the best driver in Chicago.
Then he's in luck.
This is back when I used to give games scores.
6 out of 10. It may not be the first, but it is the nth review. I've been your host, Nick Pfeiffer. Stay tuned for the next episode of the nth review where I
Back
dive
when I
into
used to do
Microsoft
previews
and
of what
Playground Games'
next
new
episode was.
Mediterranean-themed open
I
world
stopped that
racing
when I
game,
didn't
Forza
do
Horizon 2.
Forza,
Now it's
Final
time
Fantasy
for the
13.
links. If you enjoyed this episode, be sure to check out my reviews for Rise
So
Foundations
I
and
put all
id
these in, and then I didn't
Software's
realize that
Rage. Don't forget
YouTube
to check out
doesn't let
my
you do that,
E3
and especially it doesn't
2009
let you do
documentary,
that
Infinite
from.
Lives: The Road to E3. Are you a fan of retail-themed dystopian thrillers?
Yeah,
You
there's
might
my
like
book.
my new book, Madman Love War Retail,
That's
on
right after it
Kindle.
came out.
Follow me in the Nth Review on Twitter.
I was
like the Nth
generous.
Review
Oh
on
my
Facebook.
God, yeah.
Hey, I'll see you next time.
And hey, so yeah, my little catchphrases and stuff like that. Those are great. Yeah, those are great. Yeah, so all of these, I thought I could link to these things, kind of annotation style, through the end screen, and you couldn't. So there they are. It was pretty great. And that was my first review. That's the one thing that kind of just set off everything I wanted to do. It was just freaking rad. But obviously it didn't really take, and it took me a long time to really understand how YouTube works, what content I should be making, and do that so that people, know how to, like, I can sell my videos essentially. When annotations came out, I was using them for like director's cut style, like commentary, like so you could pause it and see the stuff. But then everyone else was using annotations to just spam garbage in the most annoying way possible. And so I don't miss those at all. I'm glad those are gone. Because you can only see them on desktop after a while. I thought that was very interesting. So go figure. So, next up, we have a little game by some Finns. You want to try using the chatterbox? Hop on in, buddy. You can do it. And I'm going to load up this our next game here. Hello, how are you, Romega? Well, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate your gift of the Halo Master Chief Collection. We will definitely be getting into that in the next, I don't know, couple weeks or so. So we can play that, grab the footage, stuff like that. What do you mean? Oh. So you can download everything separately, like modular. Which makes sense because that whole thing together is like gigabytes and gigabytes and gigabytes big. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, and thankfully I have hard drive space so that I can actually do that. That helps a bunch. So cool. Yeah, cool. So we'll play some stuff in time and we'll record that footage. As I was thinking about it, it's like, man, where do I fit that review in? Because next I want to do Human Revolution after City Skylines here. And then now you can use Discord on the browser, sure. And it's a lighter thing. Of course, Discord would be on a browser versus the standalone app, but that depends on your computer too. So Human Revolution after that, because it's 10 years old. And then after that, there's the Shock games that I've wanted to do forever. But then the big thing is I would do Halo, but I want to do the Bungie games. So 1, 2, 3, and ODST. And those games are only like 5-10 hours each. Yeah. I mean, it's still been, I don't know, 15 or 20 years since I played the original, even though we've played it so much. You haven't played 3? Huh. Sure. I gotta switch some audio things here. Don't mind me. I gotta cut that in half. Let's bring in our next game. Oh, you want to bounce already? Okay. All right. You can hang out with me if you'd like. You played SimCity 3000. Here we go. Let's switch it up. Hey, look, it's City Skylines. It's that game. Have you played this before?
I played a bit, but the thing about this is that, I'm trying to get my cities off the ground, and I'm not quite too sure how to do that.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I can see here you've already quite built yourself up.
Why is it reset to 4K? Why does it do that? This, if you remember, yes, I want to keep this. Hang on, let me make sure OBS is... Okay, yeah, OBS is good. It'll reset to 4K for some reason when I'm streaming, and it's like, no, my computer can't handle that. That's the thing with like all the city builders, is getting over that initial hump of how do I build up a city and it doesn't die immediately.
Exactly. Like one time I was mentioning before, like I built these windmills, and
speaking of which,
people would start getting sick, and I could not figure out why. And I tried another city, and I put in the water supply, got water going in, and I thought I had water going out, but people were complaining about sewage, and I could not figure that out.
Yeah, because sewage and water use the same lines.
Okay.
So you have to... Yes, this is Romega. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm Romega.
Sewage and water use the same lines, but then you have to have water treatment facilities
predict
tied
that a
to it.
sinkhole could strike at any minute. Residents should take precautionary measures.
Ugh, yuck. And I've got the disasters expansion because, you know, here we go. Here we go. I got
A sinkhole has occurred somewhere in the city. Stay out of harm's way and contact authorities with any information.
Oh, great.
Yeah, sinkholes are never fun.
But the cool thing is you can massage it. It is cool. It is cool hearing Romega. You know, having a voice attached to the person that you read the text of all the time. It's even cooler when, like, when you meet someone online in person for the first time. And I did that back in 2004 when we went to E3, seeing these Team Xbox guys for the first time. So...
Well, that too. Plus, you know, we haven't really actually talked to each other in voice for about 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. And coming up with a case for that. But it's good to hear your voice as I'm repairing this road. Look at this sinkhole. Look at this bloody thing.
It's like, what do you do with that?
Yeah. Well, this is one of my favorite parts of this game right here is the terrain manipulation tool here, because the new SimCity doesn't have it. You can only do civil engineering style ones, like like in the real world, you alter the terrain for your house or what have you. And that's the extent of it. Exactly. You know, you tamp down land to, you know, just get stuff. Yeah, let's fix this. You tamp down the land so that you can put a foundation on top of it. And that's the extent of what you can alter in SimCity. But here, you can actually shape the worlds. And it's a lot closer to something like, you know, SimCity 2000, 3000, even 4. I don't know. Did you see the stream we did where I was playing SimCity 4? And we made that really terrible city.
Unfortunately, didn't. That was out. I did see the City Skyline stream. There was a 2013 stream. I did not see it since, unfortunately.
It was the week out. It was right after Outer Worlds.
Yeah.
It was that weekend. So right after that.
That's right, because I was watching the review still.
Yeah. So we started out playing SimCity 4 because it's like, hey, we've already done City Skylines. Yes, and the terrain manipulation tool, it's not as powerful, or it's not as big doing it in here, but obviously, you know, you don't need it that big, because the things you can do in SimCity 4 to alter the terrain are disgusting and awful. But in SimCity 4, I made terrain that was like a mile high in the sky, and it was so high that it could not connect to its neighbors.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was ridiculous and dumb and very stupid. But I did it anyway. So it's like, sure, why not? Let's do that.
Well, I remember that volcano city we built back in the day in 2000.
Yeah, because that was one of the scenarios. That was a pre-built city.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know you could, with the terrain manipulator, you could make something like that. I think you could, but that came with it. And then my city that I built, quote unquote built, Lakeland. That was a prefab city in the game as well. So I took what was already working and then just built on top of it for weeks and months.
Okay, yeah.
So what we're gonna do here is this right here is a district, because when you get the industries expansion, the DLC, you can actually set up in actually very much the same style as like the supply chain builder games like Dyson, Sphere Industry, Factorio, Satisfactory, even SimCity 2013. You can set up these little industries here that can harvest resources, refine them, and then turn them into products. And that seems incredibly relevant, Kaz, to what we were talking about earlier. So I've already marked out, hang on, let me see if we can bring up the district view here. Yeah, so here I marked out a district for the forestry. And let's bring up the natural resources, which is, I hate these icons so much. So here you see all the green is, you can place forestry in, or you can place forestry maximally. And then this like bluish purple is where ore is.
Okay.
So this is where you want to mine for ore. And you know, you just build the industry around it. And the thing is with the ore and the oil is that you deplete those resources pretty quick. Like you're constantly having, you're building these extractors, either these mines or these drills or what have you, and then, you know, a couple years down the road you're having to uproot, destroy those, build new ones. And then in the case of the forestry and the farms, which is like the yellow area here, those are places you can actually grow the resources.
Okay, so they put in these new mechanics, and it's like, you know, they don't last very long. So, like, is it really worthwhile?
It is, but it's also, it's kind of City Skylines in a nutshell. Is it's worth it to an extent that it's not a pain in the butt. Because micromanaging these industries, it adds cool gameplay and mechanics to the game, but it's also kind of annoying to have to deal with that. Like as soon as you get comfortable with how your ore thing is going, you have to move it along, and then eventually you'll run out. Like eventually this will all be gone. And in SimCity, you don't. It's more like Rise of Nations, where it's kind of like an infinite pit of resources. Like imagine in StarCraft or something, and you have those, you know, the Vespene,
minerals and
minerals in the Vespene, but that you don't run out. Now the point of running out of that stuff in StarCraft is to move you towards your enemy and switch sites and stuff like that. But in a game like this, you don't really need that tension to, you know, do stuff. So in SimCity, you can set up ore and oil and coal and refine that stuff and extract it, but it's not sitting there like immediately running out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because like in my SimCity 3000 days, you know, I did not put in like pipelines or electrical wiring, so I have all these water towers and power plants everywhere, and every so while I have to like check up on them to make sure they're not, you know, being demolished because they're just end of use.
Yeah.
So I have to constantly replace those.
Yeah, because they just become like abandoned, if I remember right?
I forget what the condition was, but I just want to tell the audience this is like in my early teens, so I'm not that quite good at gaming yet.
Yeah, but even then, like when you're playing SimCity 2000 and you have the disasters turned on, the power plants have 50-year lifespans, which is, that's, kind of like how the real world is, except in SimCity 2000, those years can go really fast.
Yeah, I remember the risk on the nuclear plants.
Yes, exactly. And so we're slope too steep. There we go. And we'll build like little service roads so that they're not expensive, and then we can. See here. This is that civil engineering style terrain manipulation where they build out just enough that they can get the extraction surface on. That's what they do in SimCity, but here you can obviously manipulate it further.
Okay, I see how it is now.
Yeah. So it's industry road. And I know people were complaining about me being a grid builder. That's called good urban design. Good cities are based on grids, period. End of story. So,
just like the Romans did.
Yeah. Well, their grids were a little weird. Let's see. Let's get some extraction here. Oh, and we need water. I gotta pipe water up here. I have a mod for this game where the power comes through the roads like it does in SimCity, the new SimCity. So I'm not having to. Well, thank you.
Lay down lines.
Look, guys! I got a colossal city. I got a colossal city. We only have a few more milestones. Yeah, 75. And look at all the. This is also a mod. I guess you became a City Skylines believer, right? Yeah. I'm accepting more of its positives, honestly. And but I also recognize that like there are some negatives in here as well. Romega, what are your thoughts on mods and modding games?
I don't use mods a whole lot. I mean, I can see people want to use it and really go crazy with the games, or maybe just make it easier in places the developers overlooked.
Yeah.
Like I've mentioned before, I mostly use it for the truck simulators, American Truck and Euro Truck Simulator 2.
Mm-hmm. Like what kind of mods do you use in there?
Most of it is really just realistic signs. Like with the default game, it just uses like these not quite these copyrighted companies, so you can put it in like Coca-Cola or Pizza Hut or whatever.
Sure. So like aesthetics and stuff like that.
Yes, there's also like this. American Truck had this realistic graphics mod. I put that on. There was a longer yellow light mod, and then when
a longer yellow light mod, so you can get through those reds. You're not freaking out in there.
Exactly. And then when the game first came out, the police were really picking on people, so they made a mod for that.
And that's completely understandable. I mean, not to invalidate mods and why people install them to make games easier or more realistic, because I mean, if you can add mods that allow for actual companies that exist in the real world to show their advertisements, that's cool, right? God, this is a really steep slope here.
Yes.
I wonder if we can get more extractors on here. But at the same time, and then there's also the fact that like, do the developers make it easier to add mods, and are the mods hacks essentially because the game sucks or something? The out of SimCity, the biggest things was the city size, right? Because the city lots in SimCity, this is really weird looking, by the way. It's like Dorito Town. It's like Nacho Burg. That is not a mod, I swear. But in SimCity, the city lots were so small, and it was a closed source game. Maxis did not intentionally make that game easy to modify, whereas Colossal Order did with this game, because with Cities in Motion, they saw the feedback of people modifying Cities in Motion to do all this cool stuff, and they're like, we need to make sure that happens with City Skylines. So in SimCity, though, people were expanding the size of the city through hackery, but it was not as easy as just turning a value into a slightly bigger number. The game would fundamentally break in weird ways because it was not designed to be that big physically.
Yeah, I remember that being the biggest disappointment of the game.
Yeah.
Especially since, like, in SimCity 3000, I built up my city a whole bunch. I got it working and everything's fine, but I did not fill up all that space, and I had no clue what to do with it.
That's like philosophically an interesting question, right? It's like, why, when you play a city builder, what's the point? Like, what are you trying to do in that? And in SimCity 2000, and I know you've seen me talk about this before, is SimCity 2000 had arcologies. I don't know if I finished all this.
Yeah, I love the launch arcos.
Yeah, but what they do is they add an end game to a game that's kind of open-ended and doesn't have real objectives or things to do. I mean, it's a simulator, right? Like, it's just, you're building it out and you build it out, and then I guess you just stop building when you're bored. But what kind of, like, if you're selling this game that you built, and you can build these elaborate cities, what good is telling gamers, play until you're bored? It doesn't make any sense. I should probably actually just flatten this out here. And so, when you're playing with SimCity, the newest one, what they tried to do was, I think this will do it. No, that's not what I wanted at all. Hang on, I'm messing with the terrain here. This is weird. I've never understood. This is the create hole to hell terrain modification. Every time you use it, you just create a hole to hell. Or I did. Maybe I broke it. Anyway, so in SimCity 2013, what they do is they add an end game where you have these like great works projects. And so you can build up your tiny little cities to be very specific and build specific things, kind of like what, we're trying to build here. And you can have those contribute to a great work, like an arcology or an international airport or this and that. There's like 5 or 6, like a solar farm. And when you complete those great projects, those then circle back and help soil availability. What kind of crap is that? Those things help the cities that you have. And so that's an end game in and of itself. SimCity is more like a game. You're building your cities because you want them to be able to create product that can then be shipped out to a center project that all these other cities are making. But in SimCity 2000, 3000 or something, like, yeah, you have all this terrain. What am I going to do with it? Like, am I supposed to paint out to the boundaries? What am I really... Okay, I can't really alter the terrain now as much as I would like.
And there's Big Buzzy.
Where?
It's flying.
Oh, yeah.
The screen.
Yeah, exactly. He's just hanging out back there.
Yeah.
Actually, hang on. Let's see if we can. Hang on. We can do this live. Here we go. That's a big Buzzy right there. Whoop, 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 Buzz. Yeah. There we go. I wonder if he'll come. Can you float around here? Bzzz. Yeah, there we go. He gets to hang out with the dogs. They love it. There's just a big rock to sleep next to. But so
it's like
sorry, you're
not tearing apart.
Yeah, no, these are small dogs. They can't do anything to him. Yeah, it's a big Buzzy, I know. But I mean, you're right. Yeah, you play SimCity 3000 or something, and SimCity 3000's maps were big, like really big, and so you're like, what am I supposed to do with all the stuff? What am I supposed to do with all this terrain? You know? And do I fill it up? What am I doing? So
geologists predict that a sinkhole
and,
could
you
strike
talk about
at
these
any
great
minute.
works, but it's like
Residents should take
you would
precautionary
get city
measures.
rewards too. Like you had the military base, you have a theme park, you have these hot springs that nobody ever goes to.
Hey, that
A sinkhole has occurred somewhere in the city. Stay out of harm's way and contact authorities with any information.
What is
that sinkhole that just happened?
Oh, okay. I thought it was what I was talking about.
No, so, and then I will get to that. This is one thing I don't like about City Skylines is it looks like muddled garbage sometimes.
Yeah.
Like you can tell, like, what am I even looking? This is just
brown.
It's just brown, exactly. And there's very little information you can get out of this. Like, where the hell is the road? What is going on here? And so it's like trying to look more realistic, but at the same time, it's not really designed to be readable and usable. So I'm not gonna pull out the terrain tool. But you mentioned the rewards of like, oh, well, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you for popping up with that right now. That's a big sequel. You mentioned the rewards of like 2000, where they had the military base, the Braun Lava Dome, you know, things like. Oh, there we go. That's nice.
I mean, 3000 AM too.
Yeah, they did, but like they weren't, because it didn't have arcologies. And it didn't have, you know, stuff like that. So I'm trying to figure out how this road works. How did this road work? How did I build this thing? Okay, there's the road. There we go. But they're not as defined, right? As like 2000, when you got one of those achievements, it was a big deal because it like could fundamentally change the profile of your city, essentially, or at least it looked really cool. But with Great Works, it's like building a whole other city. It's a much bigger deal, and so, you know, working towards that is also a big deal. And the game tries to communicate that, and that's the big thrust of the game. Is that is why you are trying to fill these spaces. Is it's for this specific purpose. You need to build microchips. You need to build TVs. You need to mine this and that. Which thankfully is an easier some would say simpler and an easier are kind of different things. You know what I mean?
And this is SimCity 4, right? Or is it 2013?
2013, but also SimCity 4, I guess. Because I didn't really get into SimCity 4. Like, that stream is pretty much like the longest I played continuously of that game. Panning the camera around is the thing in SimCity 4 lacks the most. Yeah, in part. I remember even that perspective shift as you were zooming in was really weird.
Because I remember SimCity 4 advertised that space shuttle launch pad, and it's like you had to play on hard difficulty. It's like, nah. the best feature I can't even build because I don't want to play on that difficulty.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough ask, and you have to know. In that way, like, look how muddled this game is. Look, like this. I realize this is like industrial smog or anything and stuff, and I realize this is more realistic to look at, but it's less useful as a game. And I know people complain about, how SimCity looks cartoony and simplified. It looks like a game from 2005 or what have you. But there's use to that. There's those guys know how to make those games, and unfortunately, EA shot them down before they could really make that game excellent. And because of SimCity 2013, we have this game at all. Because if SimCity 2013 hadn't been a bomb, there would be no City Skylines.
Yeah, picking up the slack.
Exact, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah, this game is 100% picking up the slack of EA, not just folding Maxis Emery, they didn't even fold Maxis Emery until Emeryville until the month that this game came out, but they gave up on SimCity so fast. They released an expansion in September. They had some DLC that they released in 2013, and then they dropped it cold. It was bad.
Oh yes, it just reminds me of Westwood Studios, and we did get more Command and Conquer games, but that franchise is pretty much dead.
Yeah, and then they didn't really know what to do with it, really, because all the original designers were left. So by the time they reached, Command and Conquer 3, Command and Conquer 4, even though you had someone like Joe Kukan still involved, playing Kane, working the theatrical elements.
Yeah.
The designers were long gone. They had started Petroglyph, and they were doing, all their stuff, Universe at War, Empire at War with the Star Wars, stuff like that. EA, Command and Conquer was a product, right? It was just, here's another franchise. I remember, do you remember, when was it? It was like, I'm really thinking about nuclear power here too, so I'm not.
Are you thinking of 96? We would go to our neighbor's house and you would try to play Bad Neighborhood on covert operations?
That was the first time around, yeah. That was back in the day. I was thinking more Dungeon Keeper. They did a sequel to Dungeon Keeper that was a mobile game that was loaded to the gills with microtransactions.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was disgusting. No one liked it. And you can tell that it was clearly something that EA brass had thought up. And I've been doing the research, for this review, obviously. And EA demanded that they put in... Let me speed up the time. That'd be great.
Yeah.
So I have money again.
Ooh, that's neat.
What?
The lights on the windmills?
This is the info view. So when we pop out that... Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't like how the windmills, you can just kind of willy-nilly just place them.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas everything else has to be attached to a road, like SimCity.
Yeah, it would be nice to see them on a grid instead of just, this cluster.
Yeah, because even with the grid and the snap lines and stuff like that, you can't... You still have to place them willy-nilly. And that's... same with the ones out at sea here, because I've got some out on the water that the cruise liners just mow right through with no problem. Sure.
Yeah, people complain about, ocean windmills. I think they're really neat looking.
They are, but, I mean, I can, hang on, if we can...
Oh, it's like landmine for ships there.
Yeah, exactly. Can we... Yeah, if you're sitting here and you just see these spinning things out at sea, maybe not the best look. But then that's the NIMBY thing, and, NIMBY is is just a nasty thing no matter what. Why is this falling on me? Yeah, my socks fell on me, on my mouse. Why did you do that? But in the one the hugest thing I like about this game, here's my university, by the way. I actually built a baseball stadium for varsity sports, and then the game, my computer cut out. Speaking of which, save always, save often. So let's do that.
Oh, yes.
Yes. No, it's Nthberg. This is Nthberg. Yes. Yeah, so one of the things I really like about this game is that your cities can get so large, and this is only 2x2. The base game, without any mods, you can have 9 tiles. Let's look at the region view. You can have, so each of these maps, and you can even import maps that are based on satellite data, so you could, recreate, Phoenix or Salt Lake City or Denver, Colorado Springs, etc. You could do that with real maps, and they're divided up into 9x9 squares, and then in the middle is a grid of 5x5 squares, which then allows for basically, the terrain on the outside so that it doesn't look like there's nothing out there. But when you're playing the base game, you can have a city, I guess it's 6 tiles. 6 tiles. So you start with 1. This is the one I started with, and just piping a connection off the interstate here. And then eventually I'm expanding, I think this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. And you can have 9 in the base game. But with mods, you can actually expand it out all the way to the edge of the map, provided your computer can, handle it at that point. Yeah, exactly. Because you see, hang on, you can't really see the edge until you're zoomed in. Yeah, so basically everything you see out there, you could make a city to.
Okay.
So like over here.
Just so you know, there's like a several second mod between when you talk and when it shows up on the stream.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's because of the Discord.
Yes.
If you're watching on the stream just by itself, it will probably won't even notice.
Oh, yeah. When it's not like on the stream by itself, it's not fine. It's just when I'm talking to you on Discord.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, that's a fun old thing. But you have plenty of space, and you can start building. You have so much space in this game that you can kind of build like little cities by themselves, kind of just in isolation, away from whatever you're doing elsewhere. And you can't really do that in SimCity because even, 2000, 3000, even 4 really, you don't really have the liberty to do that. Because even in SimCity 4, each of those little tiles in that big master map has to be independently, it has to work on its own, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in here, you can build one city, you can make a successful city over here, and then you can just build a big thick avenue all the way out here, and then just start building another town. And then you can have the ore up here, and then you can buy tiles out here and expand your, what else is out here? Like you could mine ore or set up even more forestry out on here, completely isolated from all the town here. And that's one of the cool things about this game, is that you just have so much space you can do that, and then you can fill in the neighborhood as you so see fit to do that. And that's like one of my favorite parts of this game. Outside connections. Oh, there's an outside connection too. And then yeah, you can't really do that in SimCity. You can't do that in either of them. In the new game, 2013, you're having to micromanage all of those things together, because you need each city to rely on the other, essentially. Like, one town is a power town, one town is a garbage town, one town is this or that, and each industry specifically needs its own buildings like this, but it's in its own little square. Like, imagine I was building this, but I also had to build an entire city first so that I was making enough money to sustain just this. And in order for me to get around that, I would have to exit this area, come over to this city, load it up separately, send money over to our town over here, load up, leave this town, come over here, load this town, wait for the money to arrive, and then I could... You see how kind of a nightmare that is in SimCity. And that's the big thing between these two games. But we were talking about mods earlier, and the thing about City Skylines is that even though they built the capability to modify the game in, there's kind of a question of how much of the game am I changing to make it more realistic or fun, and how much am I changing because the base game sucks, or there are parts of the game, like, imagine, I mean, you mentioned the police, like overactive police in American Truck Simulator, and imagine your truck didn't have tires, or you could only carry one type of cargo, or there was only one kind of mission, and the developer was like, well, just let the modders, let the people who are unpaid to create all this content for you, we'll let them do that. We'll make it easy. Orzine! Let's let the modders make all this content, and that'll make the game better, because we designed this game to be modded. And how much of that is covering up for the designers, the developers, not making the game good enough, or not making the interface good enough, or making the game look like a muddled, hazy mess. You know what I'm saying? Like, how much... It's the Ship of Theseus problem. You can sit here and you go back to my video for, the City Skylines is a terrible SimCity, and you read so many of those comments. It's like, man, just modify it till it's perfect and it's great. And it's like, I mean...
Shouldn't have to.
You shouldn't have to. Orzine, if you want to hop in the chatterbox, please do. Come join us. If you're available. But you shouldn't have to mod the game to make it playable. And that's what I do like about SimCity versus this, is that SimCity just fundamentally is a more fun game to play. Even Chatterbox is Discord. I called the voice chat Chatterbox. Go look at... You don't know what day it is. You don't know what time it is. You don't know when things are happening. And the Chatterbox is in the Discord. You see it every day. Where's my money going? What the hell's going on? And so, SimCity is really strong up front, but then kind of falls apart toward the mid and end game. And then this game is a mess up front, trying to figure it out. But then later on, it gets better. Like, once you get over the hump of City Skylines, it ends up being a better game.
Yeah, because I noticed you were complaining about how, like, it gives you all these unlocked options to you, so you have to figure out where to place all of them, especially in the structures you already have.
Yeah, and it doesn't communicate very well what's going on. The customer should never fix the problems the devs didn't. I agree with that. And you mentioned Bethesda. Well, fine, Yahoo. Do what you want, man. I'm not your boss. But
I've seen heard of the more impressive Skyrim mods. I know they're trying to recreate Morrowind and Oblivion.
But the difference is, between like this and Bethesda, aside from the fact that like Bethesda is, this massive developer with hundreds or thousands of developers, and they can make huge $100 million, $200 million games, is that when you play or I'm just speaking from my opinion here, when you play Fallout 4 or Skyrim out of the box, those are automatically great games. Now, they make modding easy, and people make really cool mods for it, but that just makes what's really good even better. It's not like Skyrim crashes every 30 seconds and some mod team is figuring out how to, figure that out. Make the game not crash. Yahoo, just hop in, buddy. Come talk what you know. We'll have some fun. Don't worry, it's my birthday stream, and I'm inviting you in. And you can hang out with Romega and me. Let's see here. But, yeah, I mean, with Bethesda, you can... Yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. But, yeah, I mean, you can play a Bethesda game, and it just works. It just works. It just is. I gotta find...
I don't even have any mods for Skyrim.
I don't either. I don't even know what to do with that. I gotta find... Come on. There we go. That's better. That's dumb, but whatever. There we go. And we get some barracks so we can get some people in here. Let's build a little road here so that we can do that. Yeah. Yeah, crank it out. And there are people that deny it, but I mean, you'd have to be blind to not see that City Skylines jacked a whole lot of ideas from SimCity, like the interface and this grid. And this grid is very useful, except I don't like the this kind of like cheesecloth, like wire mesh.
For zoning.
For zoning, yeah, because when you play SimCity, it's just the outline. All you're concerned about is the outline, and then you can hold down control, and it will just fill in the whole space dynamically. But you notice, like if we go into town here, like see here, you can see where when you get into the curvy stuff, things start breaking up.
Yeah.
And you're having to, when you're zoning, you're either having to select each. You can select individual squares, yes. You can select individual groups here, so like this 6, this 2, and then this, and then this. And then you can also use a brush of different sizes to like brush over this. But none of it is as elegant as how SimCity does it, where it's just...
The Coast Guard is warning of a tsunami approaching the area. Residents should avoid roads and waterfronts.
This is actually another cool
part. A tsunami has
the
struck the city.
For the water.
Take caution and avoid roads and waterfronts
Orzine,
until
hop in the
water
chatterbox.
recedes.
I don't know how to... I don't know. I mean, I guess I could evacuate, but I don't know. Let's set up
this doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't look good. You can actually...
That reminds me of the latest Civilization 6 expansion added disasters like floods and volcanoes and global warming.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I think I remember... where's the evacuation button? You have not built the required detection service to get more information. I actually had a... Where the fuck... Where did you... Oh, it flooded over the entire thing here. Sure. Well, whatever. Flood away. There was actually a time, not in this city, but another one, where it would not stop flooding for like 10 minutes. So every 60 seconds or so, it was giving me it was the same reporter giving me a disaster warning. It's like, I know, I'm waiting for the thing to...
Water to go away.
Yeah, exactly. Mark an escape route. Yes. Go... No, don't do that. Evacuate to... Alright, so you're the start. You're... Okay. Some of the stuff is just really obtuse, like really weird. And some of it you can tell is like lifted precisely from Cities in Motion.
Which I have not played.
Few people have. It's a very, very tough game to understand. It's very dry. It's very academic. It's not a
fun
game
kind of
game.
game.
It's not a fun game. It can be though. I mean, it's not like a spreadsheet or something, but Orzine's about to hop into into TTRPG. Well, if that for whatever reason, Orzine, that falls through, hit up the chatterbox, come chat with us, because we're live until another couple hours here, actually. We're playing games left and right. We'll play this for a bit longer, and then we'll switch it. We'll bring out the wheel. We have a wheel to randomly select the next game, and it's been fun. Let's see. So yeah, SimCity and City Skylines, 100%.
What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Romega?
Hey, how you doing?
Fat Murdoch's in the chatterbox. Welcome, buddy.
What's up? I've just been watching. I've watched every time you stream this game, and every time I just think like, anything you do, I could fuck up on accident so quickly. I'm so bad at these games.
Yeah.
It's just patience, because all the tutorials, they're necessary. It's not like you have to do things. You can't just build a bunch of stuff and then be like, all right, I'm done. And I'll just click through them. And then I'll have all these houses and it's like, they have no water or power. And I'm like,
Take caution
well, I have
and
no more
avoid
money,
roads
so they're
and
gonna have
waterfronts
to make
until the water
Right.
recedes.
What is going on? Why is everyone abandoned? What's going? Why is my industry screwing up? What's happening here? Hang on. We got a crisis. Get out of this info view. Get out of here. Well, I guess I'm good with... Come on. Alright, so yeah, we have an instance like this where it's like... How do I get out of this? I created the escape route. Done. Good. You're good. It's over. It's good. You're alright.
This field looks like winter.
It does. It actually... This totally copies the SimCity... info view, but it doesn't look as good. Like this is less
tsunami
useful.
has struck
See?
the city.
Exactly.
Take caution and avoid roads and waterfronts until the water recedes.
Did they make this game in Unity? Somebody had told me
Yes, this is a Unity game, and in fact, the
fucking impressive.
The agent limit is dictated by Unity because it's 62,000 or something for the cars here. And then another like 6,000 for how do I get out of here? I just want to get out.
I had discussed with someone a while ago because they said Unity was just for shit games, and this is when Jim Sterling was doing the Steam cleaner thing where he'd go through all the asset flips. I would just explain them. They're so like Cuphead.
Take caution and
Pillars
avoid
of
roads
Eternity.
and waterfronts until the
Those
water
games are
recedes.
Unity games. Like if you have like the talent and like you're not just trying to make a quick buck, that's such a cool engine to use, and you don't have to pay anything unless you make X amount of dollars.
It's a robust. It really is a. How the fuck do I get out of this goddamn? I just want to stop making escape routes. Stop. Just you're good. It's good. Where's the act? Thank God. I was about to freak out there. That was really dumb. Why did you let me do that? Alright, release the citizens. I want my industry back.
You're just like a citizen and you find out they're just spending the next 2 years making escape routes. I'd move. I'd panic right now.
Seriously.
The tsunami has struck the city. Take
Alright, this is
caution
bad.
and avoid roads and
Look at that.
waterfronts until the water recedes.
This is bad. So that's the thing about agent-based city management is that you can have something that affects this, and then it cascades.
They're still
into
driving
other
through
things.
it too. They don't give a fuck.
No, they're.
That's just like They're still driving through it. They're not,
They're like, no, I can do it.
This is gonna be the world in like 20 years when global warming takes over. And all these
Yeah.
people they're still in such denial. They're just gonna drive through like
Yeah.
40 feet of water.
I don't.
It's always this lake's always been here. We built
Yeah.
the road underwater.
Yeah. All the houses that were here.
A tsunami
didn't
has
that-
struck the city.
God, I know.
Take
Shut up,
caution
lady.
And avoid roads and
What was that
waterfronts
thing,
until the water
Ben Shapiro
recedes.
said years ago? It was at like a debate where he was just debating, like, I think they were like literal toddlers, and he was just going in on them. And he said, so if Florida goes underwater, like these people can just sell their homes and like
Yeah.
stop. Like,
That was H Bomber
I'm in the
guy had a
market.
segment about that.
It's so like I'm always in the market for a house that's stuck underwater because you can get them dirt cheap. They're just destroyed.
Of course,
yeah,
the fixer-uppers we call them.
Yeah, they're a fixer-up because, I mean, evaporation. I live in Florida. Just down here, like 20 minutes from my house, 30 minutes from my house is where that building, like half of that condo collapsed in.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's just shown that, like, they were warned a couple years ago to be timely about a fix, and they were about to start it, and that's just really sad. It's really...
Yeah. No, that sucks.
Mhm.
And we see the jello here is evaporating very gradually. The physics model in here is really what separates this game, is one of the things that separates this game from SimCity, but also it really looks like jello, and sometimes it doesn't formulate right, and so it'll just like, if you saw the original City Skylines video that I did, there's like it flooded, but it was at a point beyond a dam, and so it got like stuck, and it because the physics simulation is not fast, it was like it had like swelled up against the side of something and then not returned to its natural resting point, so it looked very, very strange. Go ahead.
I know you were talking about Skyrim models, like or Skyrim mods.
And that, yeah.
So there's some mods, like really impressive water mods, because like water physics, when the Skyrim came out, that was the peak of water physics, but obviously it's no longer the peak. But there's some really impressive water mods, and I'd put it on there. So you have this water that looks photorealistic, but the rest of the world's still Skyrim, so it just looks so weird.
But they did that that graphic refresh like 4 or 5 years ago for next gen, consoles. I'm curious though, because it would just make the surface of the water look better, right? Because there's no real reason in Skyrim for them to be like modeling volumes of water.
No,
like,
I own that version on PC and on console. And it just looks better. None of the stuff interacts any differently. Like, you're not gonna be able to jump in the water and have different physics altogether.
You're not gonna create like pools of water to unleash
Right.
on towns or anything like that.
Right, and that would probably require something much more. I know on PC you can always grab like script extenders, and that's especially with New Vegas, and then you can do more. But one thing that it was really smart from Bethesda is, if you remember, probably like 5 or 6 years ago now, they tried to do paid mods, and it was a whole thing.
Yes.
They were charging. So
I remember that.
Well, the takeaway there was like, if you charge for mods, you're gonna fail every time. But they've been charging for mods now for a couple years, and it's been successful. Not on PC, but by buying a game you already own, buying Skyrim, the newer update, buying Fallout, the newer like Game of the Year edition. You can get mods on consoles. So they're charging for mods with a re-release. And I mean, mods sell of games, like they just always have, because you can make a game you've played 100 hours of feel new.
Yeah.
And it worked out really well. It's just such a smart move to like just include like mods hosted on a PS4 server that can be downloaded. And
So you're talking like they're re-releasing the game, but are they like including mods with it?
No, so it's the ability to download mods with it. So when you're on the main screen, you'll have like, new game, options, exit, and then you'll have mods. And you'll be able to see just like hundreds of mods that are hosted on a PS4 or Xbox server. So they found a way to charge mods not by people who are already using them, but by people who don't have a capable PC or they just don't like the PC game. They
want a couch
console.
experience or whatever.
Exactly. So they're able to charge them for mods by having like a re-release, this Skyrim Special Edition.
To add the feature.
Right, and it's just, I mean, I don't know why more games aren't doing it. I mean, if Cyberpunk were to do that, they would sell way more copies because the mods are the things that have made that game. But
with consoles though, like they're sitting there policing it a lot stricter, right? Because obviously on Steam Workshop or what have you, people can release basically anything on there, and that's why Kaz is pointing out in the chat, like, charging for mods out of the stream works.
Terrible.
That's right, exactly. But in the way that you're saying it, if there's 100,000 mods for this game on Steam Workshop, but they have to go through this kind of, maybe not rigorous is the right word, but they have to go through a process. You have to pass cert. Yeah, so you're not like building this mod that spawns in 7 billion entities and then crashes your console and then deletes all your saves.
I think what also you have to worry about is so I spent a lot of time on Nexus mods, and on any game, and I always joke with my friends about this, if there is a game with mods, there is a game with a nudity mod. So I think those are the things they also like kind of keep out, because like you can play Dragon Age Origins and there's one mod where they 3D render sex scenes, like full on like porn sex scenes with like parts and stuff.
Oh wow.
I doubt something like that. Yeah, I mean it's just the community. But I doubt
it's just who it is. It's
I mean like
Rule 34.
I know, you're right.
I just introduced my friend because he hates Undertale. I just hates the visuals. He agrees the music is great and it's just an amazing feat by one person, but he just hates it. So I always joke with him about like, do you think this looks as good as Undertale? Blah blah blah. And the game that we're building, I said like, if we ever finish this game, I'm going to tell everyone that you fought with me tooth and nail to have a sex scene in the style of Undertale. And I started sending him all this like Undertale porn, and he's like, where would you even find this? And I was like, you haven't heard of Rule 34. And I sent him Rule 34, and he just looks at him like, dude, anything. You could have found a game on a Pizza Hut demo disc that never got released, and there's like at least 2 pages of porn.
Yeah, I loved Undertale.
Yeah.
The music's so good, so I still listen to the soundtrack. It's just
I have not gotten into the Undertale
rabbit hole.
No, yeah, because there's like Undertale is one of those games where the fan base is so rabid that it's kind of like repulsive almost.
Yeah.
It's like it's a little scary. Let me show you the
enjoy
zone
the game,
here.
stay away from the fans.
Yeah, look. So look here. With zoning, you can do your bucket fill like this, and you can see these annoying little things here. You can do the individual squares, which I don't know why you would do that. You can have a small brush that's completely useless, and then you can have a medium-sized brush, so you can like do it this way, and they all feel terrible compared to SimCity, where you could just, here's the outline of this block, like so. SimCity, you place your zone. It's like, as you hover your mouse, it just, here's this individual unit, and if you hold down Control, it highlights the entire interior, and you just click, and it's done, and it's over. It's done. And here you're like, well, do I use, I don't know, like the small brush, or do I use the big brush? I'll look over here. Oh no, I have to delete that because this, and there's so many instances of that in this game where it's like, it's just compromises left and right as far as design goes. It's disappointing in that way.
I wonder if there were like legal limits as to how close they could get to SimCity, because I mean EA, I don't think they'd be afraid to like destroy a studio, since that's like their BDSM. They fucking love it.
Yeah,
but
and it's not like they were using the SimCity for anything else other than mobile games, right?
I have no idea what they're doing. I know the last one that came out, there was a whole thing about it.
Yeah, they did SimCity Build It for phones and iPad, basically. And
I don't even want to know how
you know what?
obnoxious that
Because
game
it's.
must be.
Did you ever play like Farmville or Cityville on Facebook back in the day?
No, I
Well,
got a
good
lot of
for you.
invitations. I might
Yeah.
still have those invitations. The Zynga games.
So, in those cases, it's basically you only have so much. You can only do so much in the game at a time, but if you get your friends to accept those invitations, they will give you more units of whatever so that you can do more things like harvest more stuff or plant more things or build more things. And Build It is like closer to that than an actual city builder like this. And this is Nthberg. I don't think I've ever actually introduced this thing. This is Nthberg. This is not the city that I was working on in
the original stream.
In the original stream, right? Which was, not jerks, Green Roomville jerks. Yeah, that's great. This is a whole new city because I was like, let me figure this out. I think something fundamentally broke in that city, and it just fell apart. I think I would have to look at it again. But this one I built up. I almost lost this city, and I've got footage of it. I've got a whole lot of footage of this city. There was a tornado, and the tornadoes in here are OP, just absolute OP. It started like here, and it went right through the core of the town, and because of agents and stuff in this game, it took forever for the damage to really ripple through the town. And so I was down to, hang on, let me bring up the chart. Also, here's another thing. If you want charts about this town, you have to hit the main menu. It's not a button down here. It's in the main menu next to your save and stuff. It doesn't make any sense. So here, and of course, all of these, of course, if you're doing charts, Yahoo, please use separate Y scales so you're not compressing everything down to nothing. But please, like that, like you can see the population changes is like nothing because we're talking about millions of people or millions of units in here. So, just some free advice from this dude who makes hour-long videos about games. So here's when the tornado hit, right? It was at 28,000 people. Boom! All the way down to just under 13,000. And I had to rebuild all the roads. I had to rebuild all of the structures, the individual structures that I'd placed. And then the economy completely collapsed.
You'll have that.
As you can see here. Like I was on the rebound here after some nonsense. And I was down to nearly $1 million in the hole before I enacted some very strict austerity to basically shore up the town. And eventually the town kind of built up again. But it was a really, really messy thing. And, there are players, even myself, that would have been the end of the city. Like, I'm not saving this city. I'm giving up. I'm starting over.
Oh, hey, I'm going to drop out the chair box here. Let you enjoy your stream. I'm going to have dinner. But hey, again, happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rumega. And thank you for hopping by. And when we start the new Green Room format, if you are around, I'll have the chatterbox open and I'll be in the chatterbox and we'll just chat through it.
Alright, then see what the game is.
Exactly. Yeah. And we're thinking about randomizing stuff anyway, so, make it fresh. Like that one thing. Have a good one, buddy. Enjoy your dinner.
Alright, enjoy your stream.
Definitely.
Talk to you later.
And I gotta remember to keep setting up water. I was saying earlier that I put in a mod for this game, because I have like 10 mods or something. I didn't want to like totally wreck the developer's intent with the design and stuff by like loading it to the gills with mods. But one of the mods I did do was I turn the roads electric like they are in SimCity, so that I didn't have to drag out power lines and stuff between clumps of stuff like that, which is kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I can remember being like 12 years old, maybe 13 or something. But my brother had these friends in the neighborhood that really got him into computers, because up until then, like, we had a house computer that we shared. Most of my friends didn't really do anything outside like your basic console stuff. But we got Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I remember like spending hours just trying to make like roller coasters that did not kill everybody and trying to manage money. But I was like 12 and I'm bad at them now, so I was even worse then. And I had this little park I was so proud of. And I went over to my brother's friend's house, and they had this spare room with 3 computers, and they were like good gaming computers for 2002. And they had like dual monitor, like this whole setup where they had this massive theme park that the whole family built. And I just looked at it and I was just like, fuck this game. Like, I was so proud.
Oh god.
I was so proud, and I'm just, it's kind of like one of those things where like you make something, you do something you're proud of. Or like say you do a speed run and you're like, oh, it only took me an hour. Let's see what the top runs are. And that happened with Katana Zero. I'm like, I could probably beat this game in an hour and a half. And I go on the website and it's 15 minutes, and I'm like, I'm done.
No. I have had those streams. I can't remember what game it was. There was like 1 or 2 games where I thought specifically like, hey, you know what? I'm kind of familiar with this game. And, I think I could really speedrun it, like, get real good and get through here. And, I like Max Payne, I think, maybe. Because I was beating that in a single session in, 4.5 hours or something like that. And, I can't remember what the record is, but the record is, like, dramatically shorter than that. And that's without any exploits. That's not without, any, like, wall glitches and stuff like that. And that's like even single segment stuff, like when you even weed out what's a multi-segment run versus a single segment run, and all the little granularity in there as well. Speedrunning, it's like you realize these people have to spend their entire lives focused just on this specific game, and they have to pull everything off specifically.
And I've never loved the game enough to do that. And I've had some games that I love so much, but I can't. Like, there's this guy I watch. I can't. I'm so bad at any Dark Souls game. Bloodborne, I have Bloodborne. I'm just bad at it. I try and like I'll do okay, but like I'm so bad at it. I just mismanage everything. And there's this guy I watch, and he beat I think Dark Souls 3 or maybe the first one, I don't know, with a DDR dance pad.
Oh, geez, yes.
And there's guys who beat it with like the Guitar Hero thing, and I just watch it and I'm like, this is great. Like, how many hours? Like, I just want to see their Steam account and just see how many hours they've played that game. Thousands, yeah.
Thousands of hours. Yeah, watching, because Rain has occasionally played, I think he's still gonna eventually play like some of the other Dark Souls games, but he's been playing the Dark Souls games, Bloodborne, stuff like that. And, I'm watching him. He's a much better video game player than I am, and if you don't know, if you're watching this, Rain 101 on Twitch, he's kind of like thinking about coming back to streaming. He's kind of figuring that out, but he's got VODs out about him playing this game. He's a much better game player than I am, and he's like struggling, and he's like struggling in the way that we watch, and it's like, I'm glad that's not me playing that, because I know I'd be doing even worse. But you get these people, and you mentioned Souls games. I think of Destiny, and here we are, 3 or 4 of us trying to make it through a raid, and it's taking us hours, and then here's this dude who's beating it single-handedly by himself in like 45 minutes. And it's like, dude, like, what? And those are the people who have the time and have the energy and the commitment to this one game. And Destiny at that era, not a very fun game. Like, you really had to fight it. Like, City Skylines here, and this is a beautiful shot, by the way. This is one of the City Skylines' is very pretty shots.
Yeah, it's a beautiful game. Like, the little details in the buildings, like, and I don't see any buildings that are just like Control V. Like, a lot of them have. I'm sure there are some.
There definitely are.
But like, just from what I'm seeing, like, I can see a few of the towers.
Yeah.
But the way it's set up, like, if I don't see it right away, it's usually not a bad thing. I don't expect them to make 5,000 different buildings by hand, but they made enough. Like,
yeah, like these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are all 6.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, that's a bit weird. You don't think you need 6 helicopter pads on one
No,
block, but hey,
no,
it might be a very well-to-do city. They might. I mean, honestly, if I found out half the roads in my town were underwater, and I had, millions of dollars, I might be like, damn, where are you? Which is still like, I remember I was in New York, and there's like this building somewhere, and he talks about like, oh, that's where people who live in so and so, that's where they put their get off their helicopter. There's like a landing pad, and I was probably like 20 at the time, and I just thought like it's so crazy that like
people would commute by helicopter.
It's just like, I mean, at this point now though, like Zoom definitely just kill the helicopter industry. Like, you just, if it's that inconvenient for you to drive to work, like, you can just, or maybe use something better than Zoom. But yeah, no, it's just, if I was working my ass off at a job and my boss showed up in a helicopter, I'd be so, I don't know. It would just hurt
that
my
seems
feelings.
like a very specific use case, and
be like Ken Griffin.
More industrial. Oh, we need more industrial area. That's what we need. That's what I was building before I lost my. I got to redo this ramp. It seems like that kind of industry is vulnerable, very vulnerable to economic conditions, because that thing can only exist when people have lots of money, like private jets. Like, what does that thing look like? What does the private jet industry look like as in a post-pandemic world where workers are trying to work from home?
It looks like a bailout. Boeing gets bailed out so often because it's just a dumb company. Like, there's like, it's just, and I understand, like, yeah, there's a lot more that goes into it that I don't understand, but like, in my like stupid person opinion, honestly, like, if your company has to be bailed out like more than once, maybe twice, then like maybe make way for a better company, because there's some, like, especially everything that's gone on just this year alone in the exposure of like what hedge funds actually are. Because I think like before this year, a lot of people, including me, like, I knew of hedge funds, I knew of some of them, but like I didn't understand it in depth, where you just find out like, oh yeah, no, the government gives them money, and when they fuck up they just give them more. And I'm just thinking, like, that's crazy. Like, 2008 was like 13 years ago, and I thought, like,
yeah,
I mean, there's the whole situation. There was Melvin Capital was the one that got hit by GameStop and bought out by another hedge fund, and then there was another one in Britain this week, in the UK, that just went under because of the GameStop situation. And what's crazy though is, like, yeah, like the GameStop thing, it may have been once in a lifetime. Like, they just, I think a big part of it is they weren't expecting it to happen.
No.
But like it happened. But what's crazy is I still I have a lot of money in AMC, and I've had it since it was like $8. But like, I still, just out of paranoia, I watch Matt Core's stream all day, every day, just like in case panic happens, so I could just like save my ass. But like, he covers the short positions on GameStop and AMC, and they're still, hedge funds are still shorting it every single day. And like, they keep saying like, oh, it's gonna go down, but like, I mean, GameStop's still over $200, so it's just crazy. Like, from what I can tell, like, these people they're smart. You can't be dumbing on a hedge fund, like, at all. But like, in 2008, the banks were so reckless, not because like they were stupid, but because they knew if things go to shit, they will just be bailed out because they can't afford it. It's the idea of too big to fail. It's just,
well, it's like, have you seen The Big Short?
Oh, I've seen it in the book. I fucking love that story.
Yeah, so in the movie, they have like these like real douchey dudes. They're like, man, we don't care if this goes bottom up, because we're gonna get bailed out. Like, no big deal, you know. Let's just continue being rich and doing reckless things.
And there's Steve Carell's character says that, and he said, like, because he kept thinking it was all like, yeah, this can't be happening. It's like Ryan Gosling's character is just this douchebag. He's like, this guy's an idiot, and he's just looking over all of the numbers day after day. And he even says, he's like, they're doing this because they know they'll get bailed out. And an interesting thing is Michael Burry, who was played by Christian Bale. Right after that happened, he was physically sick because he was risking not the money of the government, but like hundreds of millions of his clients' money, and he, was just shorting. It's a dangerous position to be in.
Yeah.
And he said he was physically sick, and then when it turned out it was right, he was physically sick because him being right meant everyone was going to hell. But recently he just put out word that he's heavily shorting Tesla stock, which is interesting. And I have a friend of mine who's really into Elon Musk. It's just a weird cult that he's created.
Everything with I would love a Tesla, but everything with that company is very cultish.
Yeah, and here's the thing: their stock went up over $700 today, right? And a way that they make money, just from what I understand, is there's these patents that they have to be paid on, and of course they sell cars. They get a lot of
They
money
get the
for their
recarbon stuff as well.
Yeah, they have Kathy, whatever her name is. I'm not a genius in any of this. She invested a ton of money, but if you look at any other company that does anything comparable to what they do, Ford's at $12, so it's just either I'm wrong and it's just going to continue to explode, which is fine. I want people to make money, good for them. Or Elon Musk last year tweeted out that he thinks his company's stock is overvalued. Which is a weird thing to do just before a stock buyback. It benefited him, and he had to go to court over it. And he said, "quote I'm just an idiot," which is a weird thing for the richest man in the world to say. But
he is pretty dumb at times.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing. I'm in a lot of programming and tech communities online, and the big misconception is that, one, he founded Tesla, and two, that he has anything to do with he does any smart person would do, and you hire people smarter than you to make your products. But when he was this is during the Dogecoin thing, and everyone was saying, oh, he's a genius, but I sold Dogecoin 2 weeks before he went on SNL, and I'm glad I did. Because, at this point, though, all the crypto's crashing. He killed Bitcoin, between him and China. When you get everyone to invest in it, and then you randomly, without warning, pretty much just call it trash for 2 weeks straight. It's super shitty. I'm all for crypto, but it's just not going to be feasible until it actually has a value outside of what people put into it.
And it won't. Speaking of, value of stuff, look at my town. Jesus.
Yeah.
There was a point in SimCity 2000. I remember I would build an industrial area in one spot, and I would build a residential area in another, and I'd have kind of this road system around here. But the game didn't have the logic. It didn't draw enough distance, because obviously that would crash the computation for 1993 computers. To have to draw that distance. So as soon as I linked a road just between these two areas, they immediately lit up and started developing, because you can only go 3 or 5 squares or something.
So these once you name an area residential or commercial, they just start to auto build. It recognizes, and that's pretty cool.
It is, but it's also weird too. Because and I looked back at the original stream when I streamed City Skylines, and so your main traffic is each map will give you an inlet, because every American town essentially over centuries, even as far as back as humanity, has been built along a river or a natural pass, or in the 19th century they would build them along rail lines, or they would build them along highways. So you always have this natural spur or traffic to come into the town to develop the town. But when I looked at the stream, because I'd forgotten to hook the city up to the highway here, I was building out here in the middle of nowhere, and people were still filling up. The game was still generating agents in that space to build houses and stuff, as though they had like hiked in from the mountains or something to
It's
build
taking a
this.
helicopter.
Yeah, sans the helicopters, invisible helicopters, like some.
This city was built on helicopters.
We built this city on black helicopters. Yeah. So I was like, well, that's strange. But the thing about games like these, and I don't know why is, hang on. Why in the world are you having abandoned? Because why? No goods to sell.
I'm gonna grab my coffee real quick. I got it.
All right.
On the floor.
All right. Yeah. Go grab your coffee. Where the heck are we? Boo 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 boo. Bada bada bum bum bum. Yeah, see here now the haze is coming in and you can't see what's going on. Alright, so we've got industrial over here. We need to build a park or something to spur demand. Essentially. Where the heck are... Sometimes these icons just don't do anything. Let's put it right here. Because when you're when you work industrial, you want a park nearby. What is this? You want a botanical garden right next to your thing. And here's a bouncy castle. We're gonna build a bouncy castle right here.
It'll get your bouncy council demographic over there.
Heck yeah! On the beach? Like, why not?
Do you own an helicopter like beaches and bouncy castles? And it's a very broad demographic.
Heck yeah! I would love a bouncy castle. And look, they've got a... What the heck is that? Oh, that's a carousel. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that. And they're like elephants? Oh, wow. Alright, we gotta put more services in here. That's another thing. So, these games... They don't... And I'm recalling my my video about how we need a new city builder. There we go. There they go. We need new city builders because none of this is how actual cities are built. There's no omnipotent god mayor who is building cities like this. It's not realistic. It's not. Now you may have like a railroad magnate or something. They would do railroad towns, right? They would have a master schematic, because all towns are built on plans, whether they're originally with the city or ones they come up with. But they would have these master plans that it's like, all right, it's 50 miles down the railroad now. We're going to place a railroad town, and these lots are up for sale, and these are the ones that are the closest to... Oh yeah, they need water down here. That would help. They already have power. They just need water. These are the lots that are the closest to the railroad, so it's more beneficial to have a saloon right next to the train stop versus, you know, a quarter mile or even a small walking distance away. And so many, there are towns like around Illinois, Indiana, all across the Midwest. They're just these Midwest towns, and they all follow the same schematic. And that's true to an extent, but then as the city grows, it becomes a lot more organic, and that's when you have the citizen initiatives. That's when politics get involved. That's when leadership says, this is my vision of the city, this is what my plan is, and they have to work together, because then you also have the developers that are like, hey, we're giving you money, you know, let's make this happen. I want to pave over this entire all this green space over here. I want to turn that into 50,000 homes because that's how I make my money. And that's where the politics in that go. So here you're building all these roads, and you're building and you're saying this is going to be residential, this is going to be where a hospital's built, stuff like that. But in reality, the people will come first. They'll come out, they'll have their own plots of land that they bought. They'll have their own independent businesses and houses and stuff. And then eventually, this kind of consortium builds out of that to eventually the point where they incorporate, they get a city charter, they go to the state to get that, stuff like that. And then it becomes an actual city. Like, whatever city you're in, there's probably like some local hero where they're like here in Colorado Springs, there was Spencer Penrose and Lewis Palmer, General Lewis Palmer. They owned like thousands of acres out here. And so naturally they had the first right to name everything and dictate the direction of the town because it was basically their land, right? And so that's how a lot of cities are built, or at least that's how they may be in parts. But, you know, Lewis Palmer's not sitting in a cryo tank somewhere like, all right, this is where I'm placing a school and an evacuation zone, stuff like that. Like, no, that's the confluence of people who live there over time come up with city plans, and sometimes they're not for the best, and sometimes they're racist, and sometimes, you know, you get redlining, and sometimes you get the federal government that's like, hey, we're going to give you $9 for every dollar you spend on building interstates, and they will give you easy access to a city a state away, but it's going to divide up all your, you know, your neighborhoods and be really nasty and cause really bad issues socially in your town for decades or centuries to come. And so in that way, fundamentally, even a game like City Skylines here, which it's more free form and allows you to do more things organically and stuff like that, it's still not realistic. Like, the results look realistic. Seeing these cars run around is realistic. Seeing, you know, figuring this problem out is realistic, right? But the actual method of how we got to this point is still not. Like, a lot of the stuff that this game is based on is how we've been building city builders forever, since SimCity, since the original, since Will Wright made the original game. And that's like part of it. Oh god, I need to change this. This should not be a two-way ramp. This is exit only. So, yeah, when people talk about the realism of this game, it's like, I mean, yeah, it's realistic to a point. Absolutely. But it still doesn't fundamentally model how a city is built. And you can do that in a game. And it can be a game. It can be fun. But that requires such a risk. And I think you probably understand is that, like, who's going to risk millions of dollars to make a weird game that's a city builder that's, like, never been built before based on a lot of AI? Because you would need a lot of AI. You would need a lot of strong AI agents coming out of nowhere.
It would also take away some of the agency most people want in games. Like,
it would take it away. Yeah, it would take it away in, like, this particular angle, but it's like something like this would never happen because you're not just, like, slapping it on the landscape, right? You actually would come up with a plan that says, we're building the interstate through here. We're going to come up with a master plan. It's going to be, we're going to connect this to this. This is going to be one way this way. And it's going to come up with a costs or something right here. And it's going to affect the town in this way. And the scale doesn't need to be this big, right? It doesn't need to be so large. It can be small. It can even be turn-based. It doesn't even have to be real time. And you can have all that because this is how all of these plans come together in real life, is they come together by plans. And
Can
so
you imagine...
then... Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, so you develop these plans, it's going to cost this much, and it's going to take this long. And then the Sims, or whoever, have to deal with the fact that you're spending 3 years, 5 years, developing this plan to make the city
Right.
better, and then just by virtue of understanding that, you understand how things happen in the real world too. So that drives like civic engagement. You start understanding how things happen in the real world too. And obviously, you know, I don't have tens of millions of dollars to build out this idea. Like, it would take some massaging and figuring out, like, I mean, the point you address is like how you remove the agency of the mayor to be able to make dumb decisions, like having a 2-lane road in what is clearly supposed to be a single way. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Every time you try to do something in this game you're talking about, like, okay, we want to build a road here. Okay, wait 400 turns.
Yeah.
While the bureaucratic shit happens. And it's like, well, if so-and-so gets elected, are they flying? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
While
what I'm, that's right. That's what I'm saying. Like,
well, he didn't get elected, and he promised he'd do this. This other person's actually going to cut taxes on this class by a bit, and that class is actually what makes up a majority of the people who live here. So at best, we could put a stop sign over there.
Yep. Exactly. You start understanding how cities are built, and again, this can still be a fun game. It doesn't have to be like Bureaucracy Simulator, 2022 or whatever, but it would get people to understand in a realistic, fun way how cities work and how things are approved and how politics can change things from a ramp complex like this into, well, we're turning off half the lights as soon as it gets dark because we can't afford the electricity, which is exactly what happened here in Colorado Springs after the 2008 recession, which is really dumb.
Well, one of the things, like an example, so one, Pittsburgh, I'll put a picture of it in Discord. It looks so much like it was built in SimCity by somebody just reacting instead of planning. Because Pittsburgh, there's just literally bridges everywhere, and it just does not look like they ever expected more than a few thousand people to live there. But so in Pittsburgh, there was a housing project that went over the street in the east end of Pittsburgh in a neighborhood called Garfield.
Mm-hmm.
So what started happening in the late 2000s, early 2010s, and it's been happening in every big city, is gentrification, where people who have money decide to realize, okay, so I could buy these properties around this here, and then I can get this deal to make a nice restaurant here and a boutique there, and it will take those properties that were $120,000 a piece, and I could sell them or rent them out and make just insane money. So what they wound up doing is they tore down the housing projects, gentrified that whole area, and because they had Bill Peduto as their new mayor, like, it helped them push along new housing projects that weren't quote unquote eyesores. So there's really nice houses that are all Section 8 housing. So those are the kind of things, like, when you just look at it, you're like, oh, that's nice, they gave them new housing projects, but really it was years of bureaucracy and one mayor trying to keep his position by building these here, but in reality it's not benefiting Section 8 housing as much as it's benefiting gentrification. So there's, like you're saying,
developers.
Right, and I think, like, I feel like for, like, the obviously wanting anything to happen with public education is insane, since I live in Florida. Our mayor, he just passed a bill where teachers aren't allowed to teach that communism is good. I went to school here for 18 years. Teachers don't teach anything that's not on their state funding required tests. They don't teach shit.
Yeah.
Like, I never learned about, there's no Juneteenth, there was no massacre of Black Wall Street, none of that. Like, this just whatever was going to be on what's called the FCAT, the Florida Comprehension and Assessment Test.
Right. You're teaching to test.
Well, the other thing he wants is all teachers to have to take this this I don't even know what the hell it is. It's like an inquiry as to what their political stances are, because, like, there's this belief that in which just seems like a huge violation. But there's, like, this conspiracy theory, which is what it is, that, like, all teachers are super liberal, which, yes, if you're taking a women's study class in college, your teacher's probably liberal. Like, that's just, it's a liberal class. But yeah, no, I feel like there'd be a cool market for games that taught very in-depth, like a money management game that was extremely in-depth. Like,
yeah,
it could even be text, like, mostly text-based, where, like, you get out, you're in high school, it's your last year, and you're going to take out a loan for school. What are you going to go for? Like, job markets can be simulated. You could look at, like, okay, you have these credit cards, what's a good APR? Because a lot of that stuff, like, I didn't know that, and I'm not dumb, but when I got out of high school, like, the internet's there now in a much more like, you know, available form with phones and everything, so it makes it a bit easier on people. But like stuff like that to help understand, even like politically, like
what's going on.
Right, like what angles are happening? Why is this area of the city, you know, why is this area of the city have potholes everywhere, but that area doesn't?
Right.
And, you know,
And
you can
I
guess
want to
which
point out
area
what
doesn't.
Kaz is going on in the chat, and I have not been ignoring you, Kaz. I swear
He
to
wants
God.
Poorhouse.
Yeah, he wants.
He wants.
I know
made the
Kaz
comment on his
would. Why would
industrial
Kaz
vanilla.
want that? City buildings are a branch of God games. You are correct. Yes. Even I don't know if you played Black and White or even Populous, but those are basically city builders, but you are literally God. And you know, obviously they're not designed to be urban simulators, you know, or anything like that with, you know, stocks and flows and things like that, urban dynamics. None of that stuff. But at the same time, like right now I'm God. I am literally God right now in this game. They don't call you that. I don't even think they prompt you for a mayor name. Well, thank you, Kaz. I'm having a good time with Yahoo too. We're actually about to go to break. I think there's the need of a little bit of abstraction to make city builders work. You are 100% correct because, I mean, no lie, government stuff is really boring. And it's hard to keep engaged unless your life kind of depends on it. So when an issue really affects you, there is this cliff of knowledge and like fundamental knowledge, and then acquiring the documents, and then learning how your city is approaching this issue, which is how a lot of people became lawyers back in the day. Is basically trying to learn how their community is being affected, or how something of theirs is being affected by laws and government regulation and things like that. And that's hard. That is really hard. Civic engagement is very difficult to do in a country as free as ours. And so yeah, it would be incredibly boring if every single blade of grass were being modeled, and you were having to generate regulations, like even ordinances in this game. Hang on, where are they at? Like, I don't even touch them, because as soon as I do, and yank my earbuds out, as soon as I touch these things, all they do is they just destroy my bank account. And they list what what these things are. Citizens prefer ferries for moving in the city. I don't have ferries. Upkeep is 2 cents for every ferry in use, but it doesn't, like, if I had ferries in use, I don't get a build out here indicating how much this ordinance is going to cost until I've built it and I see my income go right through the floor. And this stuff, honestly, this part bores me. I don't even touch it. There's districts. If you don't have any of the expansions in this game, you can set up districts to cover different parts of town, and set up separate ordinances for these different parts of town. But it's like, if you don't have a connection to what's going on, you're like, I'm just clicking boxes on a list. It doesn't mean anything to me, and that's one part I really don't like about this game. Is and it's not unique to this game, but it's frustrating that there's minutia here, and people are like, oh, that makes it realistic. No, it makes it less fun, and I'm not getting anything out of it. I'm not learning anything about ferry fees or something like that because I clicked on a box or anything like that. That doesn't do anything. So otherwise, yes, that kind of game where you're sitting here like looking at this checklist of like, yeah, I guess we gotta get the lightning rods so that we can the tallest buildings can lower the likelihood of catching on fire during a thunderstorm. Like, in theory, in paper, that makes sense, but in a game like this, which is not realistic,
it hurts the flow too.
It hurts the flow, and then it's almost entirely optional, because I've never had a tall building catch on fire. And so I don't know why I would click this thing on for the cost of 1.6 cents per building to do it. And the game doesn't communicate. This game does such a poor job of communicating so many things, so many aspects. And so the dream would be you have things like this, like a VIP area, I guess, or lightning rods, or heavy traffic bans, or what things you may notice in your own city about you can't build buildings over a certain height because it obstructs views based on these cones, because we did the study that took 3 years. You can abstract that in a way that is still fun and actually teaches you what you should know. So, do you have a last word? Because we are about to go to break.
No, this is all good. What time do you think we'll be back on, so I can make sure I don't.
I'm gonna call. Let me switch to. Let me pause this and save the damn game so that save early, save often. Yes, we're gonna overwrite the save. Let's come to panel 1 here. What a fun time! What a fun time! Birthday day. Let's call like 15 minutes. So like 7:25 local here. You're like 9:25, something like that. We'll come back here and we'll come back to the wheel. We have a wheel, so let's use the wheel. We did get plenty of City Skylines time. Yeah, definitely. Stay on. I'm gonna mute myself in the Discord. But if you want to hang out, if someone else wants to hop in, if Orzine pops back in, we'll go from there. And if even if Kaz manages to figure that out somehow, I would love to hear his beautiful Brazilian camber. Yeah, I want to hear you, Kaz. All right. Okay. All right. I'll take a look at that. All right. Let's go to break. Like 15 minutes-ish. Don't run away. We're coming back for our last stretch, and we're going to come back to the wheel. Break time with Buzzy. Well, hello. How are you? We are in the final stretch of this big and wonderful stream. Thank you for joining me on this journey. I got a puppy. Got a puppy. Puppy. Let me unmute myself on Discord. If you're in Discord, you can join me in the chatter box. Yeah, hello. Well, don't do that. I still need you open. We are gonna go back to the wheel, and yeah, if you're in Discord, hop in the chatter box. I'll chat with you. We can chat. Let me send out a Discord message. Final stretch. Stream. Hop in. Get in the chatter box. Drop your likes on the YouTube stream. Come on. /Schwartz and Negger. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we have the Wheel of Power. Let's bring that up. Here we go. I did remove Watch Dogs 2, but everything else is still in play just because the time needed to set up and all that fun stuff, and who knows where that's going. Are we ready? Are we ready for the wheel? Are we so excited? Hang on. Let me get another drink. Oh, Mr. Guinness. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful drink. The wheel, the best. Here we go. What do we got? Well, what a fancy coinkydink. The Immortal Mayor demo. Let's take a look at this. I have honestly not seen anything about it, and I have not seen it in motion, and I have not even run it yet, but it is installed. So, let's see how that goes. Maybe if it fits a thesis here. And, are you serious? The demo is dead? Is the demo dead? Is that what's going on? Did Next Fest finish and I don't even get to play the demo? Oh no. Well, we're going to remove that. And I think that removes Last Cube. Let's see if Terra Nil is still alive. Because I really wanted to play that one. I didn't realize that it was going to be a time-limited demo. Let's just go to the library then, I guess. Yes! Yes! Terra Nil is still alive. So we're going to do that instead. You know, Immortal Mayor, if you hadn't yanked your demo, things might be different. But, gotta do what we gotta do. Let's see what we got here. This is from the guys behind Broforce. I hope this will work for us today. Ooh. I love the styling of it. Let me make sure that the resolution is cool. Yep. Gun. Okay. Let's play this demo. Let's see what's going on here. We're going to generate a new map. Reticulating splines. Yeah, Devolver Digital is doing some really cool work. Welcome to Terra Nil. Your goal is to rejuvenate this wasteland by covering the landscape in greenery. But before you begin, try panning by moving around the, Alternatively, you can press and hold the mouse button, middle mouse button. Okay, cool. You can also pan with the arrow keys or WASD. Okay. Cool. Zooming in and out with the mouse wheel. Oh, look at that. Look at that art. That's beautiful. We're going to build a turbine. Let me move this stack of chips while I... Hang on. Chips break. Sorry, guys. Now that you have power, you can clean the soil. Try to fit 4 toxin scrubbers as far from the turbine as possible. The music's pretty charming too. And look at the scale of this map. This is the kind of map where you could do a game like what I was talking about. Doesn't need to be sprawl to infinity, you know? Clean soil provides the perfect place to grow greenery. Place 3 irrigators on the clean soil. It can be rotated with the mouse wheel or R. Okay. Alright. So let's, I guess we'll do that. Nice, nice. Look at that. That's cool. Let's I love the tiles kind of rising out of the clean soil provides the perfect oh, I skipped the toolkit tip. I'm sorry, guys. Forgive me, please. Well done. You need to increase the greenery in the landscape. Get the greenery target to 25%. Okay. Okay. Let's are we just gonna do this thing? We'll do. So we got our currency here. We already have. I can't select that. Whatever. Okay. And then let's Oh. Oh. That's a title card right there. Beautiful. Current climate. Reach the target climate and humidity for rewards. Okay. Oh, this music. This music right here. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. When I play a city builder, I want it to look and sound like this. Alright, let's get the irrigator. I'm gonna put that over here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Creates a new riverbed, but poisons the land around it. Can be rotated. Huh. Calcifier. Okay. I'm still not mechanically sure what's going on, but sure. Yeah, seriously. Alright, so it's kind of some growing stuff in here. Let's put this thing up here. So that's the power. And here's a cat. Captain's here. Alright, so this cleanses the nearby wasteland. And then this will go up here, I guess. Kirby butt. He's helping out with the restoration of the world, guys. Oh wait, we need power. Or this thing. We need to. Okay. So now that we're brown, we need to go do one of these things. Alright, that's pretty cool. Let's there we go.
What game is this?
This is Terra Nil. This is from I can't remember the developer's name offhand.
Realize.
Yes, they're the guys who did Broforce back in the day.
Oh, really? Yeah, I see that here.
Yeah. And I guess they've been working on this. And then this can make, this can calcify greenery to make rocks. But I don't know where you put it. Kirby, you're not helping anything. Kirby, the stream has been waiting for you all night, and you're just now showing up. I love you. You're an amazing little cat.
Have you ever played any of the Yakuza series?
No. I have
I prejudged it for the last like 15 years as just some it just always looks stupid to me. Easy for most people to have that opinion, just 'cause,
right?
Like it's ridiculous shit. Let me tell you that I've only been playing 6, and it's so good. Like it's corny, a lot of it, but like they have some pretty hard-hitting, dramatic moments. And then instead of it feeling like how Watch Dogs felt, where you're just like, oh, come on, man. Like, we get it.
Yeah, right.
You can stop, like, I'll be like, okay, so this terrible thing happened. And in the next part of the story, I have to go do this terrible thing. But before I do that, I'm going to go do some karaoke. And just having that option. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I've heard a lot of really good things. They talk about it on Giant Bomb a lot. Just the praises of the Yakuza games. Just all the stuff you can do.
Well, like today, I was playing the game and I had a thing to do, and I saw there's a Sega store inside the game, like an arcade. So I pop in there and I'm like, I'll just play one of these games real quick. And one of them is just Tetris, but it's its own like, I guess Sega made a kind of Tetris. Played it for like an hour or two. Just like, because I figured it probably was only like an hour. It felt like longer, but I kept playing game after game, and then I get out of there, and I was like, oh, wait a second, I'm supposed to be investigating a murder.
Yeah. You get distracted. Yeah. That was kind of like the, I didn't really get into it, but like that was kind of the tease of Shenmue. Shenmue was trying to do that.
Shenmue though, I played it. I didn't play it. I watched my friend play it back in the day, and he'll still say today, he's like, oh. Actually, it was a different friend who played it, but my other friend, he says, oh, I think it's the same thing. And I think a lot of people say, it's so cool, you can get a job, and you go to that job every day. And I'm like, dude, I'm in my 30s now. That does not sound fun anymore. Like, that sounded fun, like, doing that, like, you know, because, like, you go to this forklift job, and you make no money, and I'm like, that's too close to home to have, like, a menial job and not make money. But, like, I get the appeal.
Real.
And that's why I refer to Kingdom Come Deliverance as medieval Shenmue, because I played the hell out of Kingdom Come Deliverance, and, like, every little thing, like, you're just, like, a worthless person in the beginning. Like, literally to society, you're a blacksmith's son. You can't read, you can't write, you can't fight, you can't farm, nothing. And you have to learn each thing, and it doesn't take one lesson. It's day after day learning how to read, because everything you pick up's jumbled letters because you can't read. And it's a cool game, but like I get so frustrated when I'm just like, I've been wanting to have fun in this game for 2 weeks, and I haven't earned the right to have fun. But again, it's like we were talking about with the SimCity thing. There's people out there. There's a market for it. It's not a big market, but there's a market for it. But yeah,
for those kinds of games, right?
Right, Shenmue's been so fun though. Just like the combat feels good and it's over the top. It's just been like a great time. I've just been picking it up and I'll spend a couple hours. Maybe I'll do some of the story. Maybe I'll like go to the gym and do some over the top weightlifting. Just ridiculous stuff.
Kaz in the chat is like for him the Yakuza series is the spiritual successor to River City Ransom. And I don't have an opinion on that, but I trust you, Kaz. that is.
Yeah.
I know what River City Ransom is because of that Newgrounds video with the Daft Punk song, Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger. And
Kaz has a superpower where he can just like, you can say like, oh, there's just like a small game that came out in like 1991. They only sold 10 copies, and Kaz was like, oh, and Kaz will know it off the hand, like instantly. I'm just like, how do you know what that is?
Yep. Kaz is he is the dealer. He's like, yeah, you know what? I might have one in the back, you know.
Like when you watch the History Channel, and it's just like on like a random topic, and it'll be like random topic expert.
Yeah.
And it's just like random like you know, like an expert in like.
I know a guy.
Yeah, I know a guy. Oh yeah, like in Pawn Stars. It's like, hey, I'm looking for this game that only sold in like two countries between the months of October and November in 1993. It's like, I know a guy.
Yeah.
I'm respecting him. Like, I mean, that's just years of just like
that's
loving
knowledge.
video games.
And then
so
he has and Kaz, you have the unique distinction of growing up in an area where like games like they were made here, they're made available here, but as soon as capitalism decided that they weren't worth it, they disappeared. Whereas in Brazil, they can live forever, and in a format that is interesting,
unique. Yeah, I mean that's when he showed me that stuff, it's like, it's pretty awesome. Like here, everyone will fight over consoles because there's not that many getting imported, especially right now. And Brazil's like, we're just gonna take what you did and we're gonna make our own and we're gonna make money off that. Fuck you guys. And that's just like, I mean, I think that's fucking awesome. Like there's just like games that don't even exist anywhere else. That's super cool when he showed me that. I was like looking at it all day. Yeah, random topics expert. Kaz, random topics expert.
Yes, exactly. Let me call my guy.
Next time someone wants to debate with me about games, I'm just gonna be like, hold on, I'm gonna phone.
Hang on, let me. I've got. As Kirby comes through here as well, like Kirby's got a guy.
I have a friend back in Pittsburgh, and he has like I always will call him Well Actually. That was what he was saved as in my phone, because like any topic we'd be just discussing something, and he'd be quiet the whole time, and then out of nowhere toward the end of the topic or the end of the discussion, he'd go, well, actually, and then just have this profound knowledge, whether it's like music or like anything. and just like it got to the point where it's just like, man, if Meyer's talking, we're just fucked. Like,
Yeah.
and I used to always, I drew this picture years ago, like as a, just like I'm not an artist, but like a joking picture where I'm asking him like, hey, did you see the new Zac Efron movie? And before I could finish, he just goes no and walks away. He's one of the nicest, best people I've ever met, but like, he's definitely like he has like the Reggie Miller action figure from Penny, if you remember that. Just like his computer. They used to Chris Rock did the voice for like a Reggie Miller. It wasn't Reggie Miller, it was Penny Hardaway. And just like random stuff like that in his room. He had like an old MacBook or an old Mac desktop from like 15-20 years ago that he has like running just fine. Just like I feel like he's what hipsters try to be, except he's not a hipster.
He's the model.
He didn't know people still like this stuff, like to be a hipster. He's just like, yeah, no, I just like this shit. And
yes. Yeah, this is just what I'm into. Everyone's copying me.
well, people would bring up something, and this is what I really respected. They'd bring up something, and if he didn't know about it, he wouldn't chime in. He would sit there the whole time just reading about it on his phone. And then, like, you could usually tell someone's bullshitting because he'd, like, give me this look and just shake his head, like, as he's looking it up. And usually it was, like, politically, like, they'd say something, and he'd just, like, look at me and he's like, yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah. It's like, I'm calling you out on this one. Like, buddy, no.
Google Foo, what do you say? Kazis said Google Foo is strong, too. Yeah, Google's... So there's, so Carnegie Mellon University, I dated a girl who went there. I lived, like, 5 blocks from it at one point, and... If anyone doesn't know what CMU is, it's one of the top schools in the country, and has one of the best programming, like, period. Like, they have for a few years, they were the #1 hacking team, like, competitively. And there was a teacher who was, there's a YouTube video I watched where he was the teacher of their hacking team, and he put up one of the capture the flag, usually in a competition is to capture the flag, and he showed, like, what's the first step you would take? And he said the first step any good programmer would take to figure this out is Google. And that's super true. Like, I mean, if you have a blue screen of death, if you have another computer near you, the first thing you do is you Google it. And it's just, you can use keywords and find the answers right away. So Google Foo is an art.
Yes.
Because if you can Google faster than somebody else, then you are, in some ways, smarter than them. Because you're gaining that knowledge faster.
Right. Hang on. I'm exploring new mechanics here because they just dropped some cool stuff.
Was it an update?
I unlocked the second tier of structures. Let's see. Creates wetland. Can only be built on an irrigator near water and not on high ground. Okay. Why isn't it letting me? That's an irrigator. Huh? I don't understand. That's an irrigator. That's an irrigator, yes. Can only be built on an irrigator near water. I don't understand. What is this giving me? Alright, well, let's scoop onto this one. Bees! Oh, yes! Yes!
Last hope for humanity is bees.
Bees! Oh, heck yeah. Let's get those bees in there. Oh, you know, guys, you made my day now. Aw, glad we could help, Kaz. You're a champ. Oh, that's so good. Creates nutritious ash to create forests. Can only be built on building husk.
As is a champ. He sat there with me for like 5+ hours, 2 times now when I played on Twitch, and the last time it was just him watching me trying to fail at Game Dev Tycoon and making it decades in. And somehow every time I'd be like, you know what? It says I have to take out this $2 million loan. It's due in 6 months. There's no way I'm gonna pay it back. Game over, because I'm like, I'm ready for bed. And then some shit game I'd make would sell like 600,000 copies. I'm
it's like,
fuck.
I can't stop now.
I made so many Strand type games, just as many as I could, because I still... Anytime I hear like the clips or like the quotes of like Kojima saying like, oh, Strand type will be like, it's just so fucking funny, because like... That game, like, I've either met people who fucking hate that game or love it, but like,
Strand?
I won't play it. Yeah, I mean, it's just not my thing. Like I said, I don't have much patience, and I have patience for certain games, but like, I've watched people play it, like, it's not for me. I like Hideo Kojima, but like, not enough to walk 500 miles.
No.
Watching Video Game Donkey play, like his review of it, and just seeing how, and it's usually have similar taste in him just over the years, but he just gets so mad.
Does he like rage?
He doesn't. So Donkey's rage though, you can tell like it's all in fun, but like yeah, he rages. Because like he'll say one cool thing about this game is when you're carrying stuff, you might fall into a river and it pushes you incredibly far away from your stuff. So then you get to walk all the way back and get it. And I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm not doing it.
No.
Like, I think he'll make games that like are like, you know, what people were expecting from him, but this was his first game where he wasn't being forced to make a Metal Gear Solid game, like a series he'd been trying to stop making for 20 years now. So like, I think he just had to get all that weirdness out. Like,
understandably, yeah.
Yeah.
And like that's kind of a blessing and a curse. Like, could you imagine working on a franchise, especially as like the creative director for like 25 years?
Right, and like when he tried to leave.
And like trying to move on and express new ideas, and you can't because you're making too much money for whatever.
I mean, that was their series for a while. I would love to play Snatcher and Police Knots. I just need to find a place to play them because they're not.
Oh, I know a guy. I got
a
random topics expert who can help you.
He's gonna send me something. That's what he did. He did that with what was that game? That Obsidian game. He sent me a link directly to it, and I'm like, dude, this is fucking awesome.
Which Obsidian?
Yeah, like, oh man, my brain is like shot right now. The spy game.
Alpha Protocol.
Alpha Protocol, yeah, because that was a game I played with my old roommate. Had it, I think on PS3. I think that's where I played it. A long time ago. But yeah, I never bought it or anything because I remember thinking it's cool, but it plays like shit. And I was like, if I had a decent enough PC right now, like get some mods going. But yeah, Sega, they didn't want to continue paying for the soundtrack. They didn't want to pay the royalties and all that, so it's obviously not available for purchase now. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid, I think it was between 3 and 4, Kojima once again said, I don't want to make these games anymore, I want to do something else, and he got all these death threats. And he would keep trying to, like, I feel like he was me at some point in Game Dev Tycoon, because he said, if Metal Gear Solid isn't good, then I'm going to quit making Metal Gear Solid forever.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is very interesting mechanic.
Burning it all down.
Cute Kaz in a coat, shadowed in a corner with a little smile and a wicked gaze. That's our Kaz, yeah.
So sends me like a weird torrent link.
Yeah, it's like click on this link, but only after midnight.
You got use a VM and a VPN.
Use 2 VMs. Make sure it's Windows 98 and it's running an old version of Ubuntu. And
make sure the sky's not cloudy.
Yes. Yeah. you need a perfect gaze of the bird over Texas.
I ended up getting arrested for it, and Kaz shows up, visits me in jail, and he said, I was very specific about how to download this game.
Also, he's also the cop. Somehow that worked out.
It's just the astronaut meme. Wait, you were a cop? I was the whole time. But then it keeps going on. And instead of the Earth, it's like a copy of Fallout Tactics. Actually, I have Fallout Tactics. Actually.
Well, there you
go. I bought it at the last Steam Summer Sale, and I never.
I've had it in a pack for. I bought it when I don't know if you remember, but in 2002 or so, the Interplay was doing those like flip CD cases where you would like flip one, it would be one game, and then you would flip it down, and it would be the other. It was really weird. And that came with Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics on CD.
Damn.
So I'm not quite understanding the mechanics here. Like, I'm building stuff, but then I'm burning stuff. And I'm not...
I think it's showing you need to fill it with water. Or I like, this is the kind of game I would be so frustrated with after like 30 minutes. I have my patience, my tolerance has gone to 0 at some point for games.
Yeah, I want to see if I can fill... Here we go. Here we go. Okay. That looks what I was trying to do a while ago. That's very pretty. Okay. That seems more real. Can we fill in the water? But then we're also burning the region so we can get the ash. So that we can... Okay. Alright, let's get... let's build this thing. I'm glad it has the big numbers over it to express, like, yo, this is what's going on. The water dripping sound, yeah. I don't... Because you're, like, trying to maximize the space by, like, building and then destroying the environment, in a way. Come on, scroll wheel. Ah. There we go. And I'm not quite sure what the real next objective is. 80. I like 80. Yeah, look at that. That's very pretty. It's very pretty.
Fallout series was the first, like, I guess, more complicated game I ever played, like an RPG. I think it was Fallout 1 in, like, 2002 or 3. I had it on old shitty HP with an integrated GPU CPU.
Mm-hmm.
Thing was just, it sucked. I remember updating the Windows XP. Like, that's an update to Windows XP. And it just, like, I had to end up buying some new hardware because it couldn't handle it. But yeah, I remember when I got that game working on there, for the first couple of weeks, I just did not understand it. Because, like, in my 12-year-old brain, like, if you look at, like, the other games that were big at the time, like Tony Hawk and Metal Gear Solid and Siphon Filter, it was so different. But when I got into it, like, every night, like, after I'd finish homework or whatever, I would just sit there and play for a couple hours and just totally enamored by it. Just actually feeling like you had control over the game instead of just playing it like a movie. Shit was awesome.
I'm sorry, like, we're like PlayStation or on PC?
Oh, this is on PC.
Yeah, that's yeah, like kind of what I was going at earlier is when you're playing a game like you know, it's hard to describe. They're like different genres because on consoles, especially in the like 90s and stuff, there's like a lot of like platforming, and you know, you'd have like a couple RPGs, but not really. You know,
they weren't great on consoles.
Yeah, I mean, well, they were different, and they weren't the style that, you know, that what RPGs came out of, the pen and paper and stuff like that. Like consoles just couldn't handle that kind of thing, and ooh, I like this right here. Yeah, right there.
I think it was a marketing thing too, because they were cutting in on the Nintendo market in the beginning, like the Nintendo Sega market. But you know, their big sell was their tech. They could hold a lot more data. They can do a lot more. But
the PC with the resolution, even games that were like 320 by 200, you know, basically the same resolution as consoles, they could do so much more. Like with the mouse.
Right.
You could do so much more with that mouse.
Especially pre-analog controllers.
Yeah. Yeah, when they were just digital inputs on there. Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. So yeah, I think we can make a river bit.
No friends who played any RPGs, so playing that was just... Because I remember at one point, it had to have been one, because it had to do with the water chip. And there was some point in there where, like, I sold a bunch of my stuff because I wanted a bunch of money. and I had the water chip, and I didn't sell it, but I just kind of forgot about doing it for a while and did all this other shit, and it kind of ruined the whole game, and I had to load like an old save. But I wanted a bunch of money so I could buy all this stuff and just be a badass and roam the wasteland. But that's when I like, it kind of hit me that like, oh, okay, so I actually have to take this seriously. Like, I can't just,
Yeah.
It's not like the other game I play a lot was Metal Gear Solid, where it's like I used to love getting caught and seeing like how I can react. Like, can I hide? I'll hide here and then wait for them to go back, and then I'll start attacking them. Just like really just fucking with their AI. I also thought it was cool that you could smoke in the game because I was 12. And I was like, oh, they're so bad.
So controversial.
Yeah, back on. Yeah, the
Yeah, you
Pizza
could do
Hut
stuff.
demo list.
I remember playing the game for, it was the demo for Kingpin. You may remember that one for the PC. It was like 1998. Kingpin Life of Crime. It was one of the, like, the first first-person shooter by Exatrix. And I remember like, you're playing the demo, and this dude gets beat up. We're like, just real brutal. And, like, the first things out of his mouth is like, fuck. And it's like, I didn't know you could...
Right.
I didn't know you could say the F word in a video game. Like,
Right. When I think it was 01 when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, I remember seeing, and it wasn't even a main like page article. It was like in the corner. It was in PlayStation Underground. It was in the bottom like right hand corner. I remember seeing, all you could see is a guy holding a baseball bat, and then there's like a circular amount of blood under a woman, and I was just like, oh shit. And then games like that, and I think it was also Rockstar State of Emergency.
Yeah,
and
which didn't
do well. Yeah.
No, right.
It was capitalizing on something GT already had. But yeah, that stuff was mind-blowing then. I think I told you before, when I play like older Splinter Cell games or Metal Gear Solid, I remember thinking like, there's no way graphics could look better. Because I mean, when you have a shit PC and you play a console, you don't know what frame rates are. Like,
no,
I can tell the difference between a PowerPoint presentation and Metal Gear Solid on console, but that's about it. Like, then you start to realize, see games, especially like PS2 comparing Metal Gear Solid 2 to 1.
You can kind of glaze over that. Like, you watch, if you play Star Fox in its original format, for the most part, that game's doing like 15 frames a second. And then sometimes it's coming down even further down than that, like 2 or 3. And these days, like, that'd be, you know, blasphemy to have a game that's rendering...
Oh yeah, the developers will go to jail.
Yes, forever. They would be found guilty of war crimes and sent to the jail, the war crimes jail, for making
domestic terrorism, for releasing it in this country.
For 2 to 3 frames per second, though, and but yeah, those early days of 3D and stuff, like, who cared? But then, what you would notice on the computer, especially in the early days of 3D accelerators, was the variable frame rate. So as soon as, like, you'd be cruising along, you'd be playing Unreal, and you'd be like, oh, this looks really cool, and then as soon as you fired a gun, it falls in half. As soon as more than 2 enemies appear, the frame rate just floors, and it just gets ridiculous. And that's when you notice it. That's when things get really bad.
Yeah.
I need a
Metal Gear Solid. I'm talking about Metal Gear Solid 1 on the PS1 though. I know 2 is better and ran better. I don't know if it ran at 60 on PlayStation 2.
Could the PlayStation 2 do 60?
I don't think so. But either way, my Tube TV didn't. But one cool thing, I remember I got a PlayStation 2 for Christmas. Me and my brother like both got it, like, to share it, and I got a copy of Austin Powers Gold Member and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. My mom would not buy me M-rated games.
Of course.
So it was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Nope, it was, I don't know. I think it was 3 or 2. I don't fucking remember. But one of the first things I did was I beat it, and then I would trade it to my friends for like different games, and that's when I'd get like the bad games. Like, she wouldn't let me have Grand Theft Auto, so I'd be like, I get Grand Theft Auto, and she went to bed. I'd have the volume on like 1, and I'd be playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City, just like quietly. Anytime I'd hear a noise, I'd like pause it and like change.
Put an eye out. Yeah. Oh, I was just watching. I was in bed, not doing bad things, at all.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Oh,
well, she made us
okay.
keep it in the main. She made us keep it in the main room. But by the time I was in high school, I was in 9th grade, and I would just like openly play it because like I think my mom realized like for a 14-year-old I'm a pussy. Like I'm really not doing anything bad.
You're not. Well, I wasn't. I wasn't that, but I was definitely one of those kids where I was not getting in trouble, and I
Me
wasn't.
too, yeah.
I wasn't. I didn't have to be micromanaged or anything like that, and so I got to have a lot of free time alone to work on stuff and go to new grounds and do dumb things and stuff like that.
And
I don't know
my
how I'm
friend-
supposed to connect these though. What is? I think I have to get a new. What the fuck? Can I get? I don't think I can. Okay. I see this as an improved one of these. But I can also make one of these. Look at these trees. Trees just go. Go, trees, go. So with this, you're improving the environment, but then also destroying it, so that then you can place structures in more ideal conditions to then build further and further out, or better, to then hit, these targets of temperature and humidity. And so that's interesting. there's like, I guess, kind of a puzzle element to all of this nonsense. There we go. But yeah, I had a lot of time to play games and try out new stuff. I'm terraforming, exactly. Exactly. Can I play? I can. Well, that's great. Oh, I gotta do it from up here, I think. I don't fucking know. I wish the game were a little bit more clear about that. I think we're just gonna carve up riverbeds for a while. Yeah, I remember playing a lot of weird and obscure demos. So real-time strategy games were really big at the end of the 90s, but then, 3D games were becoming real big, so you'd have games that were first-person, but then also shooters. So they're first-person shooters, but then also strategy games. So you had Battlezone, you had Urban Assault, and you had games like Uprising. And those were some weird, like, those games don't exist anymore. Or they exist in just a weird format now. Let's start a fire. I'm a fan of, let's get some bees. I want some bees. We can make some bees. Heck yeah. We got some bees. You remember Urban Assault? Yeah, exactly, right? It was such an interesting concept. Okay. So far so good. Do I have a solar thingy down here? Oh, let's build out the wind capacity, because we can.
Did you guys ever play Fly FF?
Fly FF? That doesn't sound familiar.
Fly for fun. My brother, so his computer was in this back room, so I'd have to walk by to go to my room all the time. And he would play this game called Fly FF. And if you just look up pictures of it, you'll get like I used to make fun of him so hard for it, and I randomly thought about it because like he would say, "Oh, it's called Fliff," and it just looked like a really dorky game, but people loved it. People like what they want. And I remember this is during his fingerless glove era.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and beret.
Like Clerks.
Yeah, and I was like, what does it stand for? And he goes, Fly for Fun. And I remember making fun of him, but now looking back, like, my brother is extremely talented. He's a game developer. He makes VR games for the military and stuff. But, like, I remember looking back at that, and, like, now I would love to find a game, no matter how silly it looks, that, like, I just want to spend hours playing every day. I have so much trouble finding a game that, like, I could just dedicate time to and not like get bored of it.
I have a
Especially
thing.
multiplayer.
I have a thing where I have games. I have those games, and I know I can't play them because my life will disappear. So that is Dyson Sphere program. That is Satisfactory. My life will just disappear into this game, and I like. It's kind of like not buying candy. I'm a sucker for candy. I love buying candy. So it's like I have to intentionally not buy candy. And that's what those games are. There are a bunch of them. And I know I would really get into trouble if I dove into that. And then there's like... Because I always kind of dreamt of... I would make a game like that. Like people would just play it all the time. And then there's like an ethical component to that too, right? Where I'm making this game, it's consuming these people's lives. I have to get them to stop at some point so that I'm not an enabler of bad habits or potential psychological damage. So I've had that kind of back and forth thinking of, maybe some games shouldn't be so addictive. Like it's cool on paper, but I also don't want to like destroy people's lives.
Dude, that whole second half of that, the entire like larger and even like middle tier of the games industry, they think of the first part like, oh, I could make a really addictive game, but they never even consider like the second part because like now it seems like their goal for the Destiny, World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, their goal is like this will be the only thing you do for fun for the rest of your life, and you'll have so much money you'll save by never having any friends or anything to do. You could just buy shit, and that's how all those games just feel because they do have extreme and like you can look at it like what's his name, Asan Gold, I think is his name. I mean, that dude's a massive World of Warcraft player, and like he'll even talk about issues with stuff like that because it gets extremely addictive for people because games like I don't know if you ever saw Jim Sterling's video on the predatory microtransaction system, and he has H-Bomber Guy on and a couple others to read testimonies that were dug up or sent to Jim Sterling, just talking about like people like not talking about, but like coming from the person or like one guy's brother who is battling a gambling addiction and turned the video games as like something to keep his hands busy and wound up in just as bad spot.
Right.
Just blowing money on like these. The way it's set up is just like Robinhood, like the trading app.
Yeah.
Mobile games, they're set up to like trigger something like this mentality of like this.
The psychological thing.
High. Right, like the loot boxes, they look like slot machines, and it's not, because of lack of options for
graphics and stuff.
Design. Right,
it's literally they are like diving into the psychology of making things cool. And I thought about like there was this time, and I'd still love to do it. So if you want to steal my idea for this game, I obviously don't have $100 million to make. I mean, go ahead, do what you want. But I dreamt of this time. I used to I was on web forums. I was on Team Xbox, and I would be on there like as soon as I got home to basically when I went to bed, just talking with people. It was so addictive to be able to talk to people, have this community aspect. And I thought, what if you built a game around that where you were working together to conquer a galaxy? and all of the, the little things that have to come along with that, and you're constantly communicating and delegating roles and stuff like that. And I thought, man, that'd be cool. Like, basically, like, it's a game as a job, but it's not a job because, you enjoy it so much, and you'll pay monthly for it because you're not playing anything else. Why would you? And over the years, as I've thought about how companies are using like psychological warfare essentially to trap players in these loops where they just constantly give everything because of they become apologists for the game, the mechanics, the content, and stuff like that. It's like, that seems then irresponsible for them to have to organize communities where they need someone in the game basically full time to manage this stuff in real time as they conquer the galaxy. That's pretty irresponsible, actually. And in Sid Meier's new book, he talks about because Civilization games have been known for just one more turn, and I'll play and I'll be fine. But he kind of apologizes for the fact, like, well, that's just kind of how games are, I wasn't trying to be malicious or anything. It's just that's inherently how games work, is they're more interactive than movies are. Like, you can binge Netflix, but it's not the same as an MMO or Destiny or something like that, or a loot box. It's just not, and people don't understand that.
Well, the thing too is, a lot of the loot boxes that get added, they're not getting added to. I mean, they will get added to shitty games just to try to make up all the money they're losing.
Yeah.
But when they add them to games that didn't have them before, like really not just loot boxes, but all kinds of microtransactions. When they add them to games that are already have a high player base, addictive aspects to it, that's just one of the most foul things you can do, because they're not doing it because they need the money, it's because they know they'll get it. And when they tie off it, like, I mean, everyone remembers the Battlefront situation, where even Battlefront 2 at launch, where in order to enjoy the game, you'd have to spend money, unless you're just naturally really good at those kind of games and you don't care about what you have to play with. And it's just, I mean, it's Star Wars, so they know they were going to sell. There was never a doubt that game was not going to sell millions of copies. But when they jam all that in there as part of their business model, it's just, it's irresponsible. And I had to write that research paper, meaning I had to go and look at current and past shareholders' reports, and seeing how ever since, I mean, the loot box thing's only the last 5 or 6 years it's really taken off.
Yeah.
Seeing how much more money, because it's listed as in-game, or I think it's like something subscriptions, and they usually don't call it outright microtransactions, so it might be like in-game purchases or something.
Right.
It's out. The numbers have outgrown anything they've made off just actual sales, like for the actual game, actual release.
Yeah, because it's all just ancillary income and stuff. There's a lower barrier to entry when you've got a $5 thing, like a $5 Ultimate Team card pack that you're doing, versus $60 for the next Call of Duty or something. Like, mom will give the credit card for the $5 thing over and over, because eventually she's going to lose track of what this is or what that is and stuff like that. And that's when it gets dangerous.
Well, what really blew my mind, I assumed going into it, like, okay, they obviously make more money doing this than they do off the games, otherwise they would put more focus into making better games, which turned out to not be the case, because it's not outdoing it by 7 or 8 or 9 figures. It's outdoing it by like billions of dollars, like a couple billion, 3 billion, that's annually. Yeah. And that's just off of like people buying skins or people buying players for Ultimate Team, like, which is ridiculous, because the next year you're expected to buy the next one and start over.
Right.
And it's just it gets to that point where there's not enough attention on it.
And then you're hearing about these meetings at like the highest levels of Electronic Arts or something, and they're like, well, that's an interesting game, but how's it gonna make $1 billion? Because FIFA Ultimate Team does $1 billion plus every year, and it's like, if that's always going to be your ruler, your rubric by which you justify game development, you will always look like a sorry lot. Like, you will always look like a villain.
They pushed the narrative for years that players didn't want single-player games anymore, when in all reality, it's them that didn't want to make them. Because remember, they put out that Star Wars game a couple years ago, the Rise of the Fallen Order. Fallen Order. Okay, I had it all backwards.
Yeah.
And they had to admit that game sold really well because and it took structures from Uncharted and Dark Souls, where the combat's difficult, you had to learn, and it also had like a lot of backtracking, like a Castlevania, and also had a lot of platforming in the way of Uncharted. And that's the way you're supposed to do. Like, not, I guess I can't say how you're supposed to, but that's the way a lot of people like it. Is like what works for these games, not just financially, but like as a product. And that's one of EA's last good studios.
Respawn.
Titanfall. What is they have that shooter? I can't.
Apex.
Apex. Yeah, that game.
Yeah,
like
Apex,
they had like no marketing and still killed it. Titanfall 2 had no marketing, still killed it. They're a very talented studio. And I mean, I know they're bringing back Dead Space. Supposedly they're gonna announce. I don't know them.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're supposed to announce it next week. Supposedly.
But like, where do you take that?
Who's making it? Because you guys, you killed the studio that made it. You put them on Battlefield Hardline, then you killed it because your horror game didn't sell 5 million copies. Because I remember that article being put out. EA. They pretty much held it hostage, saying like this needs to sell 5 million copies or we won't make another one. And they added co-op, which nobody wanted. Like, at least not like to the level they did. They didn't want microtransactions.
Their marketing said that that's what people wanted.
Yeah. Right, and and that's the thing. I think any company learns is telling people what they want may work for some products or some people, but like gamers are a very particular bunch. Like, don't tell them what they want. Because that's why Ubisoft and EA are two companies that get made fun of all the time, while every time someone brings up Activision, Blizzard, they say Blizzard sucks now. They know what they want.
It's corporate. And Kaz is pointing out, like, he blames Magic the Gathering for popularizing a loot box with card packs model, or I would say even Pokemon. The trading card game before it became a video game, or maybe it was the other way around. I don't remember. I'm kind of mentally stuck here.
I think Pokemon was a card game. It was one of those things, kind of like Transformers, where they wanted to make something to sell physical products.
Yeah.
And it wasn't about doing its own.
And they pushed the idea that players didn't want 2D games anymore, only 3D. And like when you're when it's 1999 or whatever the hell, or even 2006, or the late aughts when they were bringing Dead Space and Mirror's Edge to market, which was that was their big thing. Like, we're not Square. We've got not the company Square, but we're not Squares. We're making these things. We're making original IP, Mirror's Edge and Dead Space, to show you guys that we're not just the Madden company all the time. And they get one entry into Mirror's Edge, and that game has, its issues, but it's
still risk taking, which is appreciated.
Yeah, it's
like
something new.
An actual risk.
And then in Dead Space, 1 and 2, those are still pretty revered games, but then, the marketing team gets involved and says, we're gonna do it our way, essentially. And
Dead Space promised the world. It was so crazy.
Yeah, and it was just like, that was such a weird, that the end of the John Riccitiello era was such a weird window into what that company was or wanted to be. And I don't have a lot of love for John Riccitiello, who's now the CEO of Unity. But you know, at least he was trying to do something interesting with what they were
Once
trying to
Andrew
do.
Wilson got there, it was only business. Like, I get it, it is a business.
Yeah.
But it's a business in entertainment. You know, like, Disney found a way to take a formula and push it constantly and have people still love it. Like the Marvel, Star Wars, they have a formula. Like those movies, they're fun to watch. It's fun to watch like a Marvel movie, but like you're never shocked. I think the closest to shocked was the end of Infinity War, but at the same time, you're like, oh yeah, well this makes sense. They're gonna make a prequel, no one's gonna die. Like there's no shock there. But like they found a way to make it good, make it something that people want and something the company wants. But EA, they just focus on. I mean, I know you're publicly traded. You have to focus on shareholders, but at the end of the day, if loot boxes and in-game microtransactions were to somehow ever get shut down in the United States, their stock would tank like horribly, because that's all they're after. While other studios who are, you know, especially publishers like Digital Devolver, who's just publishing all kinds of different stuff all the time, and they make the games that people do want that aren't getting made in the AAA sphere possible. And Focus Home Interactive, they do the same thing, where there are
Focus
games
does some
that
interesting stuff. Yeah.
they are the mid-tier. Those two, they are the mid-tier market now. Like, in most of digital, it can be considered indie, but Focus Home, like, they are the whole mid-tier market. You don't have the games based, I don't remember what they're called, but like the games based on like movies to help sell
The
movies.
franchise stuff.
Yeah, you don't have those coming out randomly where you're just like, oh, I didn't know this was a thing, I'll check it out. But yeah, they're the mid-tier market because I think it's just become more and more of a separation. Either you're either you're a very small indie studio, a mid-tier indie studio, or you're a massive AAA studio. Because, I mean, a lot of it came down to consolidation, where they are buying more and more studios, or they're just bleeding them out. And the end result, it doesn't benefit the people who enjoy games. It like when Sony and Microsoft buy studios, it doesn't necessarily benefit people who play the games. It can in some ways when it comes to funding and depending on how far they're willing to let a developer go to make a good product.
But it's not the necessity that it used to be. Because I remember back in the SNES days, like everything was a franchise, or it had to be in order to get commercials made for it. And you know, I mean, you look at the PS4 lineup these days, and what's one of the biggest games? It's Spider-Man Miles Morales, a franchise game. You look at basically, you know, this cavalcade of stuff that's about to come out from Microsoft after all these years of waiting, after all these purchases and stuff like that. And I don't think there is a single licensed anything in there. And you know, Sony's really got it because Sony as a corporation has Spider-Man, and that's like the last bit of Marvel they still have, so they're gonna bank on it. So
I mean, they even had the Avengers game. Like, okay, you could buy it anywhere you want, but if you buy it on PlayStation, you get Spider-Man. And they withheld Spider-Man. At the end of the day, that game sucked, but like, they withheld Spider-Man on any other console for the Avengers game except PlayStation. Just, you know, showing like the power they can hold over that. Because Spider-Man sells no matter what it is. Spider-Man sells, and for good reason. Like, he's a fucking staple. His whole brand is a staple of anything superhero. He's one of the ones you think of. I'd argue he's bigger than Superman, but like,
potentially, because Superman is super lame.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at it, a lot of superheroes are lame. Like, I collect comic books, I'm in all that, but a lot of them are just fucking lame. Like,
yeah.
Superman,
I mean, it's just people drawing on pages and stuff like that. Like, who cares?
I like the stuff. I like comic books. I
wasn't trying to push it like a.
No, I get what you're saying. That when you see like, but if you like read a lot, especially the older ones, like where like Superman's beating up Nazis, it's like, yeah, no, I love seeing Nazis get beat up. That's what I don't think anyone who doesn't enjoy that, that's on them, and that's something they should look into. But like, I used to love Superman All-Star, where he just like, and it still is a good story. He knows he's gonna die, and he just goes around and does a bunch of stuff. Like, I still like it, but you look like a lot of, especially when the Zack Snyder stuff happened, and you try to make Superman dark, you just realize how undark of a character. Like, you just can't make him dark. Like,
but at the
he's
same
small,
time,
though.
at the same time, though, it's like him being. I think Batman is bigger than Superman. I 100% agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Batman and Spider-Man.
Batman's still my favorite superhero, primarily because of the animated series. But
Yeah.
like you think of Superman and just how lame he is.
I don't think of him as an edgelord. I just can't see it.
And at the same time, it's like, well, how do we turn this ultra powerful alien that can never be killed, into something that's interesting and has drama? And like, who do you bring in Zack Snyder to figure that out? And
yeah,
that's where you go,
Anyone who likes his movies, that's awesome. Yeah, I wish I just Watchmen was good. I liked it.
I hate Watchmen. I love the new. Have you seen the new HBO?
Watchmen, yeah, that's
very good.
If it weren't for that, I would have honestly, and I consider myself pretty progressive, I would have never known about the Black Wall Street situation.
Yep.
Never heard about it in school. Never once.
Ditto, absolutely. Yeah.
Like, it came down to a loose adaptation of an Alan Moore comic to teach America about a fucking horror. And that just goes to show just how good stuff like the Daughters of Confederacy has been over the last 100 years. They're very good at hiding stuff, but or just at least changing the narrative. But I mean, yeah,
Superman more like super lame. Am I right? And you are right.
That's a good one. That's
yes.
There's so many.
Kaz is not only a cop, not only a random expert of crap, but he can tell the jokes and impress the ladies.
Hey, if you brought Kaz into this game right now, he could probably burn down everything. He's passing out right now.
It's like, oh, I don't deserve to live. I am next to Kaz. And
like, I watched I didn't watch the Snyder Cut. I'm just not going to. Maybe one day, but I don't want to. But I watched the original version of it, and I just like, if you closed your eyes for like 2 seconds, you'd be like, fuck, I missed an introduction of a character. Because every minute it was just like, and then it's almost like Zack Snyder not even Zack Snyder, but Warner Brothers want to let us know how many properties they own, within like the DCEU. It was just everything, and I get where he's coming from. He made this movie that was supposed to be 3 hours because of everything he did. They jammed it into an hour because
time.
They didn't. Yeah, time just in general.
Yeah. Broadly, time.
But I just don't think. I think, Christopher Nolan made Batman dark, but Batman's kind of easy to make dark. Just like Daredevil was easy to make dark on Netflix, and the Netflix Daredevil is better. And this is my take. I don't know if it's a hot take actually, but
hang on. Let's put up the hot take alarm. I'm not exaggerating. Kaz is an expert on when things are hot takes.
Yeah, let me know how you feel about this, guys. The Netflix Daredevil show is better than any movie Marvel has ever made. I don't even know if that's necessarily a hot take, but it is better. It's so fucking good, and I remember watching it, just binging it, and just feeling that in my heart. Like, I'm not gonna say Iron Fist is better than any Marvel movie ever made, because that's not true in my opinion. The first season of Jessica Jones is a fucking masterpiece. Punisher is great. I really like Punisher, and Luke Cage is excellent. But yeah, Daredevil, it's just so fucking good. And I remember when those got canceled, just that feeling, and like that just sank inside of me, where I'm like, so if I want to watch anything new Marvel, it's gonna be like a fucking $350 million production, and watching Robert Downey Jr. just be Robert Downey Jr. And I like Robert Downey Jr. Sure, he's a good actor, but I just got so burnt out. And I think if we learned anything during COVID, which I haven't seen Daredevil, but the 3 or 4 Avengers movies are great. You have to see it. You have to see it. Just watch all 3 seasons. Do a measurement, like pull out, like do whatever mental thermometer you have to do. See if it was a hot take. If it's not a hot take, then that's fine. But if it is a hot take,
Kaz is indicating indeed that is a hot take.
Ooh.
Oh, buddy.
Here's the thing. I've seen Spider-Verse though. I've seen Spider-Verse. I know.
You can't walk it back. All right. I know you're trying to like cushion yourself right now.
This is the hill I will die on. I will die on this hill. I will stand up here with Spider-Verse and Hulk spears in my chest saying Matthew Cox was the greatest Daredevil and he's better than Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. And like, I mean, if I'm remembered after my passing on this hill, that's great. But like, you know,
Sure.
the world may not be ready for that opinion.
I do actually want to watch. I have not seen it yet, and I actually need to find out what vehicle you need to see it. But Beyond the Spider-Verse, I need to see that.
It was on Netflix for a minute. It might still be there.
Is it
That's
still
where
there?
I saw it. I am not sure. That's where I watched it a couple years ago.
Well, if it is, then I'll have, because I know that's a Sony thing, and Sony doesn't have their own content thing yet.
Yeah,
they will.
They all will.
Everyone
Every
will
time-
eventually.
Every time something comes out, a new streaming service comes out, I'm like, they just want people to pirate their shit. Because like Apple TV has some cool shit, but I'm like, I'm not gonna buy Apple TV. Like, I'd like to watch that comedy game development show just because I like Rob Calney and the dude from Community, but like, I'm not paying anybody else money to watch their shows.
Yeah, it's not on
like-
Netflix. Okay. All right. Thank you for the heads up on that one.
Yeah, anybody who hasn't seen Daredevil, watch it. You can join my cult after.
Is
You technically don't have
Daredevil?
it.
Is
It's on
Daredevil
Netflix.
even? Is it still on Netflix? Because I know
it is.
I know it's canceled. Okay, but you can still watch it.
Right, and
Okay.
it was canceled because of Disney Plus was
Yes.
about to be announced, and
Well,
they
and,
don't wanna have-
and Disney was consolidating all its powers and all
Right.
that fun stuff.
And they will-
what have you.
And even if they do get Matthew Cox back as Daredevil, I think it depends on how Deadpool goes and whether or not they keep it the way it is or make it more. I don't think they'll try to make it more family friendly, at least not by much. But Daredevil, I feel like they would try to make more family friendly.
It's not
'Cause
like
it's
in its
definitely
inherent. I've seen like 2 episodes of the Netflix Daredevil, and I've been meaning to come back for more, but also I don't watch a lot of TV, so it's hard for me to pay attention for that long. Like, I just caught up on Better Call Saul, so
That's on my list. I have a lot of.
yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty far behind. To be clear, I finished watching The Wire in 2016, so like I'm super.
I haven't even
behind.
started, and that's Rain's favorite show. Like, he
It's so
sang the praises of The Wire, and I'm like, all right. And Kelly has too. Kelly's like, dude, you gotta watch The Wire. I'm like, all right, I'll put it on one of my lists.
So I started watching Game of Thrones for the first time during COVID for one reason. Anytime I see a bunch of people hating something, I watch it
just to see,
so that I can not hate it and I can just like have this superiority complex where I'm like, see, these people don't appreciate good shit. I watched every episode. I get to the 6th season or whatever the last season was, and I hated it. And I was like, this was a huge fucking waste of time. Not for the same reason as them. I did it. It was around the same time when Last of Us Part 2 came out and everyone was hating it, and I liked it. I didn't mind it. I don't give a fuck if Joel dies. He's not real. Like, not only that, but like, the guy was a monster, and he's old in an apocalypse. Like, his death.
spoilers, but
Oh yeah. I mean, that game. If you haven't heard that spoiler
The Last of
yet-
Us, The Last of Us 2 was very divisive, and that's the kind of game that Sony wants to make these days. And Kaz is pointing it out. We have so much entertainment and so little time. It's maddening. If you guys have not seen Bo Burnham's Inside, it's on Netflix. Go watch it as soon as this stream is done. In fact, you could probably open up a new tab and go start watching Bo Burnham's Inside, because he talks about this. He has this incredibly smart, just biting commentary about the current state of the internet and how fucked up that is, and how, like, it's a little bit of everything all of the time, you know, how anxiety provoking it is to have access to the sum of human knowledge and be focused on such dumb, just absolute garbage. And it's mind-blowing. So go watch Bo Burnham's Inside, and then we'll come back here at some point and talk about we talked about it on the Last Nth forum, and it's like I literally started a Netflix account so I could watch it.
Worth it.
So go check it out. And it's got streamer humor. It's got social media commentary.
Which humor?
It's there for you. I don't understand what the hell I'm supposed to do in here. What is what in the world is going on right now?
It is the Daredevil, the Netflix Daredevil of comedy specials. I think I'm safe to say that.
Okay. Kaz, I know Netflix might be a little hard to come by, but I know you have channels. And I think that's the diplomatic way to say this. Like, Kaz has channels. He just has it. I don't know.
I mean, it's Kaz. He has access to all channels in the world. He can get access to.
Is he Mr. Universe?
River City Ransom in 2 minutes.
Yes.
He can get access to Bo Burnham.
Is he Mr. Universe? I think is what we're trying to figure out.
He's like the guy in every hacker movie in the van.
Yes.
He's a van guy. He's just sitting out there like hacking the mainframe.
I don't know what you're doing either, but it's pretty, Kaz says. Yeah, I'm trying to... The game really, like, it seems like it's telling me what these things are supposed to do to work together and what the gameplay loop is supposed to be. But it's like there's some connective tissue. There's something the game's not quite explaining about what's going on. Like, it's from the big numbers to the beautiful design to the little... to the info panels here, even the little movies and that. That's great, but I don't know.
What is the goal?
I'm sorry?
What is the end goal?
The end goal is in the bottom right corner here, there's a little meter, and this is the target temperature up and down on the y-axis here, and then the x is humidity. And then in this particular thing, oh, I guess we just need more wetlands. Accomplishing these things is like, how am I supposed to do it? And of course, maybe I'm just overthinking it, but at the same time, like, I don't know what the hell is really going on.
I thought that was an XYZ axis the whole time you've been playing. I'm like, at some point I'm like, oh, it doesn't move.
No.
Even when you move
well,
the screen.
it has moved. It was like down.
Not when you move
over
the screen,
here.
which
oh,
would
sure.
kill my theory.
Oh, sure. And this is all 2D too. That's pretty nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Or I think it's, well, maybe just like 3D. I gotta finish the. I've gotta finish this demo. We've gotta finish. We have to. And I don't know what I need to burn down to do it. Where is...
Speaking of wild animation.
Wait. Maybe if I... Is there a tree around here? Is that what we need? We need to get some... Is this what we need? Do we need more... A little bit of this. And a little bit of that. Minus 50. Sure. So it's like plus and minusing some of this stuff. Figuring it out. Okay, so you need to lay down this brush, you know, the beehives so that it expands the grass, but it's got to be around this thing near the water so that then it becomes wetlands. And then I need, so what, put it, that's not a tall enough tree right there. Like, we're so close. The shimmering light is, yeah, on the river. Pretty freaking cool. Like, really freaking cool. But, and I don't even know how to, like, add water up here. I guess you need more power up here. Is that how that works? Like, I'm trying to, like, it's got power and it's a riverbed. Why can't I... Game, explain yourself! I mean, this game is really cool. I just need it to tell me what it wants. That's all I got. That's all it needs to do. But I need more wetlands. can we put up a thing here? Can we do this? Can we set up a bees? Can we set up the bees? So that then we can do this. Okay. Yes. Okay. Here. And then can we put the thingy on top? No. No, we can't. Oh, because it's not even near water. I'm an idiot. That's cool. Does this... Oh, that didn't really add anything. Why can't... I'm so close. I feel like I'm so close. This is the Daredevil of the restoring... This is the Captain... This is the Captain Planet of restoring nature. Please tell me that there's... Can I not?
Captain Planet and their global warming propaganda.
Yeah.
They'll ban that. I don't think DeSantis is coming for that next.
No.
Everything else he's put out there is not really happening. So I think maybe if someone tells him Captain Planet's like a new show, it's AOC's pump behind.
Romega is the master of movie reference. Romega has seen a lot of movies, and I'm proud of him. I need to... Come on. Come on! Do I need to burn everything down? Is that where we're at? Do we need to burn this down again? So that I can...
Big Kaz out there. He's gonna go roast these things.
Yeah. What? Oh! Can we do this? Okay. That's better. Can we burn something down? Can we get an excavator? Is that what we're doing here? That's... Oh. No, we already have a solar plant there. Can we... I'm so confused! Can we remove toxins? Yes, let's remove toxins so that we can get this thingy in here. Yes! So that's good, Alright, and then... No. And then no! And we got honeybees already. Wait, we can always add more bees. Yes! Okay, alright. It's like Sudoku, I guess. It's not near water. But if we put... We're going to burn this all down. That's what we're going to do. We do need some power... We need power... That didn't add stones. Yes, or yes. Yes? No. Alright, we're burning everything down. Let's do it. Where is my there? We got... No, but it's not going to burn down the forest. You can't burn down the forest.
Oh, I've been putting off looking at this homework all day.
Well, you know what? You were on the world's best stream in the universe.
Well, I wasn't gonna do it today. I just didn't want to look at it. I have so much shit to do.
16 pages.
I wish they were pages. It's like, because in my mind, I'm like, oh, it's just gonna have me like do something simple, but then the actual thing's like, create a program using Python that can read this, and that does this. I'm like, ah, no.
It's like, I can't do it.
No.
Where the?
I can do it. They want us to do it in like flowchart stuff, and I don't understand. I don't like flowchart. I'd rather just write the code. But
Right. Right.
now, let's see what I got.
And I can't make stones out here to get power.
Not that bad.
Because I can't set down water. Yuck. Yuck. Maybe I don't. It's like I'm so close and I'm so far. Why can't? Because it says like, oh, it just needs to be near water, and you know, it needs an irrigator. It needs to be near water, and then it just creates wetlands. But that's not, and not built on high ground. Although I guess that is higher ground. That's true. So does that mean then that we can put this over here? Okay. Can we? Oh, we could if we just had more money. If we just had more money.
For every test that I've taken, someone has posted the entire test online.
Of course. Damn
Maybe
cheaters.
I mean, I'll definitely cheat on some questions. I'll probably go to hell for it. Like, I'll die and then...
You'll just go straight to hell. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
I would go up there first and he'd say, you did everything else perfectly, but you cheated on quiz 6.
And then that's okay.
Yeah. You make what Adam and Eve did look like charity. Get the fuck out of my head.
Okay, so now we're down to 24. But I need 26. Can we scrounge 26 out of something? I don't have enough money to set fire to something. I think we're screwed. I think I broke the game. I'm so close. Go to hell, you die. The dog is pawing me. I think that's it. This is a wonderful idea. It looks really good. It really needs to explain its gameplay loop better. But as I know that as soon as they do that, as soon as they show that you need to overlap one thing with the other thing, and then bring this other thing on top to overlap those, kind of Venn diagram style, then things will make sense. But right now they don't. And now I'm out of money.
They might have something online, just something written or a video, but
yeah, but that's I shouldn't have to do. I shouldn't have to do. And the thing is, like, I can say that, and then some, like, you'll get replies. I will get replies personally. I will get replies that will be like, "Well, you should have just known. Like, it's not their fault that you know you didn't understand the game."
Oh, you need to play games that hold your hand. I hate that. I hate when games hold my hand. Like, dude, then put it on hard. I don't know.
Well, or the inverse of that is like, oh, you want a game that holds your hand, and it's like, just enough that I can, you know, it's not like Call of Duty where I'm need an arrow over this dude I'm following, you know, to get through to the end of this whatever, you know.
Yeah, I want to enjoy a game. That's my goal.
All right.
Like,
this stream, we got a minute and a half. Whatever. We're gonna switch back to 1. Actually, let's switch to. Is this the one? Yes, it is. Guys, we made it. We can't, it's going to take me a minute and a half to talk about all this stuff anyway. Let me get out of here. Guys, we made it 9-hour stream on my birthday, and I want to thank all of you for dropping by and enjoying this with me. And I know you could have been anywhere else doing homework. It was good for me. Absolutely. It was good to have you guys in the chat, and I think that is definitely going to be a feature we do going forward in the green room. Not this Tuesday. I didn't fix it on here. I have to fix it on here, but whatever. We'll have people in the chat. We'll talk it up. It'll be shorter. It'll only be 2 hours, and it'll be at the end of one of my long work days and commutes and stuff like that. So let me bring up the like tally on YouTube. We're at 5 likes. So every like that we can do, let's get those likes up there. Where are we at? Subscribe. You guys are subscribed, but hey, subscribe again if you can. Don't do that. Follow on Twitch, of course. Tell all your friends how awesome the interview and this video, this 9-hour stream is, because it was awesome. I had a lot of fun. Really enjoyed myself, and it was a really good break. I talked about it in the Discord about maybe doing a 24-hour stream to get a chair, because I really need a chair. But I want to play through the entirety of Human Revolution, and I think that'd be fun to do. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's a really dumb idea, not just because we're doing it for a chair, but I'm telling you, this is really awful. This chair sucks. And this would go a long way towards back problems and things like that, primarily. Well, I don't know. Semantics. My charity is my lower spine. There we go. And that's like my last big purchase. That's the last big thing that I need for this setup is a new chair. The chair. Yes. Okay. Now that you've spelled it out, that's better. Check out the Patreon, of course. Thank you to all my Patreon supporters over there for helping me out and the channel, helping it grow. If you're not in the Discord, freaking get on that Discord. We have so much fun in there. We're always talking about how Daredevil is the best Marvel property in the universe, better than Iron Man. Social media everywhere, follow wherever all that fun stuff is. And forum, we got another one coming up on Thursday. I think we're going to have the whole crew, barring disaster, famine, death, etc. Or just inconvenience. I understand. Life happens, seriously. But join us on that on Thursday. And then Green Room, not Saturdays anymore. Tuesdays afternoon. We're going to have a lot of fun. And hey, guys, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time, okay? Pew 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 pew.